Well, I don't even know how to start this particular stream. I've recommended something I already took note of, and I'm dreading every last minute of it. Invited someone to come along. People can come in if they want to discuss this video that I'm going to be going over. Think before you sleep had a video which really came out of the blue why modern day video games are getting worse. It's quite a doozy, and let me not bury the lead and just go into this mess here. First part's gonna be very familiar, so bada bing, bada boom, going in
About Sweet
now.
Baby Inc., we still look at our core demographics and say, okay, they're white, cis, hetero males, and we cater almost exclusively to them. And the problem is that we don't just cater to them like, here's something that we think you'll enjoy. We cater to them the way that we cater to like a picky baby.
I don't know. That sounds kind of racist. Our primary audience is white men, and they're a bunch of babies. I'm supposed to want to learn about diversity and inclusion from a person who began her speech.
Yeah, that's much better than this particular video. I don't know why he thought this video was fine. He's reiterating a lot of the same points that he has already. I mean, I normally don't have much of a problem with his videos except for being on the dull side. Okay. But the Noah video, terrible.
By insulting my demographic? Who exactly are you trying to convince here?
And they make us scared to deviate from what we actually want to do, just in case these picky babies don't want to play our games. And we cannot continue to try to create art under a system that is going to bar innovation for fear of a picky baby throwing a tantrum.
Oh, so now I'm a whiny baby throwing a tantrum because I don't want to buy a game that developers made purely to shout their political.
Well, to be fair, you're sort of sounding like it. Maybe it's part of the bit. I don't know. Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe he's
political
playing
agenda
into
at
it.
me. I don't get it. Is this like quirky racism? Our white customers are a bunch of picky babies who don't want to play our games, so we named our company Sweet Baby Inc. to highlight all the good customers who eat their vegetables and accept the DEI propaganda. How's that working out for you guys? Let's see. This Kim Belair speech is from GDC 2019, and well, at GDC 2024, this moment was trending. That's enough of that. So this was a protest. But what were they protesting, you ask? Layoffs. I'm not kidding. This IGN article says that they were unhappy about layoffs in an industry that is constantly making stuff that people don't want and telling gamers, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Okay, fine with me. If you're going to destroy...
Yeah, fine with me also. Okay, I am fine with not buying the crap out there. But what I find crap is going to be different than what other people find crap. There's something for everyone, unless you have a fixation on a particular industry, video game franchise, etc., etc.
destroy fan favorite properties, put political cringe in your video games that nobody wants, and purposefully make characters way uglier than the actors who modeled them so they have more realistic body types, then we won't.
Okay. I almost wish I could do a checklist. How many times I don't think I would be able to compete with how many times I've heard the same exact things over and over and over again. This is why originally I wasn't going to cover this, but it might be good to highlight he's just sort of getting into this sort of thing and just regurgitating the same exact points everyone else is. It's good to have a common narrative among the people, I guess.
Don't buy your games and you can have fun finding some other kind of employment. I mean, how do you go from this person on the left to the character model on the right? Some people were saying that this main character from Star Wars Outlaws looks like that guy from Twin Peaks. Not a great look for a company that wants to use manufactured consent to trick people out of owning their video games. It's like these companies are screaming for people to pirate.
Hold on. Trick? No, people enter into this under their own accord. They are accepting of this bullshit. Okay? Some people fight back against it, okay? You can still buy video games. Not everyone wants to. Maybe the economy makes it difficult. Maybe renting is finer than owning. Yeah, it's all bullshit. But tricked, no one gives anyone individual's personal agency or fucking any sort of not accountability, any sort of agency or any sort. They are just forced to do this. No, you can just not buy that shit.
Pirate their stuff. That being said, it's no secret that games have been changing over the years. It started out with programmers treating their players like dumb children. That was pointed out over a decade ago in the series Sequelitis, and it seems like that change largely had to do with designers being lazy by
Oh yeah, take Ego Raptor, a mostly comedy channel. Totally serious. Fine.
saying read the manual for every move instead of intelligently designing fun challenges in the game that show you how it works. And I also think that the change was even more so to appease video game journalists that review their games who can't even beat the tutorial on Cuphead or properly use the most basic aspects of the magic system in one of the
I gotta give him credit here. He's hitting every one of these talking points on the head. Bravo, bravo. Okay, even this sort of thing. Here's where he gets the new one, which sort of goes off of the other thing here. So beautiful stuff. Okay, this is where it has an interesting turn to it.
most well-known games of all time. Seriously, this person is a lead editor for a gaming news outlet. How did you get that job if you're worse at video games than a below average player? So we have stuff like that. And now more recently,
I sort of agree. Well, not really. You can those who can't do teach. There is that idiom for a particular reason. You can be very knowledgeable. You can be a very knowledgeable on a subject matter and completely suck at it. Get good.
game developers have been trying to force feed political messaging into video games, and that's where companies like Sweet Baby Inc. come in. Sweet Baby Inc. is a consulting firm that helps game designers make their games more diverse and inclusive to help boost representation. And it's not the only one. There's like a bunch of them, like Weird Ghost, Silver String Media, and Hit Detection. A lot of them seem to be based in Canada for some reason. But as for Sweet Baby Inc., their state
Sorry to all my the Canadian fans out there, but Canada sucks. I hope you get Trudeau out. Okay, I really do, because he sucks. Not that I know any of the other parties are very good. You know, you have the whole what is it? Assisted suicide. Such a great plan. So much bullshit all around.
goal is to make representation not about mitigating pain, but instead to create moments of joy.
And that means that we feel daunted
Yeah, that makes sense. Canadian attitude.
when we discuss representation because we talk a lot about representation as the mitigation of pain, but we don't talk about representation as a creator of joy.
Gee, I wonder why that is. Nobody seemed to care about mitigating pain when it came to Static Shock, or Blade, or Spawn, or Mortal Kombat, or both Left 4 Dead games, or Barrett, or Saz, or Halo, nor have black people in general traditionally had problems with connecting to shows with no black characters.
Wait, that was a non sequitur. He's got to be memeing in his first part. I don't know how serious he's taken. Just like he saturated his brain with everything. Yeah, about the create joy. I think that's one of the better aspects of her fucking thing. Okay, for her own side, they keep trying to decrease the trying to keep things sensitive, at least even in her infinite mind fuckery. She's trying to go for the joy. But what's joy for one person is pain for another, as that's clearly been displayed, given how people react to some of her ideas out there. And what she thinks is joy is just cringe to others. Everyone's going to have a different set of values, different set of opinions. That's the world we live in.
Nobody of the main cast in Dragon Ball is black, yet black people love that show. No black characters in Super Smash Bros., but it's still well loved in the black community. Hell, do you have any idea how popular Asian culture and martial arts films like Bruce Lee movies are in the black community? So why is it that all of a sudden seeing people of color being represented in media is viewed as a chore like eating vegetables?
If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for
Now we're getting into the real meal, okay? The really fucked up thing. The other stuff, yeah, definitely worth memeing on. Sweet Baby Inc., the whole comparison, fucking infantile. It really does not represent how you treat gamers. And you put this up on a YouTube video, you should have hide this in shame out of embarrassment. God, why do people not have any self-awareness about how this will come across? And how the internet culture has really evolved to really be sensitive. Not just on the leftist side, though, sadly.
consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want. Because they have to consider, like, I say that out as a joke, but it's actually very, very true, because if you start to consider the
I am glad he played that full out. Okay. That really is bad. You say it as a joke. Yeah. You better be fucking joking, okay? God.
people who are player and audience facing and who have to deal with mitigating harm and with keeping the sentiment around their game and their project positive, there's like a genuine value that you can impress upon them with both ethically and financially. You can say this is important.
Wow, that's
Ethically and financially. Let's see how that works out. No matter what sort of ethics. I swear. People should stick to morals who have no sense of ethics or understanding of ethics or be able to discuss it in a constructive way, because that's what philosophy, where ethics are. But of course, philosophy is in the school system where coddling of the American mind is occurring.
sounds a lot like a threat, particularly when it's not rooted in reality, considering that the player facing staff in these big companies have been getting ridiculed by the changes that businesses like yours make. So it sounds a lot like you're threatening video game companies with negative press.
Nah, disagree. It's a con. Completely a con. Okay. As she said, it's a joke. Okay. It really is a joke. This sort of push that Sweet Baby Inc. sort of pulled out, not a threat. It's a con. Fucking idiots falling for the fucking con there. Gotta love it. How can the fucking people at the video game industry just be so fucking dense and fucking, maybe they're not. Maybe they know this is just bullshit and that they just use it for whatever purposes. It runs cover. Again, not distortion. I can see why they say it comes across that way, because it does without the joke thing, but it's a con.
So you can force them to create ugly women, which is something that no player wants.
Oh, that's why it has to be a threat. Can't be a con. Okay, because it forces. Let me tell you something. Game developers are not forced to do anything. They are geeks and they can easily be just duped by a woman or some fancy words, because they have no social skills or social awareness when you really get into the fucking factors.
Whether they are male or female, it's not about creating women with realistic body types. These characters don't even look like women. Well, maybe there's a reason for that. Allegedly, there was a leak from a Naughty Dog employee saying that they're making women look like men to not offend trans people.
Oh, yes. Take the Naughty Dog employee over a pay discrepancy. A source connected to the studio explains blah, 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 and go with this sort of clickbait article. Okay. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. Okay. You just got to question it sometimes. Okay. I think a lot of the Naughty Dog info did come out correct. So maybe there was talk of this. It seems to be a very interesting sort of just taking things at face value.
It makes sense if that's
But
true.
yeah, it does make sense if that's true. Okay.
But who are all these people that Kim Belair is so afraid of? This DEI stuff fails constantly, so why would anyone care? I think I have an answer. Remember 10 years ago when Feminist Frequency and the Anita Sarkeesian types basically
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Why is it failed? The DEI, he's on board with that sort of rhetoric there. And we got a Dragon Lord in Hola Tiaman ready to suffer with me for the video BMO thought I would want to respond to. Okay, Dragon Lord. If you're trying to speak, I can't hear. Let me check my monitor. Maybe my system is just coming across badly. No circle either side. Jump in whenever you want. Take your time, man. It's all fun and games until someone loses eye. Okay, so now that is resolved, hopefully whatever Timon will pop up. We'll see.
Captured a huge portion of the gaming industry. Well, if you didn't go along with their politics or went against them, they would basically send Twitter hate mobs after you.
So you feminist frequency people out there who have engaged in your own harassment against me, who have gotten me blacklisted in this industry, who have basically made people afraid to support me because it crosses your ire, and they don't want that. They don't want the trouble.
Linda Kay, you gotta love her inclusion in this, especially since she doesn't feed into either side of the equation. This is why sweet research is key, and you gotta see who you're featuring. And yeah, she was on this. She was fighting the good fight when it was really legitimate. But how does it fall now? How does it fall then? Don't know. Don't care. Okay, we got a team on. I heard you there.
Yeah, I've been quiet.
Doing well, Dragon Lord?
Yes, I went out for a bit. Yeah, it's this video. Who is this woman, by the way? Enlighten me.
Linda Kay. Quite interesting. Came across her in quite a few things. She covered where I first found her is when I was looking to BookTube. Supposedly, they canceled author for some bullshit reason. I don't know. Did a video on it, and it was quite bullshit. Also came across one of her videos when it came down to the accusations against Rocksteady. She covered that sexual assault allegations. She had criticism for that also. Nowadays, I don't know. She did an interview with Tachyon Blue. She seems okay, but I don't think she's truly joined the new Gamergate. Maybe I need to check my records on that.
Can't be as bad. By the way, it can't be as bad as Gundam's video reviewing the Fallout series. And
Oh,
God,
let's not get into this. I might have to actually.
You need to go over it. I was halfway tempted. How much context was missed?
Not much. She's going. If you're talking about for the video, he just went over the Kim Belair, the standard GC, whatever.
No,
that
I meant
everyone
his Fallout series review.
Let's not get into it. I probably will cover Mahler's video or something next week. Who knows? That definitely should be interesting.
Trouble of treating me like a human being because you have sent up the flares in this damn industry that anybody opposes you is subhuman and bad for women. You actually cause people to be shunned in this industry. People deny me interviews and don't want me covering their product because I am anti-feminist frequency, not because people who think you're right, but because they're afraid. Okay, everybody is afraid of.
And I think her criticism of Anita at the time, if I'm remembering correctly, was milquetoast. Okay, it was legitimate. It's just the stigma they put on anyone who went against feminist frequency was complete and utter garbage. I will say that, if I'm remembering correctly.
Of getting spanked by the feminist frequency paddle because that is a rallying cry to the Twitter mobs.
That was from a feminist who does not like feminist frequency. And the great thing is that the bullying that the Anita Sarkeesian types used to perpetrate doesn't work on Twitter anymore since Elon took over. I'm not saying Twitter is perfect. It certainly is not. But since...
Got something to add to that?
The only difference with Elon's Twitter, by the way, if you haven't heard, Jack Dorsey's leaving Blue Sky because it's a shit fest. But the only thing about Twitter now, it's balanced.
Yeah, it's definitely more balanced, and
you have more. you have at least left and right autists who can argue with each other.
Oh, that is the goddamn truth, though.
Now, but but seriously, it kind of flew under the radar, and for me, it's like Jack Dorsey is stepping down as the head of Blue Sky.
Okay.
Yep.
It is an interesting fun fact. The alternative fails not only in the right, on the left attempt. So good to know. Both sides are equally as shit at setting up an alternative.
Elon took over and fired a ton of the old staff, the woke
He
SJW
cleared
cancel
out the
mobs have
bolt,
been incredibly
the
absent.
bloat.
Remember how they tried
Hmm.
He cleared up the bloat in the company. They basically, when he took over, they had a massive debt they haven't paid for like half their building, and he just fired the excess staff and then cleared up the algorithm.
Hmm.
I digress.
Get the bloat. Hi, I just watched some of your videos. Some videos, not my video. I
Nice,
barely
Romeo.
covered that. Yep.
But-
Noah's response to think before you sleep. Yeah, I briefly went over it. It was garbage. Okay. Sorry, it was just downright pathetic, Noah. Okay. Man, I just think before you sleep is jumping in. I don't know why he's jumping in on this bandwagon here, especially with his take on his added factor to anime. It definitely seems like a bad move when we get to it, okay? And his focus on Final Fantasy VII seems a remake and a rise seem rather weird.
Rebirth.
So that gives this an interesting spin. We'll get to it.
to cancel Hogwarts Legacy because they said that J.K. Rowling is a transphobe. It didn't work. Hogwarts Legacy was one of the best-selling games of 2023. Now that Twitter isn't owned by a bunch of political radicals, public opinion
Yes, and it was somewhat woke.
But can we?
But it,
Do people ignore the fact that in Hogwarts Legacy it wasn't a big deal? You could design a girl character with a male voice or a male character with a female voice, and you could be in any dorm you so chose, but it wasn't like pronounced.
yes, but they didn't have. Everyone was they them. They didn't make you pick between he, she, they,
Nope.
they, them, and
It was
that
just-
stuff.
It didn't affect the game, and also too, does he bring up the fact that it got snubbed at the Game Awards? No.
No, not at all. He just talked about how it sold so well. I mean, I wouldn't say it's overtly woke, but it was one of those,
It
just
wasn't
sidestepping all the things.
okay. I
Like-
will say I watched people play it. It was a very diverse late 18th century or late 19th century London.
Yeah, most games get shit for that. That's not realistic. There weren't that many
mean,
black people in there. I
But
guess
your character, you could design it how you wanted. If you wanted to be a they, them, or normal, or be a weird person, you could. It was just
yeah, let's not dwell on that too much. Okay. Yes, it definitely had a lot of elements, a lot of anti-woke people. But this is his first venture into this sort of culture war stuff.
True.
He typically doesn't do it.
But let me
give
say
him a
though,
little
in
bit of
JK,
leeway.
there's something about J.K. Rowling that just makes people explode.
Yeah, she
I have-
comes too close to the line of being transphobic, where you can actually say no. She's just critical of the gender activists, which activists should always have pushback. And
No,
it's
she could
amazing that an actual
basically-
feminist is willing to stand.
Okay, what was
Feminists
it?
of her caliber is willing to actually stand up for what she believes is actual women's rights.
I think
okay?
actually it's interesting to point on her. Every time someone brings her up, it's not because of the turf stance she took years ago, which is actually winning out in the UK.
Well,
it's
I
the
don't even think calling it a turf stance is a correct framing of it. But
I
yeah,
know,
yes,
but-
what's perceived as a turf stance.
But she basically was like, even in her books, because actually, it's funny. Like, I've heard theories and entertain this because she could basically fart and someone would be offended. Like, they monitor her Twitter Like, there's people who
Oh.
actually want her thrown in prison because of the hate speech laws.
Yeah, okay. If they're not going to get Count Dankula for hate speech, they're not going to get her.
But
can be
no, but
reflected more accurately, and the public hates this crap. Has Bud Light recovered yet? They've had like a year of horrendous sales. What's going to happen to Planet Fitness? So none of this is reflected.
He's hitting all the points. It's like a collection of every anti-woke thing he could think of jammed into the first 10 minutes. You got to be a little bit oppressed with how dense this is. This one I was not familiar with, okay?
the man walking. I saw a video like in I think it was Planet Fitness or another one where a boyfriend brought his girlfriend into the locker room and people were like, well, why would you bring your girlfriend into the male locker room? But then no one really cared. You know, I guess nothing bad happened. But then there's the whole deal of, you know, if a man goes in there and does whatever.
Bad all around.
But does that make sense? Apparently that was the story. Like, I saw a video. It's like, okay, so
Yeah, this is some crap here, okay? I can get
this is
behind
the
this sort of
weird
thing.
one, right?
It missed me by. You can't catch everything, okay?
Reflective of what people actually want, which is why you have to force it down their throats.
Next, if you're in communications or you're part of that like
It's
scared
so
marketing
painful.
group, assume your players want new stories
why
and
am I
treat
doing this at
representation
normal
as a
speed?
facet
This
of
is the
innovation, as a selling
seminar.
point. Leverage your game's ability to explore new perspectives.
But you diversity and inclusion people aren't doing that. You're using companies like
And
Sweet
he only
Baby Inc. and
uses
Black
half
Gamer
the
Girls
clip.
to make narrative changes to fan favorite games like Final Fantasy VII, which results in things like randomly.
There we go. He's trying to make the case that Final Fantasy VII has been affected by black girl gamers. Look at
Adding
this.
like 1 million black people to it that weren't in the original game, or randomly adding gay couples everywhere that weren't originally there, or randomly making characters female that weren't originally female.
Who is that character even? I can't figure out who he's talking about. I think he's just fucking wrong here if this is the character I'm thinking about.
Who would you think it is? It's not the president of Shinra unless it's, I mean,
No,
hybrid.
I think that's the bad bitch from the cannon place. The place where they have the Maka cannon.
Let me do a quick,
They might have desectioned.
let me get the Google. Let me do a quick Google search.
Yeah. I just don't understand. I looked after this video. I'm like, a gender swap for a major character? I don't fucking know.
The vast majority of what these people call representation or innovation is just tokenization.
Did you not take sloppy seconds of a pre-existing character for your diversity agenda? Oh, representation. You'll take the scraps of the white characters and then claim that you've made it. But we don't want to talk about that, clearly, right?
Yeah, this is bullshit. Okay.
Well,
But,
Gothics does make good points, though.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know. I haven't watched Gothics in a while. I think she's a bit weak, but she's okay. Okay, from what I really watched.
That's
her in
LG's
person.
territory. She largely was because she was part of like Black Girl Gamers, and then they turned on her.
I think it was a whole shit fest. I didn't want to cover it. It looked
And
like
she's
it's
pretty
questionable.
based. I mean, Gothics is based. I
Oh,
mean,
well.
I'm surprised he uses the aerial thing. Ugh.
No, he's just setting this up.
And he really is
the
cherry.
aerial thing.
Can we get this point out of the way? He is cherry picking horribly.
Oh, he's just highlighting the best of hits. Except for,
It's like Twitter. It's like all the bad like chud takes, actual chud takes I've ever seen on Twitter.
I mean, they have some legitimacy, especially the Little Mermaid one. Hey, stop the gender side. Hashtag stop the gender side. Why do they always do the race swap with black people? The redhead. They replace the redhead.
Why do gingers all the great ginger side? Why do all gingers get
Yeah,
replaced with black people?
because I guess Copper Cat was right. People think gingers don't have souls. It's very
Damn.
disrespectful. I'm not redhead, but I feel bad for the redheads.
We don't want to. No. That's anti-black of me to point out.
You're not actually creating a positive representation of black people by doing this. You're just pretending to do that, which is the literal definition of tokenism. And the stupid thing is that when it comes to Final Fantasy VII, there was already good black representation in the original game.
Yeah, he's adding this Final Fantasy VII into the game.
One. Barrett was kind of there. If you go back to the original 7, for the most part, right? You have Marin, you have Barrett, which is comic relief.
I wouldn't even call him comic relief. I think he's a switch-up character, okay? He serves the purposes that
Do
he's
you even
needed
really
to.
use him after you get Yuffie or all the rest?
He has a certain purpose. He has a much better purpose in the actual remake games. They actually utilize his
You
ability.
utilize him more than you go through. But
Okay, because I think I went with team of Barrett, Tifa, and Cloud for the first game. So because
then you can kind of use Vincent, Kate, Sid, or Yuffie or whatever.
I think I did. Of course, I switched up to Vincent for long range. Okay. But I'm not buying a PlayStation 5 just for some of these cool games like Stellar Blade and Arise. And Arise might be a mess. He goes really hard on the fucking Final Fantasy Arise, and he sort of
is it Arise or are you thinking Rebirth the second?
Oh yeah, sorry. Arise is a different Final Fantasy game. Yes, Rebirth. Rise was a crappy. That was just a crappy cross.
There was already gay and trans representation in the original game, and there were
what?
That was
what
he's trying to say. That,
what?
Yeah, trans representation. He was cross-dressing. This is why I decided. I'm like, the first part is a whole bunch of really stack up the points that I've heard a million times before. I'm like, at first I was like, I don't think I don't know why BMO recommended this actual video to me until I got to this part. Fine.
I mean, okay, can we say the Cloud dressing as the girl to sneak in is like, even when I was doing it on stream, I kind of missed one part. Like, you can get the lingerie, you can get all of that to fully do it, and it's like, but that's not representation.
Can you answer this one? Why is it always the black people, not Latinos or Asians? Well, Asians are white adjacent, obviously. That's why. Same thing with Jews, but the Latinos, that is a good question there.
Okay, it's an Asian game. I think that's how it's described to me before. In Asian games, correct me if I'm wrong, Vincent.
I also think they fetishize black people there.
Okay. The thing is, he was asked, I think it's one that I forget what main manga creators was asked at one point, and there's a couple of them. He was asked, why do you not have black people in there in the old or to a point? He goes, we design our stories or anime is that it's designed culturally. They don't have a lot of black people in Japan. So it doesn't make sense to do it. This is why Bleach was kind of revolutionary in terms of diversity. Like, you have Chad, who was in Japan and he's half Mexican or whatever. That's what I'm saying. That type of style is they depict a society around them. It's not like they don't say in Final Fantasy there can't be others or that culture.
There can only be one culture. Well, he's going to get up to the point. Let's wait for the point. Yes. He gets more into.
By the way, he uses the old title. He uses the old insert title card from the book for these characters.
Okay. Very classy, but trans representation. He's got to be taking the piss.
I wouldn't say the Don.
Maybe he is taking the piss out with this video. Okay, I don't know whether or not he's just so dry and humorless. Maybe he's just taking the piss out with this one, trying to get in on the. Yeah, sure. Let me start. I'll send you the link as
already strong and independent women in the original game. Not that any of these people would know stuff like that because they don't actually play any of the source material or fact check things before they write their articles. Certainly not a games journalist. I'd love a black Final Fantasy character that isn't just comic relief, and it shows a picture of Barrett. Are you kidding? Barrett has the darkest backstory in that game. For those of you who are playing Rebirth,
As I said, he really goes back and forth. He definitely serves the story very well. At the start, he's the leader, okay? Incompetent leader, but he's trying to push it through. Then he sort of takes a sort of a comical role at some points. But at some points, yeah, Think Before You Sleep is right. Dark backstory when it really gets serious. But there's a certain amount of what am I thinking? A certain amount of I a certain amount of utility to him all around. I think he's one of the best supporting characters in Final
He is
Fantasy.
a good one. Like, even if you don't use him just because he's weird.
Romeo, there. What were you trying to talk about? I could take the piss, but you can explain it better here.
So when I meant like the characters, like in like games, like how a lot of companies are like, I'm saying like in remakes they just like race swap stuff. I meant like it's always like it's always black people. It's never like Hispanics, Asians. It's
Well,
weird.
Asians are white adjacent. Okay, the Latino thing I have to mull over a little bit.
Yeah, it's just so like weird. It's like double standards or something. It's like, okay, so it's like it just seems more racist in that they're like, oh, okay, so we'll just like only do the one race, and you're like, okay, but that doesn't make sense because then it's like there's more than just white and black, right? It's just so funny to me that they just think that.
But Romeo, we had slavery. Slavery. We need to make up for the slavery. Who cares about fucking Indians who were fucking tortured with the Trail of Tears in this country? Slavery is the worst thing ever. That's actually what bugs me. The sort of disrespect Indians get in this country for how much this country fucked them over. That does annoy me. It's all
Yeah,
about slavery. They were here fucking first. I'm not going to go to this sort of fucking argument that they deserve their land back, okay? But just how blacks get elevated over someone like the Native Americans annoys the fuck out of me.
Do you know?
Okay, yeah, I do understand.
Do you know those people on Twitter that try to be like that are like, it was so weird. There's someone on Twitter, actually a few, and they were like, black people are Native American, and you're like, what are you talking about? That it just like there's some idiots online.
Yeah, oh god, that hurts my head. Sorry. I just disregard complete idiots unless they're fun to argue with. That is a difference. Okay. But
You know
yeah,
what?
you bring up a very good point.
I'm having
big
trouble. I'm having trouble finding that officer scene. I really want a context for that.
I would like it also because I haven't played the new game because fuck Sony. Okay, overall, I
Well,
want to play Final Fantasy Rebirth, but I'm not gonna fucking buy PS5. I hope it just comes to PC.
I'm gonna say that, right? It's gonna come to PC after a bit. Now, do I think they're gonna restore, even though they're doing the plot twist with it? Like they're gonna say maybe this is an alternate future or an alternate destiny kind of thing. I think
I think
are.
it's pretty well established. It is an alternate timeline.
I think they are. I
Something's-
think they are going to go back to the original. I really do.
Well,
Like-
this universe can't exist. The whole concept of this is that somehow things, no matter what sort of timey-wimey space logic they're using, the original game is canon, okay? And this game, they're sort of whenever they deviate, these sort of forces, supernatural forces are forcing them. I think as Sephiroth, his godlike status, somehow he reset things or alternate timeline. I am curious if they're going to explain it. I think it's better they don't explain
They
it.
even get to the point, right? So, for I've heard the theory is they kill the alternate selves, the original selves, so they therefore change.
Oh, like Makir. Whoa. Future Diary. I was thinking about that recently. What made me think about that? Oh, yeah. I read John dies at the. I listened to John dies at the end. It's an interesting twist. If you don't know about that movie or book, Cult Class, it's a very niche thing. It's a horrible, horrible movie in a very
I've heard
weird
of
story.
it. Yeah,
overall.
and it's been no, but the thing is, right? And you can shit on Final Fantasy VII Remake, but in a way, they're also trying to, I think, draw out the story because it's going to be really weird. Like having Aerith stay alive.
Yes, I want her. I want you.
She does die, I believe. Still,
I want you to attempt to save her and have to fight against fate to try to constantly keep her alive. That should be a choice in the game. If you choose to save her when she's supposed to die,
even
and
at
there
the
should be
end
achievement if you can keep her
even at the
alive
yes.
at the end. And she still, I would say, she would still for the finale, she still would choose to die.
She
I
still
think that would be a
dies, by the way,
satisfaction.
in Rebirth.
Oh, she does? Oh, fuck. You can't stop that shit?
No. Basically, it's kind of like
fuck off. No more spoilers. I don't want to hear anymore.
Breath and don't want
Move on.
spoilers. I won't say it out loud, but anyone else can read Lofty's summary on screen. There is an actual example of good representation and probably has the most interesting backstory out of all the characters.
Susan Lofty. Sorry, I'm just stopping the video just to laugh at that for a moment. Okay.
Why
just
the
happened.
generic backdrop?
Yet these activist gaming journalists are still crapping on it, which is why I think that this guy here, Jervon Perkins, hasn't actually played the game, or he's just grifting. So I have a lot of trouble believing that there isn't some other agenda behind all this, outside of represent.
Are they crapping? Did I miss something?
I haven't seen anyone shitting
Journalists
on
are
that
still
game.
crapping on it, which is why I think that this guy here, Jervon Perkins, hasn't actually played the game, or he's just grifting. So I have a lot of trouble believing that there isn't some other agenda behind all this, outside of representation.
Okay. What crapping? Who's been crapping on it? I have not seen any.
I
of
have
this
not
shit.
heard anyone shit on it outside the fact it hasn't come to PlayStation first.
Is this guy relevant? Maybe it's some minor little activist bitch, okay, crapping on it. I don't even fucking know. That just seems so weird. I just haven't heard of this. Maybe is this how did he crap on it? No, let's not get distracted. I am curious. I didn't catch this the first time. So sometimes that's worth reviewing. I haven't watched this whole video, but I watched pretty far into like the 46 marker before I'm like, okay, yeah. Go Bernie.
Mean that there isn't some other agenda behind all this, outside of
thank you,
representation.
You now make a point of that's an investment criteria for you.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors. 54% of the incoming class are women. We added 4 more points in terms of diverse employment this year, and what we're doing internally is if you don't achieve these levels of
I'm not tempted to keep it up anymore.
Okay,
we're doing the same.
And so it's just you have to force behaviors. And if you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted. And that's not recruiting. It is development, as Ken said.
I love the PR speak here. If you don't force a bunch of diversity in your games, then you will be impacted. Stop using euphemisms because what you actually mean is that you're going to financially bully companies into compliance by withholding loans if they don't align with your politics. These days, they're force-feeding this crap down our throats so much that you can't.
Again, they're not fucking force feeding anything. They're giving really strong incentives. And yeah, BlackRock and Vanguard have a lot of stake in a lot of places. So does fucking Tencent, the Chinese company. I think we're just fucked in video gaming.
By the way, I finally found her.
And it's not in video games. BlackRock in America, they're buying up development. They have their hand in so many pies. But go on.
I finally found her. She is the Midgard 7th Infantry Commander.
Okay. Such a vital role for the video game. I didn't even realize.
Such a vital role.
Okay. No, but we must project tradition and faith, okay? Yeah. I believe sometimes it's very cringe. A lot of the things he brings up It's just like grown moments, but there's a difference between minor characters for virtue signal points, which, yeah, grown moments.
Do you remember her even? She's not a player character even.
No,
She's
no,
like
I
in
don't.
charge of Shinra's like in the 7th. Like, who the fuck can remember that? If they made her
Yeah.
a woman.
Oh, maybe he's just taking the piss out of this and using that, like the trans representation for Cloud cross-dressing. What the fuck? Maybe he was just taking people to piss out of with that sort of thing there. Okay, but
I just want to
again,
say that at least we found who she was. I couldn't even remember who she was.
okay, Romeo. I do want your input. You probably will disagree with me on this. Your thought on ESG? Okay. Is it just trying to turn propaganda in video games and all other industries? Give us your thoughts.
I think so in a way. It's kind of hard to just like, I don't know. It's not. I think it's one of those many problems that we're seeing, like things going into like stuff like our media, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a bit
Okay.
tired.
It's fine. I'm glad you joined us. Please do speak up. I'm not going to push you because, as you said, you're tired. I just want you to say that. Tiamat, your thoughts? Are they trying to turn the kids trans or gay through
No, I think
video
it's
games?
an attempt to push an agenda or an ideal. I think it's a way to. I've called it subverting, or it's like the people. It's not really subversion as much as projecting on values and attempt to subvert, which is just changes a generation. I think when you see DEI and all of that, it's kind of backfired because a lot of the people who were promoting it are actually going broke slowly but surely. So, like when you're talking ESG, right? The ESG pool is drying up. Even like I was telling you earlier, like Jack, whoever leads these people, he was actually ranting the other day like that. Because bear in mind, like it's a way just to throw free money that you can make a game, but it doesn't mean the customers buy it.
True.
Okay.
Like
I think I think
this.
everyone's just way too focused on this. I think this is a complete and utter distraction. Okay.
I don't think it's a distraction.
Should I say I agree partially with everyone's perspective that they sort of want to normalize this, so they're just throwing in every medium,
Yeah.
Disney, video games, anything they have a stake in, and trying to. But I don't think it's their in game. I think it is literally, it's part of their agenda, but it's a small part. It's like misdirection to.
It's an attempt
distract people.
It's an attempt by activists to normalize something. Like, do you remember?
Yeah, they definitely take advantage of these progressive types.
Like,
go out and change the world. Go create these Kotaku articles and crap like that.
That we just started accepting gay people as gay people. You didn't look at them different. It was just like,
oh, I'm pretty sure that was ESG brainwashing, though. Okay.
Oh, I don't know. It seems like that was just
part of the pure propaganda. Will and Grace turned me to accept the gays. Will and Grace is the reason I love the gays now. Okay.
I thought it was Ellen. I
forgot about Ellen. I loved Ellen.
I could never get into Will and Grace. Will and Grace. I tried watching it, but it's awful.
I do agree that media plays a normalizing effect.
They were just normal.
But frankly, I've been a progressive pill for a while now. Because you know what? I'm a geek, okay? Fucking Star Trek, Star Wars, okay? Strong women. Leia was strong in a badass way, okay? She could be feminine and sexy when she needed to. Then she fucking choked the hell out of fucking Jabba the Hutt. Beautiful stuff. All the stuff he brought up earlier about fucking Barrett being, as I said, I think he was one of the perfect support characters. He
Mm.
could be in the spotlight when it really came down to his sort of thing. And yeah, he could play the comic relief when need be also. He served a lot of roles and he came across naturally. I believe Barrett is a genius character design who's really underappreciated. Yeah,
Now
his
you
his
forget
limit breaks
though.
did suck though,
You
unfortunately.
forget you forget though, right? That it
Blade.
wasn't like the what is it like? God forbid what happened to the Star Trek The Next Generation cast. But in the 90s, there wasn't like you have before Whoopi Goldberg became horrible. She was Guinan. You had Tasha Yar. You had Beverly Crusher. And I
What
mean,
pisses me off about these what we call woke activists, is that they just undermine how naturally people, much more talented, much more skilled than them earlier, much more determined, because that first season of Next Generation didn't do good. They had to work to make it work. They didn't just play the fucking race card to get people to accept it like fucking STD.
oh no,
okay?
the first I remember like watching stuff on it and like watching the first season. The first season
I don't remember. I was probably
hit
a
or
little kid
miss,
then.
dude. Like it was
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
was
but they had
not
to work
good.
at it. Yeah, fair enough. If they would have said, "Oh, this is woke, it has black people," I would have been like, "Fuck you. Let's see it." This is why I want to give some of these things a chance, but not STD.
Yeah, I mean
That's
you
just
gotta
that was also had a
modern
plagiarism in there.
no, I was
There's
gonna say
just
modern, like modern is not like good, but Next Generation has like this.
yeah, that's what everyone cites, but people
I
would have probably
liked,
called it
but
woke
here's the
or
thing: I liked the. I did not mind. I kind of watched a little bit of I watched all of Voyager, but I didn't like Voyager. The last series I actually watched was Enterprise.
yeah, I couldn't get into. I mean, they had the hot Spock in it, but no, it wasn't enough of a pull. Okay.
It
I
was
had
the
problems with some
pre-federation.
Deep
It was the
Space Nine.
pre-federation. It wasn't really like the Federation as it's known. Like you had kind of like Voyager was hit or miss for me, and I only liked Deep Space Nine up
I
through
always
about
have
the.
I always had
Oof.
moments. Them getting rid of the really cute chick and replaced them with the really
Dax,
hot
you mean?
oh, poor Deep Space Nine. Yeah, that also. I was off and on, but when they replaced Dax, yeah, that was another one. When they in Voyager, when they replaced had her make her sacrifice, I think I checked out then. I usually have my moments of checking out. Like for Angel, I tried to watch it back in the day. They killed off that main character. I'm like, nope, out. I like that character. The rest are too fucking solemn.
She
And I don't think they
was. I think the
I'm all
original.
over the place.
I think TNG. When you talk about a rebirth of a series, this was Gene Roddenberry bringing it to the next generation. Literally, with after the Kirk and all of them, and it was hit or miss, right? You had the early, like the first season, then they went back. They had Riker
That
grow a
flandered
beard.
early on, and they grew a beard.
He grew a
Literally in
beard.
Riker's case.
Yeah.
Although I think most people hated the replacement doctor, but we got back Beverly. That's good.
So the idea, right, was it wasn't like, oh, all these people are kept down. You could tell a story about exploration. It wasn't about that. Now, you had a later split in TNG because when it went into like DS9 or the movies, it was like a little bit after, because that's why the finale of TNG was all good things. And what meant all good things must come to an end. It doesn't mean the trial of the Q was over. It had the optimism, and it showed it may have had progressive ideas of the future, but they were always exploring stuff. It was like, yeah, we're an advanced society. Every time they went back, I don't know, but you got to understand, this is very different. And that evaporated around 2008 and 2010. I don't know what happened. You had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah, this is why I really think Occupy. Maybe I'm putting too much credence on Occupy Wall
Jesus.
Street. I just really think those in power started understanding that now that racial divisions are sort of mending, they had to do something to sort of aggravate it. This is why I don't think this push for diversity and all this crap is a genuine attempt to normalize it, because it was getting normal on its own. I think it's a genuine attempt to create a conflict between the races. So,
What was it?
so between the people more critical of Wall Street and all their fucking blunders in there, and how long, and to sort of give the left a new distraction, a new cause.
Yeah,
It's not
you
the
had
rich. It's
you-
the white supremacists.
you
Look
actually
at
had the
them.
divide.
Okay.
Because you had
yeah,
like
they create the progressive stack was probably the most damning thing I've ever seen, the most divisive tool I've ever seen for dividing people within their own movement. And that fucked up the
Like,
left.
okay.
Not that the left was great back then, but 100 times better than what the left has become since then. Okay, I
so
can
like
agree. The
if
left
you
is-
looked at if you remember from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, it tackled cultural issues. Like when Will literally turned down getting into like a sorority, or I mean a place because Carlton couldn't join. And that's a very iconic moment where it's a black guy telling Carlton, "You're not black enough." Followed later on after Will says, "Well, I don't want to join if Carlton can't join." And
Yeah.
then it's like, oh,
it
do you think
tackled
we-
these issues at an individual personality base.
do you think and they go to the guy at the end. He goes, "Do you think you can gatekeep basically people? You're not what we want here. Get out." It kicked the one guy
Yeah.
out. And it's like, but that's how they handled it, right? You had the mending, you had it. And they're like, "Oh, but you're not black enough because you grew up in Beverly Hills." And one of the most based people was Uncle Phil.
Yeah. A lot. Oh, wow. He stepped up a lot of times in the series, if I remember correctly. Might want to watch it again.
But he
there
was
a lot of
Shredder
things,
too,
like
by the way.
Huh?
He was Shredder.
Yeah.
The animated voice for the animated series.
Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Like James Earl Jones. Okay. Yeah. A lot of base black people. This is why they like anime. They know a good thing. They
Even
have a
what?
good-
You
they
had
have good
Queen
instinct.
Latifah. You had Queen
Okay.
Latifah. You had Martin was on. But it wasn't like I don't
Okay,
know.
I hate it, Martin. Okay. This discussion ended. You just killed it. We move on.
Can't even buy Advil without some stupid political messaging. But there is so much diversity and inclusion in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that it is straight up distracting. Look at this. This is from the Cosmo Canyon area.
That is funny. I thought, Aunt Jemima, did he meme this in? Did he Photoshop it? If they really had this is hilarious. Okay. Sorry.
What is
Sorry.
that?
It's Aunt Jemima, obviously. Shit. She's gonna get you syrup and pancakes, man. I think this is awesome. Okay. I encourage this. It seems Think Before You Sleep doesn't like it. Obviously, it's propaganda. Aunt Jemima, they're trying to sell you pancakes and waffles, probably, and syrup.
I'm just gonna say
Damn
that
you, Aunt Jemima.
I'm gonna say that looks like a very interesting NPC design compared for the
I
game.
don't see. I understand why people are critical of this shit, but I just it's just surface level bullshit to me. Okay, and I think it's distract when it divides. I mean, legitimately, there's so many bigger issues in fucking everything from video games. It seems like a distraction. Everyone's like, it's Sweet
What?
Baby Inc. Why all these games are crappy. No, my theory on it is they bring in Sweet Baby Inc. as a shield. Okay. And it's failed this time. Okay. Rightfully so. But everyone wants to focus on these console group. My perception of it is the left is being conned into doing the bidding of the state, of the rich people now. It's a great subversion. They hate the fucking rich people. So why not fucking use them to protect themselves by creating this fucking racial divide? Okay. I don't want to fucking fall into this fucking trap.
Do you mean the useful idiots route?
Yeah, a lot of the stupid leftists, even the more well-meaning ones, hell's paid by good intent. Okay, and they're just fucking
I
being
think they're
used.
using. I think it goes with the idea of. I think a lot of these people, like you have, like the guy we talked about earlier, he might be a legit person who believes in a cause, but he got the message or whatever his beliefs from like a subverted person who was brought over to teach them, like the heads of people like with the accusation of Black Lives Matter. They were trained Marxists, like the idea. The people that follow them just spread a message like useful little soldiers kind of thing. That's why I think think tanks and those type people, organizations, it's like maybe a minor that influence the majority. It's if that makes sense.
And all these anti-woke people who fall into I think they're falling into the trap. They're using the same exact language. I think the real trap is a couple layers deep. They got the left to start focuses on racism and all this sort of infighting group among working class people. So no one fucking focuses on the real problems or even look into the real
You've
problems.
heard about the thing with the pro-Palestinian protests,
I was
and
just about to talk about that.
did you
About
see
the
how that they're about as dim as a bright bulb, like a dimly lit bulb in a dark place?
Fucking advocating for fucking genocide.
And
practically.
they're okay. Because a lot of these people, it's like even O'Reilly and others are asking, like, do they realize they're actually spreading this stuff, or are they not realizing they're being used or
No,
taught this stuff, and it's just no reason? And there's like TikTok videos of people explaining to them, like, things they believe. They go, "Do you believe this?" And then they go on to explain the real actual stuff, and all these activists have been filling their heads with crap.
well,
Ooh,
have you
Griffin's
seen
a big fan of the new Final Fantasy. I'm also sort of a sim for it, but so I'm not going to be on Griffin gaming side. I'm actually going to. I haven't played this new game. It could be crap. He brings up some interesting points that I can't agree with. Remember, I do not like tribalistic thinking. Okay, there's certain points that I might be able to brush away, which I think might be a valid concern. I still think people thinking that legitimately that video games can really reshape society are fucking retarded. But like having minor black characters, I mean, there could be a case for like Ariel and other shit like that, typical role models. But when it's background characters, I just see it as like a paint of fresh paint of
Coat of
just
paint.
like a virtue signal. It's just like something inconsequential that
I mean,
doesn't change
if
anything.
you want to go by DEI or big weird standards, even before then, BBC had a very diverse policy way before you had
Big Black Cox has a agenda to fuck white women and not make them satisfactory
that,
to
I didn't.
white men.
So in BBC's
Yes.
programming, what they did was they like when you saw a more diverse cast over the period of when they were redoing Who, like
Don't get me started on Who.
they
That's just
were
turned
like
into a clusterfuck.
they literally that's actually
I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch it be
that's
raped.
actually
Okay?
no BBC production.
Is it being raped? That's all I want to know. It definitely seems like it's being raped.
Okay, so any production that goes through either Channel 4 or BBC Productions actually has to have a certain black or minority quota.
Yeah,
even if it's not as part of your thing. So if you're doing a period piece, you know, the joke was, how did you wind up with a black Anne Boleyn? So.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know about the quotas and how the award shows are doing incentives.
And
a lot
BBC's
of the corporations
done that
is
for
getting into
years.
it. Yeah. I mean, to a certain point, I can accept it, but it's getting to, and they're getting blamed by the left is starting to go after them for transphobia. fuck them. They should just say, fuck you all. Okay, we're just going to do what we want. But, you know, they're British. They don't want to upset anyone. They're way too wasp-like. Okay, let's see what he says about Aunt Jemima. I might get defensive if he starts criticizing Aunt Jemima. I love those pancakes and syrup.
It's clearly based on Native American settlements in places like Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. Well, instead of seeing reality reflected in the game like all these DEI people claim they want to do, the first person you see in this part of the game is a plus-size black woman who owns a ranch.
How dare you say that about Aunt Jemima? She is a wonderful woman.
I'm just gonna
who
say
makes great pancakes.
NPC design is unique. That's
Well, she just
This is like
she
Native American.
stands out like a sore thumb, like without all the characters.
It's fine. The context matters. I don't know the context. Okay. Okay, this could be acceptable. It could be just a horrible racist caricature. I don't really care. I'm just calling her Aunt Jemima and
I'm
simping
just
for her
gonna
just
say,
for a
like,
joke.
she just. I just want to say.
How dare you talk about that way about Aunt Jemima? Okay, go on.
That's just weird. That's just a weird placement in a video game. Like,
And he's just going to hyper focus on this minor character in this minor place. I do understand his legitimate concern, but damn, this is a fictional world. Okay.
This does not look like fantasy, like a Final Fantasy character. This looks like they're trying to break the fourth wall or something and introduce people from like the real world or something.
yeah.
Aunt Jemima. I would love Aunt Jemima. They should introduce her to more worlds. Oh, okay. I don't have the context for this, so I can't legitimately say anything against it, except for the Aunt Jemima.
And stolen valor. Then you walk into a small settlement and you see
Stolen
like
valor.
15 different races in one town. This might make sense in places in the game like Midgar or Junon because those are massive cities, but Cosmo Canyon is in the middle of nowhere. There should pretty much be only one race here, which is what they did in the original game, and you can see they're Native Americans. Even more ridiculous, the Gongaga Forest, which is the area that comes immediately before Cosmo Canyon, is obviously based on Mayan and Aztec culture, and also is in an isolated area. So you might expect to see people who look like Mexicans or Native Americans because that's who's indigenous to that area. Nope, there's like 3 times as many black people as there are anyone who looks remotely Latino.
All right.
I don't know about that. There are different Latino types also. And this is an alternate world. Yeah, they changed it. Okay. They use different varying character design. I can't go against it. Maybe they're too dark of skin. I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
Seems like
That's a nitpick. If you're designing NPC, like I get somewhere like Bidar or Juno and a bunch
But when
of
you view this as propaganda, I understand why you think that. I just think I just don't know the end goal to some of these anti-woke people. Can anyone enlighten me?
no idea.
I mean, they add in black people. Okay, how's that going to affect culture? Okay,
I'm gonna find
are we
it
going to
weird
start
if I'm-
bowing down? That's insane leftist sort of a bowing
be
down.
fair,
percent of
I
people. I
find-
don't think any video game has promoted that. But go on, sorry.
I think when I walk into, like, let's say I walked into an isolated town and I see a Skittles bag everywhere, I'm going to be wondering.
Hey! I like Skittles. Let's use a different example. Let's say Juby beans. Okay, I don't know those. They probably taste horrible. Let's say Juby beans everywhere.
Okay, so you walk into a town and it's just full of, like, you think it should be not an entirely homogenous area, but I mean, if you're world building, you're not going to go, oh, you go to outside Midgar and everything is all the people are the color of the rainbow. Like, it
I
looks
wanna use
weird.
Skittles. Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow, Tiamat. Okay.
I think a better analogy would probably be like, say in Mario, like you would walk into like that cactus town. You would only expect to see cactus people, right? But let's just say they start adding like different plants or like even talking rocks. Wouldn't that be weird?
Throws off.
Not really. Okay. I think you would have to have something a human would actually be more out of place. I mean, I understand where you come from.
Yeah.
It's
The
weird.
rocks. The rocks. I mean, if you're gonna make cactuses talk, why not rocks? Why not anything in it? I mean, I do understand what he's talking about here. with how that from his personal experience he expects it to I don't even fucking know.
I mean, to be
expects
fair,
it to
you're
be-
trying to compare a 20-something-year-old game with 2D sprites that weren't like bestly animated.
Yeah. And I do like the diversity of the different NPCs. You couldn't tell the NPC models of the old was just the comparison between the two. Okay, why not update it? Maybe have problems with this. He is right about Midgar. It makes sense for an urban area to have a large thing, but within something like this, maybe
It's
there's
fine.
context to sort of explain it because there are warring factions between each other. And maybe you could do your own headcanon. But again, it just seems like inconsequential stuff done. Yeah, it's done for pretty much woke virtue signal point. But if it doesn't actually impact anything significantly, yeah, it'll affect certain people's immersion, I guess. I think the one black elf and fucking Lord of the Rings of Power just really threw me off. Okay.
I think he was meant to
As I
be
said,
I think it was meant to be a gray elf, and they didn't know how to do a gray elf.
if they put more, I actually literally been like, it would have been better if they would have had a division of these black elves. Then maybe they could have done a South Park, get behind the darkies at least, okay? But just a one black guy, and he's the only one black elf.
He
who
was a
really
model
became-
that couldn't act. He literally couldn't voice act. He just could stand there.
Oh, I have to respect them for trying to get. I agree. He couldn't act worth a damn. Okay?
Oh, he was like a plank.
But they did put him in that, the stoic role where he could almost get away with it. Like Zendaya. Again, Zendaya in fucking Dune just completely threw me off. Yeah, she's hot, okay? She did a passable job as MJ in the Spider-Man movies, okay? And Dune, it's like, what the fuck, okay?
Why do you say her name like that? Zendaya.
That's because I fucked up everyone's name.
It's
How do
Zendaya.
you... Zendaya, fucking hell. Why don't people have normal names? Okay. I don't care if people call me racist for that. I fuck up a lot of names, like Stitch all the time. People give me shit for that. I'm like, I don't fucking care. Respect my authority. But yeah, she definitely stuck out like a sore thumb in that. Even in the Spider-Man movies, the only reason she was passable, in at least my belief, is he probably is very similar to her character in real life. That's why it's not an actress. They just built the role to go around her personality, most likely. Just a theory. Just a theory. Oh, British Runner. Sorry, I didn't. I'm getting all worked up over this because he's going after my Final Fantasy series. Well, the remake. I actually liked Rebirth. I'm not getting until it comes on PC. Anything more before we move on?
When we were talking about like the Palestine thing, I know that was like not part of the conversation really. But did you guys see the video of the one protester that went to the council meeting and threatened them?
I think I heard about that
There was
one,
but like, I just think it's funny how it is how NYU in New York is more based than LA on them, because NYU and other those are like, so if you're a foreign exchange student and you're protesting, we can revoke your visa to be here in this school and also get you just expelled. Have fun.
Okay.
Have fun.
Okay. Sorry.
I mean,
I'm rather harsh.
That's kind of harsh, but that's like, and the whole funny thing about it is, it's like LA, it's like, you're not seeing that. Like in Texas, I'm surprised because the thing is, I will say, these people, that's why I said they're just spouting like talking points. That's why I brought them up earlier. It's like they're spouting a programming. Israel's bad, but if you ask them why, it's like, oh,
genocide.
They don't
That's
know.
their thing for everything. That's their thing for everything. Genocide. Why are you going against the trans? It's a trans genocide. I'm surprised they didn't even push that for the fucking pro-life, pro-choice. They're trying to genocide our rights. How do you fucking genocide a right? It's in the script. Okay, just go along with it.
I wonder if that
Well-
heavy overrepresentation had anything to do with Square Enix working with a group called
And I'm
Black
sure
Girl
we'll
Gamers.
be able to work it
So I
in.
don't believe you guys are trying to boost positive representation of
evidence
minorities
for
or reflect
this.
reality when you basically stole. I wonder if that heavy overrepresentation had anything to do with Square Enix working with a group called Black Girl Gamers. So I don't believe you guys are trying to boost positive representation.
No, it's Forspoken. They worked on Forspoken, and that game was probably shitty to start with. So they're like, okay, we're having the shitty engine. We're working. This is all theory work. This is a shitty engine. Okay, how do we recoup this? Okay, let's get those stupid Americans to fucking and write a black character. We don't know how to write black characters. Okay, so yeah, no, let's just do it and get some stupid American group to sort of co-sign on this. Okay, maybe help tweak a few things here and there. Fucking retarded ass shit.
But
As I
why
said,
would you design? But here's the thing. I still want to know in Forspoken why they chose a Californian or New Yorker black girl as a main NPC in the cringy dialogue. Even if you
they didn't know what the fuck to do. Okay,
I
They
don't
were
know.
hoping
It
the
is- I
fucking
think it's just-
localization. They probably had it. Probably just didn't translate very well, or their understanding. I don't know how heavily involved. Sorry, I try to give good faith, and according to Black Girl Gamer, I'm pretty sure if they would have been working on the story or anything else, they would have took credit for it. Maybe I'm wrong. They seem like they came in just to give it the rubber stamp of approval. Okay, they did a decent job on representing a black woman, but we're dumb people. Okay,
I'm sorry she got. You're just happy because she was able to cuck the cuff.
oh, I'm so happy about people cucking people. You're probably right.
She could
You
cuck
know,
the cuff. The cuff was
cuff
like
the cuff. Okay.
that's I watched gameplay that. That's like the cuff is like, yeah, I'm the reason she's fucked. Oh.
Yeah. Take that chain. I'm surprised they didn't criticize. Like, it's her shackle that gives her power. That's still racist, man. Shouldn't she like be able to be even powerful? Does she actually get more powerful when she gets freed from the cuff? That'd be interesting. I'm not gonna
It's
fucking
just
play the
like,
game.
oh, the cuff.
That would have been the most awesomely over the top woke thing ever. That would have been
But she
beautiful.
goes, oh,
okay?
but you're actually
Imagine she takes off the cuff and she's like, you were actually holding back my power, you chain. You were hiding it all along. That would have been a brilliant, just so fucking
I think
over the
that
top.
actually
It would have been.
happens.
Oh, it does happen.
Like she somehow
The real
like,
power was in her all along.
her real power was
Oh
being
god,
black.
I need to watch a playthrough at the end
You
of the
mean
game
to say
because
I
I do know the cuff
I
is
just
like ends up
remember
being
like
the
the
bad guy.
final battle is
Okay, I'm gonna have
literally
to
like
watch that.
Cuff breaks free, and he's like, "Well, I'm going to destroy the world now."
Well, the cuff
Oh,
actually is
yeah.
evil.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I don't care about spoilers. Spoil that for me, okay? Rebirth, fuck you, Tiamat, okay? I wanted to keep hope alive that I could have at least attempted to save Aerith, and there would have been consequences for trying to stop her from dying. Okay,
What do you mean?
fucking hell. That's
They
my
already
hope for Rebirth.
okay. The idea.
Fuck you off. I la la la. Not gonna hear anything about it. We're moving on. But I might look at, in case I get bored and still want to stream. I might look up the end of fucking Forspoken.
Of minorities or reflect reality when you basically stole representation from Mexicans and Native Americans to disproportionately promote black people. And
It's a fictional world, okay? Fucking get it through your head. If it was
But
trying
I
to represent something that's already established. Go on.
I can kind of,
Sorry.
I can kind of understand him on the
I
way.
can
Like,
understand it.
I mean, I just maybe it's just me, but I don't see a lot of like, let's just say, video games prefer to put like black people in video games, as I said before, than other ethnic groups. I've noticed. And
Yeah,
I think
it does have to do with DEI incentivations, okay? But if it's superficial, it's just a skin palette. But don't you dare talk badly about Aunt Jemima. Okay, long as you do that, fine. We won't have any problems, man. Go on.
No, I was just gonna say depends on the game.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. I mean, just because something seems to be reflecting something in the real world, you automatically assume it has to represent. I'm just seeing a lot of anti-woke people make the same sort of arguments as the woke people, and it's infuriating me. Okay, let fiction be fiction. Okay, yeah, they're probably putting in these. They're giving them slightly darker skin and maybe more African features that are probably fucked up, like not my Aunt Jemima, of course. Okay.
I mean,
Totally not her. Okay. She is perfect the way she is, and I won't hear
I'll
anything
be
the other
very
way.
honest. In Final Fantasy, I expect a strange world, regardless. I mean, depending on what universe.
Yeah, I don't want to feel like it represents our real world. It could actually end up fucking with me. Okay. There's an argument.
People?
Hmm?
Why can't we have blue people?
I actually agree with that. There should be more radical stuff in these games.
So, like,
I
if you,
am
but I'll
totally
say
with that.
this:
They
if
should do
you,
something weird.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Romeo, did you feel offended how they did Far Cry, being a banana republic?
No.
I mean, Far Cry was
Of course not. You forget Romeo is gay. Okay.
Come on.
He's probably a big lover of the bananas.
No, I mean no. The reason I call it like was it Far Cry 5 because it was set in like a Latin American inspired hellhole or dictatorship?
Honestly, that's not far off to what it's like in those countries.
What do you mean? Did you replace it all with white people instead of those people?
Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen those like there's it's kind of circulating around that like a lot of Hispanic countries are trying to kick out the people that from America that moved there because of like they're messing up the economy with the everything going on. I don't really know how to explain it. You'd have to look it up.
Because Americans are stupid. Okay. I hate it. But Americans are undereducated for how much we are. The libertarians, charter schools. But yeah, okay. I don't blame people for hating Americans.
I also don't think you're trying to do anything innovative or creatively interesting here. You're just trying to ruin beloved properties by saying stuff like the Force is female instead of making your own original material.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.
Going back to what Kim said about innovation, the ironic part is that if they were actually good writers and not just a bunch of diversity hires driven by radical politics, then they would have a booming opportunity to create interesting stories. Things that are
Okay. I have to I hate everyone fucking talking about writers when they had no fucking clue what good writing is. Everyone just invokes good writers, good writers, good writers. Typically, the write in video games, very little comes down to the actual fucking writing, okay? People seem so
You're only
uneducated.
as good as the last generation of writers.
Okay, people
inspired you.
underestimate the what sort of Bethesda did with the fucking environmental storytelling that they developed. Yes,
So like okay, like
their dialogue writing is underbaked.
I
a
literally
little
saw the Gundam when I brought up the it's a Gundam thing, like talking about the interplays like Fallout. There's literally the comment section goes, well, Bethesda can't tell storytelling. I like the 200 endings. I'm like, I've seen and played the interplay Fallouts. They aren't as exciting as you claim.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to play through them. I just couldn't do it. I mean, I'm not
like-
gonna throw any shade at those old games. Okay,
I'm not throwing
It's just-
shade at them. They're fine. But like,
And
there's
I'm one of these people who are like, yeah, I'm fine with Bethesda. I don't think they're as crappy as everyone makes them out to be.
no.
But I think New Vegas was one of the better
I
Fallout.
like the storytelling in Vegas. Yes.
Okay.
Gameplay
Yeah.
was, but like you look at it, right? Like, and that's a big deal. Of Gundam stops short. He's a very firm believer in the cult of New Vegas. Now, it's not
I
always.
hate how you generalize them, but I hate the fact
Am
that
I
you're more
wrong?
right. I hate the fact that you're more right than wrong to generalize those groups. But
Am I
I still hate
wrong?
it. Okay.
You hate it, but you know I'm right. The cult of New Vegas. These people exist. They act like the game is. Now, I will say this: as a person
Hey,
who's
I'm gonna be
played,
like Batman. I don't have to. I'm not gonna kill you, but I don't have to save you either. Go on, Timon.
so I look at like when you tell storytelling, right? I just want the basics of it because in certain games, don't try to force magnificent storytelling on me. That doesn't matter. Like I'm going to understand in a Fallout game, the endings are going to be shit. There was a video it stuck into my feed recently. Someone did it on Fallout 4. He said all endings suck.
Oh, such a
Do.
Are you sure that's a well formed out thought? It just
He said
sucks.
all
Yeah.
factions are basically like he goes through why all the factions are just either
Oh, he goes into details about his
like
opinions
why
about a
like the
video game.
Minutemen are weak, the railroad or
Did
like
he make
ones.
sure to reiterate how Fallout 1 and 2 was so much better?
No,
Or
he's
did
just
he leave that
focusing on
behind?
Fallout 4.
Okay, it's fair
Like how
enough.
all Fallout 4 endings are just like side with the Brotherhood. Oh, they're a bunch of arrogant pricks. Good. Ah.
Yeah, I was mad I didn't get the choice, some choices. I definitely had a lot of issues with that game. I think the actual gameplay was a step up. The actual hated the card system. Sorry. I like the more versatility than those
So
fucking stupid.
like
I understand why
the
it's done.
so
It's
when
like
you go into
WoW
it,
when it switched over to Mist of Pandaria. They simplified everything for that wider mystical market that you always sort of put out. They simplified, dumb things down.
so
Okay,
like
it
with
just annoys
Fallout
me.
4, right? You side with the Institute, you screw over the rest of the factions. Fine, you get that,
Yeah,
and it's like,
that
well,
makes
I
sense.
care about like enough of the
Right.
storytelling that gets me invested. Like if I think of a story that invested me and I fell more in love with the world in that, it was BioShock 1 and 2.
What? BioShock 2? Oh god, I still can't get through that game. Sorry. It just
Why?
hurts my head. Maybe
Bioshock
I
2 is
should try to
not
play
good.
through it.
Come on.
Huh?
Bioshock 2 is not that good. I like the first Bioshock and then Bioshock Infinite.
Yeah, and
Oof.
Infinite gets a lot of shit.
Oof.
That's more about the game design and a lot of compromises they had to make. I think
Oh,
they did
oh,
decent
you
with the
mean
actual
the cut
story.
content. Okay,
Yeah,
Project Icarus was cut. Literally, I remember when they announced Infinite, and we all knew that was based on Project Icarus, where the
yeah.
logs were removed from the actual base game.
I still liked it overall, even though the original Bioshock was much better. Infinite
Okay,
had
BioShock
a lot
1
of
and
good quality.
BioShock 2, they have the ideas. That's why I think it's the bit of the world, right? Even if you don't explore it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I think even Bioshock 2 just piggybacked. As a game, it just messed with me.
It
Now
kind
Okay.
of
what
feels like an add-on, the second game. It's not really like it's a game. It's just like the first game, but it's just like there's not really a story, it felt like.
there is a story, but it takes
Okay,
place.
okay. I gotta put a stop. I love all this game talk, but we're never gonna get through this if we keep so sidetracked.
Unknown or are mysterious drive interest. Mystery creates entertainment. That's why people don't want spoilers. They don't want the mystery removed from the story. So if I've only watched white people movies, then the most entertaining thing to do is not take a white character out of an old franchise and make him black. It's to instead take a
Oh god. This is also another thing. It just occurred to me real quick. Then we'll go on. This fucking black-white dynamic. Okay, I advocate the focus on race, even if you're trying to like think before you sweet. Be like a lot of these people who are fighting against the racism of the left, because yeah, there is a racist bias there. A lot of people when you look into anti-racism, it's just racism flipped on its head. Okay, that's really fucked up, and I can understand. I hate how people get into this sort of mindset when they fight against it. Just say fuck white, black. Okay, I'm just trying to get out of that mindset. Okay. Any thoughts of real quick thoughts before I moved on?
Why?
'Cause-
This is why I switched my view of it's not about fighting left or right. We're just fighting progressive or subversive elements.
Well, I'm fighting people who are against liberalism. Okay, the ideas of liberalism, not the monstrosity that people think liberalism is or what liberalism should be, like the neocons.
So liberalism pre Obama kicked to the far left.
Yeah, none of this neocon crap before things got confusing. I
Well,
think we had a good
neocons are
thing.
separate. The idea,
Yeah.
the idea that I have is liberalism on the Overton window scale got, for some bizarre reason, the Overton window was kicked over so far to the left, it's taken almost 20 years to come back. And we try to have it come back, but it's so bad, even moderates, which would be centrist or that, are considered right wing.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make sense. This is why I split hairs with how Dev describes his version of liberalism. I go, do you really understand it? Because even the most sensible person on the scale of the Overton window, what is liberal and conservative, we're still even looking at moderates don't exist, or we're not even close to there yet.
Well, you can't blame Dev. He was a commie before, so he's actually
Damn.
better now. But I still think he has that sort of framework where even from his more since he has more right leaning views now, but it's still conceptualized
Right?
through a more leftist lens. Okay, it gives a unique experience. Dev gives you a unique experience.
Dev
Okay, I will give you
does,
that.
but when you're talking
And
about liberalism, like standing up what people actually believe it, it's not about, I think it is, I agree with you, it's pretty much bastardized. But
Hold on, Romeo. Did you have something to say? Fan, nay or yay on Dev?
The Dev thing, have you made up with Miss Sparkles after the whole thing? I don't know. It just
Probably not. Probably not.
You
Maybe I should
had-
reach out to her. Okay.
I've been trying to reach out to her for
I-
a while. She isn't.
I don't know what I said. Okay. She was probably just in a mood, or maybe I legitimately said something. Okay. If you're listening, Miss Sparkles, we missed you. Okay. We missed you. Okay. I hope you're doing well.
And I've seen your
Huh?
thirst traps on Twitter, Miss Sparkles.
Yeah, maybe I should reach out to her. But I'm an asshole. I'm
No,
an
but what I was gonna
insensitive
say,
man.
though,
I don't
on
consider
the,
people's feelings.
no, what I say though is like, when you're talking about people, what I hate about like this guy is doing, it feels like to me he like drank a whole bunch of red pill stuff, and it's like his phrasing is off to me. It's like, well, I'm going to take all the points of the anti woke people, and I'm going to put them into a clickbait video or put it into a video like I believe it. This is
No,
not.
I think he legitimately believes a lot of the anti-woke things at the core. And when he looked at it, it aligned with his personal views, and he was
It's like
probably too willing to accept what he was processing. But he's out of his depth on so many different levels.
It
here.
is. It's kind of like the man.
Okay.
It's like the man fell into like he discovered Andrew Tate or something and just fell down the rabbit hole. Like,
Because even though let's not do the red pill with him. Okay, he's also married. He's definitely dating Brittany Vente. He might be actually married to her. I can't remember quite, but
Who?
yeah, that's probably gonna influence him to a certain degree.
Who?
Think before you sleep. He's definitely in a relationship with Brittany Vente, if I'm correct.
Is she the one that was saying that one VTuber character was a lolicon?
Probably. Okay. She has some really stupid takes. I don't know if she's She's a troll. I think she tries to be serious half the time and tries to troll the other half. Okay, I
I
haven't
know,
been
but
keeping up with her.
she's been trying to shut down the one VTuber, like the shark VTuber, the Gargura. I don't remember,
No,
but
okay, got it. Yeah,
Wow.
she's
that
crazy.
makes sense. Okay,
Wow,
yeah,
you're
this
not
guy
gonna.
is in a relationship with her, so keep that in
Oh
mind.
boy.
Okay, that's shit. Don't stick your dick in crazy. Remember that. You're lucky about being gay. Wow, shit. I'm sure there's
I have
crazy
a
gay guys.
question. No, I have a question. No, but isn't Brittany Venti supposed to be settling more and more?
Let's get off of Brittany Venti. Okay, she's a fairly attractive woman, and let's not criticize her. Okay,
A part of Black
no.
culture or Asian culture or Latino culture and create a story out of that is new to the audience. This is literally a golden opportunity for an original story. Yet all these people do is latch onto an existing property that someone else made, change everyone's races, make all the women ugly, insert a pride flag, preach some political garbage about how they don't like capitalism, do as much as they can to crap on the source material, and create boring Mary Sue characters. These people have such a
I mean, I can't disagree when it comes to certain things, just because they have a fundamentally different understanding of fucking the medium than
I think it
normal
depends on
people
the
or
game, but
white
it
people.
happens a lot. Like, let's take when you're remaking something, you're trying to change it, and it's the Japanese, like, they are
Yeah,
doing it. They're, let's say, with
no one
Final.
understands. I swear, people are so uninformed of the difficulties of adaptation. Okay, I actually I mean, there's a lot of criticisms against the adaptation of fucking the Watchmen movie. I actually think overall it was a good adaptation. Okay, I just hate some of the
They
acting
just,
choices.
like, I'll be honest, like, the only thing that was left out of the adaptation in the film was, like, Afghanistan, because Afghanistan's a little too raw for at the time.
Um,
Because, like, they didn't focus on, like, the two gay characters. I think, what is it, the hangman, and the other one was like news
yeah,
around.
that's actually a little base that they.
Like, they
Sorry for
kind of,
any gay people around, but it's
they
a little base
actually
to sort of cut
show
out.
it, like, they actually show it, like, in the early, because they chose, as I said, to leave out Afghanistan, the invasion of Afghanistan that was delayed until after Dr. Manhattan left the Earth, because the
Yeah, a lot of
Russians.
people.
Yeah.
A lot of people criticize the choice from the space aliens to the Manhattan sort of replication. I actually stand by that. It makes much more logical sense to take something that already exists, Manhattan's powers, at least from a logical standpoint, instead of just introducing something crazy like space aliens. It makes more sense
I mean,
story wise. I think the problem with it that a lot of people have is the sort of metaphorical symbology behind the space aliens. I understand the criticism against it, but
I think
I think it
because,
was a good choice.
well, see, if you're talking about I think it's funny how I'm seeing how it's changed, how Rorschach is being viewed as a major hero when he's really just an anarchist superhero. Like, the concept change of the ending was to the fear of Dr. Manhattan to get him to leave or something
Yeah.
like that, versus have the in the book where Ozymandias was going to use an alien invasion made out of bio whatever to unite
Yeah, I
humanity.
also like what they did with Ozymandias. They made him seem like much smarter person in the movie than comparison to how did he get rich by selling the fucking toys, okay? Toys of the superhero. They always came across as a little weak. They made him seem a lot more intelligent in the movie, at least. How they portray how he became so rich
And the thing
and
is,
his
they're supposed to
intelligence.
be parodies of, like, DC, but, like, when you're adapting something, like, Dr. Manhattan is literally not human.
Yeah, he's God, okay.
Like, he is so powerful, just to give you an idea, when he got to the DC universe, he had near the same power set. Like,
Oh God, you just triggered me. I just remember the HBO. I don't want to think about that. We're moving on.
I'm not
Disrespect the
saying I
material that
said
originally
the-
attracted fans.
I
Is that
said
all they do
the
is talk about how much of an
Nazi
inconvenience it
universe.
is, even in front
It's
of
my
someone
own
who
fault.
enjoyed it.
Speaking to Aaron, he was saying that out of the two of you, you were the bigger gamer. You were more into the game than him. Jonah
His
himself,
was
he
great
played a lot of
optics.
it.
Yeah,
Was that a
bigger game.
complete waste of time, or did that feel like you
No.
were kind of prepping for the
It
show
wasn't
the
a
right
waste
way?
of time at all. I wanted to get the absolute most out of this experience, and I think you have to deeply, deeply respect the source material, at least for me. And I love to throw myself into all of my research, but this was so fun. There's so much.
Look at what she said, at least for me. Okay. She's not excluding anyone. And yeah, probably I'll have to figure out some sort of patchwork quilt to sort of go against. Yeah, I guess that's. I don't
See,
know.
she did not play the early ones. She watched her brother recently play through the originals, but she played through like 3 and 4 in New Vegas.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah, those are the much more easier to get into. Okay.
not the
Simple as
1
that.
and 2. 1 and 2 feel different.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, okay. But yeah, I'm gonna have to patch that together next week. I'm not in a hurry to jump on that. Maybe there'll be a few more. Maybe I'll make a patchwork quilt. Someone actually recommended if I wanted to go over Mahler's version. He wanted to come on. I don't know. It's very contentious, and
Mahler's version of the Fallout show it's going over it in beyond autistic detail, because it's even worse than Gundam's is like he cannot separate. This is just a made up universe that's separate than other Fallouts, but he goes, but Todd Howard said it's canon.
Okay, team on. Let's not criticize it until we're in front. Maybe I'll do a little bit of Mahler and a little bit of It's a Gundam. I'll definitely have to put it on the slate.
But I will say, like, when you're trying to adapt, right, the Fallout TV show, it isn't, for the most part, I put it at about a 70% good. It is made by its own rules. Like Gundam didn't understand you have the 3 universal vaults. I didn't get it. But once you understand how the rules of the universe work, it's fine. Okay, sure. Bolt.
Okay, let's save all that pent up energy. I will definitely invite you back for the Fallout stream. Okay. Okay, I will definitely do it. I'll do a patchwork quilt of probably the criticisms I least agree with and the ones I most agree with. Because I'm sure Mahler, maybe even It's a Gundam, will have a few good points that I can attach myself to. But let's move on. Fallout just sparked this up in my
Much
mind.
lore and so much passion behind the games and so many details, and it made it even more exciting when I put the Vault suit on or the Pip-Boy for the first time. Like, that moment was not lost on me. What a big deal that was.
I know nothing about Fallout outside of that remix, but I can certainly appreciate that finally someone who is not Henry Cavill or Ryan Reynolds is openly saying that they like the source material. Anyway,
oh, aren't they trying to say Henry Cavill is going woke because he's going along with these changes or some shit like that?
No,
okay.
Good. Sorry for that. They're saying he's basically taking it lying down because of the Amazon paycheck. And there's still no... I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. GW, I'm not sure. Like, we know there's like, quote unquote, there's a series in the works, right? But they've been saying that for a long while. Now, let me say this. There's a current theory, right? Because along with the custodian change, I didn't mention this earlier. Like, I had to mention this to somebody else. Every time GW either changes or introduces a model, or a change in the book, let's say there's a female custodian, they would have a model prepared. Now, the female custodian change did not have a model or a head replacement. So the current theory is for them to be working with Amazon. Now, the theory is...
I think the theory should be they're working with Satan. They sold their souls to the woke devil.
The theory currently is Amazon came to them and said, basically
work out a deal. And you need to go woke to get our.
You need to either give us something like diversity or something. And they're like, if you're going to use Space Marines, do something. And GW has a civil war in terms of with its lore.
Okay. Thank God for the pause. I'm moving on. Okay.
Again,
No
a bunch of
more.
other companies like
No
it
more
have been around for a while
40K.
in the
Sorry,
background.
Timon. Okay.
Until recently,
I get the point.
only a
but
few
I'm
small
just so
channels have
lost in
reported
that
on
crap.
them, and the straw that broke the camel's back on the Sweet Baby Inc. situation was this list here
Pause
created by a
myself.
Brazilian gamer named Cabrutus that cataloged every game that Sweet Baby Inc. had worked on. Normally, you would call this free promotion. In Kim Belair's words, someone talking about your work should be a moment of joy, especially considering that this list currently has a lot of followers.
There's a lot of
However,
cheeky shit
since
here.
Sweet Baby Inc. is not actually acting in good faith, they don't want the players knowing they've been involved in a project.
Side
So a person named Chris
scrollers
Kindred
talked
led a
about
targeted
Sweet
harassment
Baby
campaign
Inc.
against the Brazilian person of color who created the
them. Side scrollers did it. So did Griffin.
Griffin, hell, for Tenga, I think was one also did it. Probably a lesser known one. Okay, and everyone was reporting the list when it was still fucking bad. Okay, when it was using IMDb, that's something I looked into, and I'm like, this is bullshit. Okay.
I first heard about Sweet Baby Inc. from Griffin Gaming and Side Scrollers podcast, talking about it months ago.
Yep, they probably got it off of if Never Knows Best, off of 4chan and
Actually,
Farm.
Griffin got it off when he tried talking about it. Someone brought it up on stream, and he tried to do a video on it, and he got demonetized on it.
Nah, who the hell knows about that? I don't like going into theory work and speculation.
Then he started realizing, and we got the video demonetized. And
he got cuffed by Susan, or the Indian guy who replaced Susan, I guess.
Well, to be fair, but the idea was, and that's what prompted him to start looking into it. And other YouTubers started noticing it. But of course, you know, I mean, this would,
and they just make themselves so fucking a sweet of a target with the baby logo that definitely I can see where people theorizing with the fucking logo. I mean, I find more of an issue that people are like, oh, the Pizzagate and all these sort of symbols. I'm like, no, I have more of a problem. It's more like a trying to hypnotize people with the baby. Let's not get into the symbolism of that crap, okay? It's fucking atrocious. Not only the rhetoric, the symbology of Sweet Baby Inc. is just.
I firmly believe it. I think Kim Millar's a firm believer in activism. Even she hated the random tokenization in a game she was working on. She's like, why can't you design the game? She goes, one person was like on her team and goes, it's enough. We have one Indian, one black person, one Latino person. We're fine. We got our stuff done. And it's like, but she's like, this doesn't feel culturally right.
Oh, I got it. I'm going to blame Sweet Baby Inc. I have no proof for this. The baby Ivy. Okay. Ivy. Okay. That's totally dumb. I have no clue about it. But since we're just theorizing about all the evil deeds, the sort of let me use this term, lollyization of Ivy to get those lolicons. Okay. Total bullshit. Maybe it's true. Maybe not.
Found.
So a person named Chris Kindred led a targeted harassment campaign against the Brazilian person of color who created this list and tried to get his.
I don't like that framing. Oh, sorry. A targeted. No, he just basically was a dumbass and be like, yeah, go get this guy banned. Okay. Get his thing off, get his account banned. I think hyping up as a targeted harassment campaign is a little bit much.
I don't know if it was targeted, right? I think
this guy he saw this, he got offended, triggered by it, so he was like trying to live the good old days of Gamergate and like cancel this bitch, okay?
That's what I think he realized. Partly, but Chris Kindred, right? He's the guy who initially kicked it off.
Targeted.
I think even Asmongold. Here's the thing: even Asmongold said like the guy should have been fired. He's the PR person for Sweet Baby Inc. unironically, and he creates the most negative press ever. Like, forget the do you forget he attacked Akira Toriyama when he passed?
Oh, I think all his friends sort of got together. I think he did this on his own. The initial tweet, and everyone was running cover after they realized their SJW canceling powers has no effect on them anymore. They tried to run some pathetic ass defense things by obfuscating what things went. I just don't think Kindred targeted. Maybe he was. Maybe he was like, here,
I don't know
do
if
this
it was
tweet, try to
targeted,
cancel him.
right? Because it was weird. Like you had that happen because I guess they're trying to find a scapegoat, and I guess you look up and you see a guy who has a list, and then there was the Streisand effect, which made it worse.
And they couldn't abandon their narrative. They just so attached to their little narrative, and I think they created a monster. Okay, they freaking created a monster because they attempted to do the same old song and dance.
And the funny
Deb
thing
called
is,
it. He's like,
Cabrutus
did
was
you watch
already...
the side scrollers with Cabrutus, Dev, and Stutter and Craig? You know, all those guys. Dev called it. He's like, give him a few days to get their narrative straight, and we're going to see a whole bunch of articles. And what did we get? A whole bunch of articles. They weren't as harsh. They didn't push it as far as they did before.
And you forgot
they did the Keppel's approach and blame Kiwi Farms, the sort of a narrative around Kiwi Farms, which
you forgot.
By the
best
way,
part.
Mostly bullshit.
No.
Best part, Tiamat.
Best part is
give it to us.
Alyssa Mercante decided to go and infiltrate the Discord and come out as a journalist and get outed immediately.
Oh, infiltrate. I fucking hate this sort of fucking language people
went in there. She went into Brutus's Discord and said, I'm a journalist. Would you like to tell me anything? Then some shit tried to frame them as racist. It's a story. Well, shit.
Well,
that's
Brutus Latino. So by their standard, can't be racist.
Okay. The funny part about Cabrutus is he started turning against Bungie when they did Latinx.
Well, Latinx is just fucking retarded, okay? I don't know how anyone thought that. Hell, I think they were even talking about that on The View and the panelists. There was some place where someone was trying to push that fucking Latinx thing, and I think they got pushed back from their own progressive people.
I don't like that term because I don't like to consider myself a Latinx if that's the case. Like, it just sounds weird.
Who wouldn't be fucking? Hell, I might be fine with the they them pronouns, okay, but Latinx is retarded, okay. You should at least conform with some things.
Who's talking in whose background? I keep hearing something.
I'm having a bit of a diggle. So you gents talk. I lost sound for a bit. I'll get it back in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if this works.
Steam count deleted. Not only is this anti-free speech and technically an attack on an oppressed group by their definition, I can imagine that it's also borderline illegal because effectively, if you delete his account, you delete all the games he's purchased, which sounds kind of a lot like stealing. This is why I buy physical copies of most of my games. You don't actually own any of the games that you digitally download. The ironic part here is that Cabrutus, the creator of the list, and who, again, is a person of color, didn't really have to do any investigative journalism to make this list.
Okay, sorry about the audio issues. I'm sure I was talking over you guys or something. What did I miss for the half a minute to minute that I had audio issues? Did I miss anything juicy? Good.
Not really. Just talking like they're attacking a person of color. So as that was his argument right now.
Yeah, but I always found it funny that America might have not been the most racist country. Brazil is actually high up there. That's sort of funny.
Yeah,
to me.
That's true.
Okay. I don't know. It just is a little funny to me. Like Brazil's racist. When I found about it in school, I thought America was the race. Brazil gives America. Oh, England might be worse, but their racism is too polite. It's snubbed. Probably why the BBC set standards. Okay, it was attempted on Steam. The Latinx. Okay. Is the Latinx really tied to Brutus's targeting? I didn't hear anything about that. Okay, but maybe there's some connection. I thought it came afterwards. Maybe it just fueled the fire there.
Can I see a picture of Brutus? Can you like go back 1 second?
Oh, you find him a very sexy man?
A
or
little
something?
bit.
Okay, wow. He must be in the bear types. Okay.
Yep.
Of most of my games.
Fair
You don't
enough,
actually
fair
own
enough.
any of the games that you digitally download. The ironic part here is that Cabrutus, the creator of the list, and who, again, is a person of color, didn't really have to do any investigative journalism to make this list.
Okay,
All
maybe-
list and who you don't actually purchase, I did. Not
There,
only is this mean against the Brazil.
There we go.
Okay.
Get your screenshot. You know he has a YouTube channel. Okay, you can get all your Brutus fill if you want on his YouTube channel. Okay. Not enough admiring that man. Not really my type, but I tend to go with females. No offense.
Speech and technically an attack on an oppressed group by their definition. I can imagine that it's also borderline illegal because effectively, if you delete his account, you delete all the games he's purchased, which sounds kind of a lot like stealing. This is why I buy physical copies of most of my games. You don't actually own any of the games that you digitally download. The
Stealing. How's it stealing? Sorry, I don't like. Again, I might be nitpicking at the fucking language. Okay, stealing is a different connotation rather than just what nuking. Okay, definitely one to get rid of. Stealing means you take from someone and give to yourself. Okay, I'm very particular with that.
The ironic part here is that Cabrutus, the creator of the list, and who, again, is a person of color, didn't really have to do any investigative journalism to make this
No.
list. All he did.
And that's the problem. Fucking fucked up so bad and keeps on fucking up. Maybe he'll get better. Not if he keeps following Grums, in my opinion. The video is going to be out tomorrow for anyone interested.
Was pull the list off Sweet Baby Inc.'s website. And the reason why a list like this is so effective in the current day is because players are tired of companies screwing them over with things like censorship patches that go back and change.
Hard R, baby. They should have kept it. That's a great meme. Okay. It's not actually legitimately racist. I think they should have kept it. That is awesome. Hard R. Am I going to get canceled for saying hard R? Hard R, hard R, hard R. Did I lose you guys?
I think that I saw that online and I was like, that's kind of funny. And then it's like,
Oh, it is. And people were trying to get I followed that shit and they were trying to blame that Dragon Man when he thought it was funny and was like, okay, but it's too funny for a corporate media to keep. I wonder when they're going to patch it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's lame. I think they should have kept it. We should have actually. It shouldn't have been free Stellar Blade for the little bit of strip for the nudity. We should have. Gamers should have fought to keep the hard R. Okay, that's what gamers should have done. That's what I would have done. I'd be like, tits. You can see that anywhere. You can go on porn. Okay, I mean, I'm good with it. Okay. The little strip, not strip. Okay, I'm not gonna jerk off to fucking Stellar Blade. Okay, I mean, I understand the concept. They promised it would be uncensored, and they went back on that. But that's such a fucking mess. Who's at fault? Sony, the developers. It's the gamers for giving a fuck about that sort of stuff. Gaming should be about games. Okay, fucking hell. I mean, I understand the anti-censorship and how that pissed people off, but
the cat in the background it's so funny.
It's not my cat. Okay. I have cats, but they tend to not.
No, I was gonna say on the Stellar Blade thing, the censorship is applied if you see it online. That's why it's gonna be so funny when the PC version, comes out.
Oh God. Okay. As I said, I'm not a coomer. I love me some big, beautiful
Damn.
breast and definitely a good butt. I think her butt could have been a little bit better. Maybe this is just an unflattering angle for her butt. Everyone underestimates the butt, but yeah, it's something I'm never going to decline. But shit,
I was also gonna say, like, I feel like people got upset over like the body type. Like they're like, oh, it's unrealistic standards. I'm like, she kind of looks a bit chunky, you know? Like she's her sides jiggle and she looks like she has like a bit of fat. So it's like she's not completely like the skinny, unrealistic thing I've noticed. Like people say she is.
She is it's okay. People can't have it both damn ways. You're either going to use mocap modeling, and which uses like the dots on the body and then the people, or else you're going to just have ugly NPCs. Asia goes with a technique of like Genshin. I brought this up before. They get the characters to actually move like the animations. With Stellar Blade, they use a mocap with the model.
very hot woman. I can't believe she's not.
She's a director's
she's
wife, by the way.
what?
That's a
Damn.
director's wife.
I cannot believe you see real pictures of her. I find
that's
it
a
hard to
director-
believe she's
that's
not
a-
AI generated person.
That is the director's
But
wife.
that is also Korea. They have a very beautiful culture. They are very fat phobic and very biased culture, very traditional, and a lot of things.
So yeah, I want your review on lookism and how well it is.
Oh,
God.
I could not get into that.
Sorry.
I find it just so much bullshit. As I said, I would have pushed for the hard R, bring back the hard R. Okay.
So,
It's
and
just too
then
good.
what's funny about the censorship, right? They said they wouldn't do it, but
Yeah.
the little adding the midriff to the outfit and the other stuff, like if you go after our good friend Eric, he said it's just adding a piece of clothing, guys. It's not full censorship. Well, no, the difference is they added the little midriff in the thing, and that's if you're connected online.
When will people just stop trusting games to keep up promises? Just have low expectations, okay? Don't trust them, okay?
No.
The whole Helldiver shit. I don't want to go into it. Complete bullshit. Want to virtue signal with the complete bullshit. With that, I think we brought it up, but let's move on.
Change the game that you paid for or expected to get because of how it was advertised. Players are also tired of day one bug patches, which is just a euphemism for we're too cheap to check our games for bugs, so we're going to make the players beta test the game. And players are tired of
There's no
anti-piracy software that
QA.
overworks your PC or console and makes the game perform.
Yeah, QA. I've seen some scams. Some companies scam companies. Like not a lot. There was a lot of problems with Cyberpunk 2077, but the QA development underreported how many people they had on the bug list.
But the QA people also warned CD Projekt Red about it too.
After they fucking lied about how many people they had testing it. Okay.
Oh, when
they scam CD Projekt Red. It doesn't matter if they warned them or not.
There was one company that did, and then there were some others that tested it and said this needs about some time in the cooker.
Yeah, people are impatient. Gamers are entitled. Sorry, I'll bite that bullet. Gamers are fucking entitled ass bitches. I think all media consumers are fucking becoming entitled bitches because the loudest voices, you have to find something wrong with anything you don't like, okay? You got to just nitpick things to death before, and that ruins the whole thing. Death by 1,000 cuts. There is legitimate problems like this shit fucking list here. And even Sweet Baby Inc. is something that should be opposed. Those consultation firms should be shamed, okay? Okay.
Now, I will say this. The difference is what people don't get about PC. When people don't want, like in Helldivers and other stuff, more like logins clogging our gaming. That is just one more barrier that we have in issues with optimization of games. Because that additional, like, a lot of people, it's not like we say PC master race. No, I hate when games get ported over or they don't do proper QA because they're either trying to do something. QA departments were the first to be slashed years ago. That's what irritates me about the CG Project Red story. Everyone says, well, this. The QA teams tried to tell them, but then certain people are like, their first cuts were to that. So if games release a buggy mess with day one,
Well, I'm the eternal skeptic, eternal burn victim. Okay, I just think fuck them, unless you give me some hard promises in writing from. And there's some things I don't concern about, like the fucking censorship. Okay, I understand some people like the pretty, don't like to be betrayed, but don't get your hopes up. I have a hot take there. I realize that.
Sorry.
But yeah, I have a very loose stance with that, but I also have a fuck you mentality towards these game things. Don't trust them, okay? Don't give them anything unless they've done
but bear in mind, you forgot Square Enix was also the
hey,
crap.
I like Final Fantasy, but I'm not
Enix.
going to suck Square Enix balls.
Who was it? The
Fuck
ones that
Square
did
Enix.
no, Sony's the one that did the in the game where they were going to show for the international version or theirs when a character was going to be semi-topless, put like a ray of sunshine across it.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go as far as someone like Muda or other people like, oh, just go watch porn. Okay, I'm not going to go that far.
I'm not going to go that far.
It's
no.
not my concern, okay? I understand the argument. I'm not going to demean people who get issues over censorship, but frankly, I think the gameplay should come first. Gameplay first, story second, then we get into sort of the nitty-gritty like design, okay?
Okay, let me how would you design something like Yakuza? You design it like how they do it with storytelling and the combat, or you do it with
you can do storytelling first sometimes. There is a certain, like, I don't totally shit on what's considered walking simulators. They have their place. They're I wouldn't consider them full-fledged video games. I would consider them more of a visual novel with gameplay mechanics, okay? And it has its place. And they are video games. They're just not the video games that are challenging to someone who likes the challenge of the video game. Even turn-based RPGs. Okay. They're not yeah, they can be challenging. They do to different degrees, but the challenge isn't in the
now we are not
reflexes.
talking the mailman simulator, all right?
Okay. Yeah.
Are you talking about Death Stranding?
He probably is.
Okay, you got it right off.
I was just replaying it 2 days ago.
Was it any better? Was it any better?
I enjoy it. I think the story is quite interesting. They're making a movie, and the second game's coming out soon.
Like also Soma is something that is a game that I really like that is more about the actual story. Okay.
Yeah, I like Soma too. Soma's pretty. I also think it's scary in a way. A lot of people are like, no, it's not that scary. I'm like, yeah, there's some scary parts.
Well, those people probably are idiots. Well, not idiots, but simpletons. Okay, the existential horror. You have to have some concept of. You have to think. You have to. Well, generally, you have to engage with the media. This is another problem I have with fucking critics. All these fucking online critics. And why I say gamers and hell, all moviegoers are fucking entitled as all hell. They think all this stuff should appeal to them, no matter what. And I agree partially with too many of these places chase the wider mythical market, as Tiaman likes to put it. But there is a certain amount of things that people get entitled about with these games. Like, yeah, this isn't exactly the fan base, but as long as they don't turn into complete shit. And hell, even with Fallout 76, did people criticize it for having an empty open world at the start? If I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, and the NPCs also weren't the best when it first came out.
Oh, I was actually perfectly fine. It was a dozen
Oh
other
no,
things
you
that
know the
pissed
funny
me off.
part. Let me tell you a little inside baseball.
No, hold on. This was my idea for it. I'm like, okay, I'm fine with this. Given how this game is coming out, I'm fine with this empty world. I actually like, as a first day player, how you can go out, the world is empty, as long as they follow it up by slowly introducing NPCs and settlements. And that's what they did. Unfortunately, the inventory systems crap, the repair, they incentivize the repair of those fucking weapons just degrade so much.
It depends on what your
you-
weapons are, but yeah.
Overall, you just incentivize you to pick everything up, and the inventory system is just so fucked up. They tried to mitigate that several times in the beginning. The backpacks for personal weight, increasing the fucking, it's still fucked. And it was greed. They wanted people to buy those repair kits and all the other stuff.
I don't
Why
think
they're
it's
looking for
that
repair kits, they're seeing all these other cool things.
I don't think
it's
I don't think, but okay. As a person who plays it or played in the beginning, the narrative said why the world was empty. It's because the Scorch Plague wiped out all of Appalachia.
Yeah, it works narratively, and they did
And
do the
you're
follow up
building-
to
and you're
expand the
rebuilding
world.
it. And now
And then they brought in the Brotherhood of Steel, and people were like, "Why are you using the Brotherhood of Steel? They didn't exist out in the West." Yeah, it's a little bit lame, the story that they heard about their brothers, so they got inspired by. A little bit lame. I would have liked to see a different organization serve the purpose of the Brotherhood of Steel. I will agree with that.
So when you're talking about that game, as far as stuff goes, the initial purpose of it was the players create the experience.
Yes.
And then they were going to work.
Don't forget how buggy it was. Okay, go on.
Well, it was the people, they wanted people to play the Raiders and everything else.
And the PvP system was completely broken and craptastic the way it was designed.
Okay.
PvP system, yes, it was that piss ass implemented.
So
I should call
okay,
it PvP
there's a
instead of
long-
PvP.
The thing is, it was meant to be a tie-over game until Starfield. It just didn't turn out as good.
I heard it was rushed and given little resources for the merger with Microsoft. That's the theory I had with why it was so badly
76, right, was like, so when you're talking about it upon release, and then when they did Wastelanders, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Half the NPCs either annoy me because when you get to the exploration, they caught a lot of shit, by the way, from them saying, they said part of that's canon because they tried to wipe out the fact that the Brotherhood came to Appalachia and then got wiped out by the Scorched. Everyone's like, no, this isn't canon. They tried to change the wikis and then the players changed it back. Now,
okay, let's not get too in the weeds. Okay, let's move along.
It's actually
we could probably
going through a renaissance. It's actually, by the way, let me say on the repair kits, unless you're using a quad weapon or certain weapons, they break. Most weapons don't break as bad. I happen to use a one character, plasmas. Plasmas break a lot.
Okay. I am still, every time I try to go back and play, I just can't do it. I play for a little bit. I'm like, why am I playing this, and log out.
Like crap, which effectively rewards pirated software because people who pirate the game get a better experience.
Anyway, here's Minecraft running on the Switch through emulation. I've played a lot of Minecraft on the Switch. And the most disappointing thing about seeing this running in the way that I have it here is that it even runs better than it does under the official system.
Emulation works on a lot.
You should not be able to get an improved gaming experience by running an emulator that emulates the device that you are using to run the emulator. Here's the same game under the stock OS, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. This isn't even as bad as it can get because it's possible to get a de facto loading screen while you wait for the next chunk to load in.
So anyway, the Sweet Baby Inc. detected list became popular because of lists like this one. Speaking of activist cry-bullying not working anymore on Twitter, in response to Chris Kindred's brutally racist harassment campaign on a person of color who merely promoted a company, Twitter...
How is this... the people are just overusing the term racist. I'm tired of it. Let's
I think you should.
let's stigmatize racism. The leftists have been using it for years. I understand the logic of using it on them, the irony of it, but I want this fucking racism removed. Okay, the point made. Okay, stop with the fucking call.
But
Stop with the cancel culture. Seriously,
a serious question though: do Brazilians count as people of color?
It's hard to say.
oh, who the fuck cares? Okay, people of color is fucking bullshit. Anyways, they are people. Okay, we're all fucking humans. We all bleed red blood.
I love the narrative when they went after him. They think it's all just white Brazilians and they're just like this, and like these people don't realize. Do you know how diverse Brazilians are?
Yeah, I do. Okay, I actually looked into Brazil. They had a lot of racism. There was lighter skin Brazilians. There was medium skin. It was really colorism. The darker skin Brazilians. Okay, that's sort of also coming back to that point about his point about so many black people in the sort of Aztec and Aztec thing. Maybe it's more true for the Native American thing, but the Aztec thing, yeah, it makes sense given the diversity among the Southern American. I mean, they are very diverse in skin tone. Okay.
Southern Americans weren't actually like a lot of people are like, well, they were black. Well, they were not. So they're actually more related to Asians.
Yeah.
As well as Native Americans are related to Asians because of the Asian.
They came across on the bridge.
Yeah. So, a lot of people like I've seen in like movies when they try to portray Aztecs with like Afro features. I'm like, first of all, that's not correct. They didn't look like that. That was if that would have happened, that would have meant that people from like the Spaniards already like came in.
The Spaniards sort of have sort of the Afro sort. Some Hispanics or Spaniards have that sort of dark frizzy hairstyle though. So does the Italians. Okay, there is a little bit of that, but it wouldn't be. I understand what you're saying with that. The sort of that sort of style. It's not African. It's sorry. Go on. Make your point.
But yeah, when I see it like in shows and stuff, and they look literally black. I'm like, this is like before the Spaniards came. There weren't any slaves mixing with the natives yet, you know. And so it's so weird to me that they're just. That's why I talked to you like when I came in and whatever. I said like there's like black people on Twitter saying like the original natives of America were black people, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, Afrocentrist. I swear, they fucking are revisionist.
No, I will say though, if you look at it right,
I think they get a bug up their butt because it's supposedly, at least scientifically, the first human beings were black. Okay, and they really crutch on that little bit of data. And
you're
I think
forgetting that they're trying to say in England, the ancestors of the English or the people there was Cheddar Man. Now that's been highly contended. Now, if you actually go into like Mesoamerican lore or like where they possibly came from, let's assume they got to North America by the land bridge. Then they diversified. There's literally the belief that Aztecia was originally.
Is that literally what they called it? Sorry.
No. You do research.
Well, you keep on saying it. Okay, it's fine.
It comes
Doesn't matter
from,
if it's true.
It comes from they were from living up near Wisconsin or around the Great Lakes before they migrated and left there to go down to Mexico.
Into Aztecia. Or
I'm gonna
now
tell
if they
you,
just had vibranium,
by the way, you think I'm joking?
Yeah, let's go with asbranium. They could have been like
a
Central America Wakanda. Okay, they could have had their own parallel.
There's actually a firm belief that half the people that when they migrated to Central and South America came from the civilizations we find remnants of through the Pacific, through the Southwest, They have like some sort of legend. They believe that they should be given Wisconsin or something up there because that's where they're from. I know Doberman, but this is actual weirdly true.
Okay, outside of Aztecia, which definitely, if I invented Aztecia and they had, Aztecia and they had Aztanium to sort of build their super civilization, they could have definitely rivaled Wakanda.
I mean, to
And
be
I will
fair,
say one thing: melanin gives people superpowers. That's official from Nick Cannon. And I'm moving on. Ha
Suspended his
ha.
account.
Last
Then he came
word.
back,
I
spit on
win.
Akira Toriyama's grave, and got suspended a
Oh,
second
fuck you.
time. Again, these
Not
people are
him.
really
Fuck this
underestimating
guy.
how much black people like Dragon Ball.
That
Also,
is
Mr.
bullshit.
Popo isn't blackface. He's a reference to an Indian god named Mahakala.
Exactly.
Nice
Thank
research,
you.
Chris. Now, of course, during
Thank
this
you.
whole event, everyone's favorite gaming journalist
Mine
platform,
also.
Kotaku, had to get involved with a reporter named Alyssa Mercante, who wrote this article saying, Sweet
Ah.
Baby Inc. does not do a gamer's...
We're going into the super villain of Gamergate to the final boss. I think she's a rather weak boss. I really think they need a better super villain to go after. They're really going after her
She
hard.
said, I liked what she said, though. I actually liked how she said, if
I sort of like her spunk, okay? Like her Twitter banner. I hate you, but you have a nice ass. Gotta respect her, even if her ideas are complete garbage. I respect her in some ways. Go on.
I was gonna say she's
Again. Go on.
what? She was basically saying, I wouldn't want my husband to act like JT Smashes. I'm like,
I don't
do
think
you have a husband?
I don't think anyone wants to act like JT Smash, but I know very little bit about the guy.
I'm just
Okay.
saying, like,
Maybe reports of his spurginess is over dramatic. Okay. So I'm not going to weigh on that. Okay. I do want to know what she said to the wife. Okay. Could have been completely unhinged, or it could have been like, yeah, your husband, she could have been trying to cozy up with her. I really just want to know what sort of tactics she took. Was she really all crazy? Like, your husband is harassing me on Twitter and making stupid little videos. Or was she like, girl, your husband is cray cray. He fucking supporting someone who he's fucking retweeting this dick who's talking about killing me in VR. Shit. I'll be scared to be with that man.
See, apparently the Kavan guy DM'd Grums and said he's sending his hate mob after him.
Yeah,
You mean
okay.
earlier? So I was like,
He's definitely miscalculation. Okay, it's Grums doesn't actually do anything. He doesn't get his hands dirty, just like with Bellamy Gaming. That was a classic thing. Like, I think he was a bit off, but good stuff. I subscribed to his channel, and what happened? Tons of videos being like, you're supporting Sweet Baby Inc. by not talking about them in Kotaku in the same breath. How can you talk about Kotaku without Sweet Baby Inc.? Because not everyone's got their fucking head up their ass about Sweet Baby Inc. being such a thing.
it's not a big deal. Like,
His follow-up was even worse, though.
especially Bellior, though. The thing about Bellior always is he's a developer first, and he tries to do the apolitical route so he can dodge all the drama. And
I think you got the right amount. Go on.
so you have to understand about Bellior.
Yeah, like Chris Stuckman trying to be all nice about
he doesn't
not
do
going against
centrist,
criticism.
right? He just will address it if it darkens his doorstep or darkens WoW or something he plays or it's an industry.
he's-
But he's like advocacy groups have existed forever.
Yeah, well, he has the normie lefty mindset, and he probably doesn't.
But
have
Bellior is
anything.
also in the development. He was developing a game that they tried to smear. And all the people I remember saying, but they were like, you supported by Sweet Baby Inc. And people were like, what? Just
Trust me, I
because the
covered
fellow
that, okay.
traveler, I helped you with that. But
I covered that. Okay, it was like, but technically, it's not a DEI game that I can prove. But I'm not going to buy it.
no, I covered it. Remember, my whole take was he likes to be apolitical and stay out of drama. That's his
Yeah.
whole deal.
And
So
I
if it's-
do have an issue with someone like that. And the fact, definitely his elephant in the room, I definitely think is criticized. But this is what I think is the problem. These fucking little normies and even these leftists don't know how to deal with this fucking onslaught of these autistic Gamergate guys nowadays. So they spurg out. Okay. Alyssa
I
should
think
not have
I
overreacted to see
I
JT
think
Smash retweet that fucking
I think
psycho.
though,
Okay.
depending on it's like what you're seeing in 40K. You have the apolitical ones, and then you have the ones that only care about their craft. Now, if something, I'll be honest with you, like with Belluar, he has a whole news channel dedicated to WoW news.
Yeah.
Like if anything affects WoW or Blizzard, he covers it there.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I had problems with him making the statement how he did. He definitely mischaracterized it to his audience, but he was sort of bullied into clarifying his position without actually probably finding the proper way to give the with very limited time. I think he was just forced to jump into that. And that video definitely was a
It's
little fucked
a
up because of
bully.
it.
It's like what we saw earlier with the whole thing on Kaban. He might be in the wrong, but everyone was just like bullying him and saying, "Oh, this is what you believe." Poking
Let's
and
put air quotes around bully. Okay. You're like, we weren't bullying him. We were just asking questions and criticizing. You were still
we
just
were just
brigading
brigading
him with
his video, which I don't condone.
and creating some fucking little narrative. My main problem with these forcing these sort of apolitical people, yeah, I find them cringe when they avoid it and try to do news. Fair enough, but they try to force someone into a camp. Okay, they're like, you're with us or you're against us.
Yeah.
You didn't break. You talked about Kotaku even somewhat positively, even though you did actually mention that they've put out a lot of cringe. Okay, and that, but he pointed out, yeah, they've done some decent stuff. And his point was about the sort of venture capital taking over, which definitely is a concern. But you didn't bring up Sweet Baby Inc. How could you not do that? Because he doesn't think it's that big of an issue. I don't even think it's that big of an issue. They made great villains for a time, and they're going to keep on harping on it, even though
he speaks on it from a business perspective. Even
because
Arch then basically found a whole bunch of people. If you just type in DEI consultants into Google, you'll find like hundreds of thousands of freaking agencies that just you could bring in to help you.
they're a symptom of the fucking industry.
They're a symptom of a problem and not the.
And a lot of people in the creative field, in the tech field, they're there because they're more left oriented. There is biology matters, okay? There is biological factors when you look into it.
You know what's funny about the whole
people who are more creative, more empathic and caring tends to be on the left of a left mindset. Sometimes they'll fall down.
You know what's funny about when they
hole.
say there's no diversity in the gaming industry? Yeah, most coders have a tendency to be men. Most
and
programmers
autistic,
do.
okay.
Yes, but also
or autistic trait. Okay, but that's actually good for coders.
When you go into art, it's more women, more female. There's more female in art teams.
Yeah.
And
this is why forcing women, like I think thinkers were bringing. There was some place I saw something about Canada giving recommendations for females and for like firefighters or some profession that seems insane for women to go into. It's like, why are we?
Because most men can't. By the way, most men can't pass a firefighter exam.
Yeah. And yeah, there's a lot of fucking cringe. Like this whole myth about, it's not a myth. There is a certain rhetoric. There is a certain nuance to the patriarchy thing, the control men have. But who the fuck makes which gender throughout history have made the sacrifices? Okay. Who gets sent to war? Who gets sent to do all the hard labor? Okay. All the dirty jobs, mostly the men. Okay.
Why do you think it's weird? Like, if you've ever read Starship Troopers in that style of a world, Van Hoven foresaw a society that you only have what? Normal people and civilians.
Okay, we're losing the message here.
But no,
Okay,
you're
tangent.
it's a
Romeo,
diversity.
you brought up something. You were trying to speak.
I was just trying to say you can't say genders anymore. Supposedly, you have to say sexes. In
Fuck the rules. Okay, I'll say what sex, gender. It's done interchangeably now. So fuck them. Okay, I'm not gonna follow the fucking rules. Okay, if it makes sense, it makes sense. Okay, fuck the rules. Okay, the world doesn't make any fucking sense
When you
anymore.
learn.
Why? I'm trying to make sense out of nonsense. So fuck the rules. Unless those rules make sense, I don't fucking give a damn. If it actually matters, sex, gender, don't fucking care about your little nitpick rules.
Just think it does, that no one believed. And one of the things that Alyssa Mercante is now known for is being the chick who invaded the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Discord and started asking questions like the worst FBI glowy, trying to.
Yes.
You gotta love this narrative. I'm really curious about this narrative. It stinks of bullshit. Okay, it seems of overhype. Yeah, they're hyping up this. Is there a reason why so many of you don't have your names and pictures associated with your account here? Blah blah blah. I mean, maybe she was going for something nefarious. Okay. I mean, yeah, that is definitely not have a self-awareness. It's like, what the fuck? Did you just drop in from a media, or are you just trying to get nice try, Fat? Okay. That was a fucking stupid thing. Most people just harp on that.
Hey, okay. Why is my gamer tag what it is? Why am I Discord? Am I not known by my real name? I understand. Oh.
Fucking I mean, I don't know if she went in there. It definitely is a bad look to ask that. Okay.
Oh, I think she's used to people like when you look at stuff like
You
oh,
really
I
think
don't-
she actually wasn't trying to be like, oh, I mean, I haven't seen any more. For this narrative to work much more effectively for me, she would have to try to get real people's information. I saw on X earlier, someone was trying to say that she doxed someone recently. I'm like, who and when?
So-
I wonder if they messaged me
I'd
back.
be curious, right? Because so from what I saw when this happened, right? When she did this, she went in there asking, "Hey guys, why don't you have your real names next to your username?" First off, most of us have like a gamer tag or something that we hide behind our stuff, or that's just because people know us as.
No, it's part of our identity. We all wear masks, Tiaman, okay? We don't
Hey,
most people typically do not act like they do on the internet as they
No.
do in real life. We all code switch.
Yeah.
Yeah, the co-oping of code switch.
And
Hell,
then that's
I'll
part
do
of the
black. I fucking switches around how I talk around my black friends. I'm from the fucking hood. Actually, not the hood.
So
but a lot of
basically,
people
right,
wanted to LARP as they were hood people
so
because we were in the
basically, right,
suburbs around the hood.
I say
go
this
on.
is a person where I think this is where I think she thought with Gamergate we're going to expose these people, not realizing most gamers are people who come online. See, some Discords know me as Dragon, some people know me as Tima.
And some people know you as that autistic dude over there.
Well, to be fair, there's far worse.
Yeah, people call you far worse, but fucking Tony
But
isn't. Tony bragging on you, it should be something you're proud of.
Oh,
Okay, that dude
I don't care what the man says. I laugh at him and I just go point. No, but
What did
she's
Tony
like, no, man, that's a separate because it's a tribe. No, but it's like this just reeks of the worst glowy activity. Hey, I'm a reporter. Would you like to talk to me and give me your real name?
Fucking.
No, I've had
okay.
people in game. I'll say this: I've had people in game like I'm going to report you or like do stuff. I'm like, well, hey, do you want a real name? Do you like contact me like this and this and this? I'm like, we might could talk over Discord, but I ain't going to give you my email or that. Get fucked.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay. I actually got a response from that. Also from GigaBear, who I'm going to actually be going over a document for him this weekend. I invited him on. I have criticisms for this supposedly smear piece. I invited him on to sort of defend himself, but dude wants to be a coward. I'll have to respond to him in a
Because
bit.
like what you're seeing here that she did is she literally went in there and as a non-gamer and goes, "Oh, hey, do you guys not have your real names? You want to share your real names, your identities?"
Okay. I thought maybe someone responded to me. Okay. So I tried to respond to someone saying something about she doxed someone. Someone else responded to me. I don't know if it was related to that matter. Okay. It went from she doxed someone recently, and the only thing someone's given me is she went into a Discord server, this instance here, and tried to dox people on it by asking where they're from and who they are, lying about how it started, blah, 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 omitting information. Okay. But yeah, I'm trying to
that's
see
not
if they actually responded with evidence. I like, okay, who did she dox and what's the evidence? They're fucking it's the game of telephone. It goes from she went into the Discord asking these questions, little sus, a little fetty, to she was trying to get these people's real information and to jump into this is how I'm seeing it personally. Okay, seems like a fucking giant game of telephone, and you know what? I don't want to give her any good faith.
This is the original incident, though, that I was talking about earlier when she went into Discord like the worst person and said, "Hey, why don't you guys use your real names? Have you guys ever played a video? Has she ever played a video game in her life? Big Bill or something, or Big like? Do you think that's the guy's real name? Huh?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if she's definitely doesn't seem to be heavily
Well, this is
involved
like
in
I
the
said. I like how he phrased it, the worst glowy ever. But that's an inside joke, by the way.
Okay, yeah. It's fucking hell. It just seems like I like to see evidence for this fucking stuff. This is why I don't get along with these anti-woke people. They never fucking provide evidence and they just keep on ramping this shit up. I'm too much of a commentary community where that bullshit just doesn't fly, okay? And I'm glad about that. Some of the topics they deal with, I don't want to fucking touch, okay? Romeo knows all about that mess. He probably gets more enjoyment out of that than I do. Okay. Yeah, she's lame. Yeah, I really want to know what she talked to the guy's wife. I went over that earlier, okay? I had this whole little bit where I'm like, was she like, spurging out? Yeah, your fucking husband is fucking retweet posting about this guy who wants to kill me in VR and crap like that. Or did she try to slide into the DMs and be like, your husband was sort of posting weird stuff about that. I want to know the context. I want to know what he said. Has he released the DMs, the messages to the wife? That's what I need. I need to do hashtag JT
You know
release the
what's,
DMs. I need to start that movement. Okay.
You know what's
Probably not, but
sus
it's funny as a joke.
about-
Okay.
Can I tell you what the most sus and alarming thing I've ever seen about like this? Like when she goes, do you
Probably.
see the
She is delusional if she thinks a wife would be like, this random's talking to me on Facebook. Why the fuck should I listen to her? Go on.
So you see the one that says "Hello, nice try, Fed," which it clearly is funny. It's like, is there any reason you guys don't have names and pictures associated with it? That's so I can take your picture, run it through a reverse scan, and dox you. Jesus.
People are fucking leaning the fuck on this one fucking comment just so hard. I have to be like,
I know
maybe
what
she
that
was, maybe she
means.
wasn't.
I know what that means, but I'm like,
okay. We can argue about this all day. We don't fucking know.
I'm just saying, reverse doxing from a small, minute.
Yeah, it can be done. Trust me. I know. It can be done. So what the fuck? Okay. Maybe there's some missing context. She is replying to someone else that looks like it's in Spanish. Again, I just find it funny how these isolated things, there could be some context that actually makes it. She could have been baited into asking this question. I don't fucking know. I don't want to give her goodwill because I fucking don't like typically the leftist mindset, but I'm just
To
fucking
impersonate someone who is friendly to the group. Literally the Steve Buscemi meme. After she failed, and Kotaku management decided to have their staff start writing articles that
Sorry, I have to put that up. I have to leave that up.
Literally the Steve Buscemi meme. After she failed, and Kotaku management decided to have their
I
staff
missed
start
it.
writing
I missed
articles
it.
that
Fuck
actually
it.
requires them to play video games.
I love that meme.
Alyssa proclaimed on Twitter that she's going back to her career in sex work. You cannot make this shit up. You're
Yes, it's funny. Funny as shit. At least she has some sense of humor. Okay. It's the only thing to appreciate about her. Okay.
I want to know what low budget site was paying her. Why?
This might not be true. And everyone jumped on the fucking
No.
the
I wanna know.
Orwell quote. Okay. I'm like, you people are fucking dumbasses. You can include the context, and that actually makes the case that she's more of a Marxist, okay? More of a that thing. But you went with the man-hating narrative instead. Lame, okay? That Orwell quote, actually, that's a critique of fucking communism also. A little bit weird. Animal
I
Farm.
know the whole thing. It is a man-hating quote from a man-hating chick. That's okay.
Yeah, I saw the community note. Yeah, the fact checked it. Okay, they got context, but that keeps getting brought up. It's beautiful. It's like-
beautiful because I knew what the
It's
quote
fucked up.
was. I knew what the quote was from, but I'm like,
Oh, very. Yeah, I mentioned that. Pretty vintage boyfriend. Okay, not husband. He's a little bit boring, and but he generally gets his facts a little bit better than this. This is just. And we haven't even gotten into his anime take because we keep getting distracted. Okay. Yeah, let's
Your
move
job
on.
is to play video games, and you're saying that's too hard. Though I guess she would prefer to be busy
Where's
writing
your
stuff that requires no
hairline?
actual investigative work or research, like this opinion piece that probably took about 10 seconds to write about.
Let's go through this. This is funny. She had to been memeing, or is she really this stupid? Okay. I thought this Final Fantasy VII character had big goat ears for decades. Oh, her bow. Oh, that is funny.
her bow.
Obviously, she was introduced to the characters in Kingdom Hearts. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Turnstile RPGs are not for everyone.
Oh, just wait till the next Kingdom Hearts game finally comes out.
Oh, is this Brittany Vinte or the journalist? By the way, just to clarify, I mean I'm fine with it. I'm sex positive. Just I don't want to fucking hear about your fucking sex life. Keep that in the bedroom or online, okay?
Oh, come
About how she thought Aerith was a goat because as a senior editor at a gaming journalism website, she never thought to play any of the games that Kingdom Hearts cameos are from. Being a gaming journalist and not even doing so much as merely watching the intro of a very popular game such as Final Fantasy VII is like calling yourself a movie reviewer when you haven't seen Star Wars. Why would you brag about being uninformed here? I'm not kidding about how bad this is. Aerith is the first character to show up in the game, and this clip here is referenced a lot in games media.
See, he comes off as so offended that she didn't backtrack. Okay. Okay, and this comes off as fucking so poorly done when so many things about research and getting facts right are coming from these people. I mean, maybe I should give Think Before You Sleep a little bit of a pass because he generally does do good work when it comes to research, but
Her ribbon falling off is the focal moment of a scene that, let's say, is a major plot point of the story.
He
It's
comes
like
off
not
his
knowing
trigger.
that Darth Vader is Luke's father or that Sheik is Zelda.
And of course, I keep my ads. What do we think of this ad? Let's rate this ad 1 to 10. Okay.
Why?
Fake news. That's what I give it. These things are. I think Upper Echelon did something about these particular ads that was interesting. They purposely make it fake for some weird reason. I'll never fucking get marketing sometimes. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. What the fuck? Okay,
Sheik
get
is
back
Zelda?
to him coming across as triggered that she didn't do her research into retro games.
That last
I-
character before the ad closed, or you did that.
Knowing that Darth Vader is Luke's father, or that
Go on.
The
Which
one-
character?
it was like right, not in the thing, but in the ad, right when it started going to like below and what you skipped it or whatever. That character was stolen from a Love, Death, and Robots episode.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah.
Okay. I actually watched that first season. It was interesting. Okay. I always like those anthology series. Yeah. I mean,
Zelda?
Yep.
No, that's such a crazy plot twist.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
There's so many times where I like let it slip where I was like, there's Sheik, she's right there. I mean he.
Wow, you actually did like almost everything you could to blow that for.
the irony of him using Games Grump. Is he doing this ironically? I have to ask, given what happened to the Games Grump. Fucking how they turned on John Tron because they're just that fucking soy fucking cuck bitches, okay?
Well, Dan has been known for being there's like sexual assault like allegations.
Of course. You always have to fucking watch out for male feminists. No fucking man wants to identify as a feminist unless he's fucking trying to get into chicks' pants. Probably some fantasies about fucking a threesome. Like, I'm such a ally. I wonder if that's some of the ally sort of mentality. They have a fucking fetish for minorities and they just want to get fucked in some way, either literally or physically or mentally. Please beat me, daddy. I'm such a bad white person who's historically oppressed you. Just step on my back, big black daddy or big black mommy. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I do not approve of kink or sexualizing too much. My streams are rated M for messed up.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a fluke considering that Dan from Game Grumps had played Zelda games during his childhood.
No.
And the reason this moment hit really well 8 years ago is because it was so rare for someone to not know that Sheik is Zelda. However, Dan is not a senior editor of a gaming website who has at this point written multiple articles about Final Fantasy VII, despite never having played a Final Fantasy game, and despite being so out of the loop that she thought that Aerith was a Disney character until 2 months ago. And Alyssa grew up during the time period when everybody...
Yeah, fuck. This definitely will come off. Oh, it's a kick in the balls to fucking gamers. I mean, shit, she's got the background. Maybe she was hired for her management experience, which is a fucking joke. Okay. Fucking hell.
Everybody in the gaming industry was talking about this specific scene, so it's not like she doesn't know this because she's a Zoomer and it was before her time. I'm the Jon Snow of Final Fantasy. I know nothing. Well, considering how people feel about gaming journalists these days, that's probably not something that you should be bragging about. But I haven't even seen Game of Thrones, yet I still recognize the character Jon Snow because Game of Thrones is really popular. I even know about that one scene with that kid that everyone hates where he drinks some wine. When I was a kid, I struggled with the tutorial for Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I see. So it's like she was born to be a gaming journalist. Kingdom Hearts is notorious for being an easy game.
Okay, I'm muting this. He's just sort of like, haha, you're in gaming journalism, but you know nothing about games? What a fucking loser. Get good. Like, I get it, okay? Definitely hurts your gamer pride.
Reminds me how IGN people that write like the articles have like never played a game sometimes.
Yeah, it's pathetic, but fucking hell. The real gamers should go in and fucking try to get these jobs. This is half of my problem. Shit. A lot of these people who complain about this shit just want to complain about it. They don't actually want to go in and do the work to get the degrees for this. And it's probably just getting worse with the stigma fucking journalism has. Okay, fake news, boys. Okay, there's no respect for journalism nowadays, and I actually like that. Fuck journalism. Okay, fuck these fancy degrees. They're good for certain things. Journalism, no, it's not very fucking helpful. Overeducated. Okay, back in the day, it was just geeks talking about things. They formed this. Once they became big business, they had all these fucking retarded requirements. Okay, fucking hell. Sorry, it's just so much of this fucking nonsense. Just like, why the fuck? Why is all this shit going on? Okay, because people are
Why
retarded.
does those people who develop Siamese bug shooter develop these narratives?
Are you fading on us, Tiamat? I think he's fading.
No,
Okay.
not
fair
quite.
enough. Okay.
No. What I'm saying is, how do you
Okay.
not know these people? No, like you're dealing with stuff like this.
Yeah, man, like stuff and crap and
I
stuff
was
like
gonna say.
this. I understand. I really think just more people with a more right-leaning approach should actually get into this shit. And they might have to do a boots up approach, okay? Fucking
And you
hell.
got.
Did you
And by the way,
actually I'm gonna take us on a real quick tangent. I saw a tweet. Adam Carolla is getting something on Daily Wire Plus. I want to see this. I don't know how it's gonna turn out. I'm hoping
by
it's
the way,
either...
I want you to know that Blurred here on this Nerds with Culture.
Yeah,
that's Robo. Robo used to do a podcast with Dane a long time ago.
Wow.
Black
And if
guy
I'm
that's
correct,
right below.
Blur is the token black friend of Kevin Smith and Jay, probably.
Blurred is
Fat Man and Black Man, I think. They had a podcast.
Blurred,
Is that Blur? Or am I thinking of someone different?
No, Blurred Without Fear is clearly, if you take a comic book artist, you take Eric July, you flip him into being a firm very far near leftoid, you got him because he sees chuds and Nazis everywhere.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Yeah, it's always fun.
Yeah,
but this
I love
is
those type of
Robo,
people.
like down below him, that's Robo, who used to stream with Dane.
Oh, yeah. Oh, lovely. Dane has connections in the worst of places. It's good to
Are
know.
you shocked?
No,
Not
he is
anymore.
worst of the worst.
Not
okay?
anymore. He doesn't.
I don't know how he keeps on trucking along. Okay.
Obviously barely qualifies as a casual gamer and probably got this job because she knew someone and has a related degree. So all of this
Oh,
begs...
come on. You're going to miss the obvious joke. She probably slept to get her position. Now he's being a good faith. Okay. Yeah, that probably is. The degree requirement probably got her into this top spot. And the fact that the journalism for Kotaku isn't very highly regarded. I doubt it pays very well and crap like that.
The question of why are video game companies listening to a bunch of political ideologues who don't play games? Considering that Get Woke Go Broke is in full effect and these companies are losing tens of millions of dollars on these flops, none of this...
You think they're actually listening to the journalist? You don't think they're at the fucking behest of these companies?
I think they pay for reviews or they get moderate. Like
No,
supposedly,
they fucking they give good scoring for access. Okay, these fucking gaming
that's
companies.
why a lot of people, like, I've noticed it in the Warhammer crowd, when the reason they don't want to go against the narrative GW is spending, because they'll get cut off from test products. And like, there's a huge thing with gaming journalists when they need to review a game, they're not scented or they're snubbed by it because like they're with games like Hogwarts Legacy was really big. They're like, why didn't we get a review copy? Well, because you've been taking shits on our game for no reason.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I don't even give a damn about that. I don't know why everyone wants to jump on it.
I don't know. Skill Up likes to review everything. He's reviewing so much games now that he's just I kind of
everywhere.
Watching
yeah,
him. He
I
has his
haven't
producer,
watched him in a while.
He has his producer literally reviewing games now.
Well, it's money in the bank, okay? You want to generate as much, blah, blah, blah. Hire more people to reduce the load, but you got to make more money, so you need to make more content. Sometimes you need to bring in more people. It's a vicious cycle. And just like in the market we're in now, jumping on something right away, I don't see the point. Everyone's jumping on a story. And that's the problem with a lot of this fucking bullshit out there. people jump on stuff and misreport it because they're so quick to want to jump on the first thing they find. Okay, they fucking do no research. They have no intelligence behind anything they have to say. Okay, I mean, it's just destroying critical thought and critical thinking because these people want to jump on things like the quartering. He gets dogged on for just pretty much reading articles and giving his opinion. And fucking hell, I agree with that. Okay, just because he has to jump on it and he gets a lot of fucking stuff wrong because of that. So he's like, "Oh, sorry, guys." Fucking hell, this sort of a jump on culture. Okay, it's like the fucking just fucking talking about porn and porn addiction. These guys get a addiction to jumping on things before they fully understand it and just reading the article. Fucking hell. Death of critical thinking and research everywhere.
Makes sense. Why do they keep making games that people have
Oi,
told them
oi,
over and
oi.
over again that
Oh,
they don't want to
fuck.
play?
Yes,
Why
I
is the
see you.
Pokemon
You can
company
join.
publicly
You can
releasing
join.
this
Give me a
flyer about how
moment.
a video game for children needs more
I didn't see
diversity,
you
equity,
until
and
now.
inclusion when all this
Okay,
drama against
we're at
DEI
our
is
limit
going on?
there.
It seems like a really stupid move for an intellectual property that basically prints free money for Nintendo. Well, to answer that, YouTuber The Quartering interviewed Kabrutus, the creator of the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected List, and World of Warcraft developer
boy.
Mark Kern. Now, Mark is not on camera for this interview, so you won't be able to see him talking, but you can see his avatar on the bottom left corner. Here he is talking about the problem.
The way games are funded, you don't use your own money. Even EA, okay? Games are hugely expensive to make. They're upwards of 250, sometimes $600 million. It's for certain live games. It's incredibly how expensive they are. And to do that, your CFO is your best friend. You're counting on your CFO to get you tax breaks, to get you in, to put studios in regions which are financially favorable, and you will borrow the cheap money. You will get a cheap money to do it. Even EA does this. I worked with EA. We were putting together a deal where they were taking bailout money from the banks in the last financial crisis that we had, and they were applying that cheap money towards games. Same thing with COVID money. They're applying that.
I don't know how. Sorry, I just don't believe Grum's here. Okay, I literally don't believe him. Okay, new challenger enters in.
What did you say about not believing?
Just not believing. I do not believe all victims. Okay, sorry, that's cringe.
My man,
Amber Heard's is lame.
you're cringe right now. First,
I am
because
based. Okay.
excuse me, but like the fact is, ESG is cheap money. There is no denial of it, and I even can say and see with my small research that it is basically a fund that it's so easy to get the checkboxes on that it basically is trivial. You could literally do anything and just get few checkboxes from ESG funding checked and get money for free.
I don't think I ever made any claims about ESG not being.
Then
easy
why
money.
are you saying you don't believe those claims?
Which claims? Which claims? Okay.
Didn't you just say that he's a victim and you shouldn't believe the victims and his claims? Right now,
I was joking, man. Okay, that was
I'll
a joke.
be
Okay,
more or less good with it. I fucking hate these sarcastic jokes.
I was saying I do not know. I do not believe Grum's. Just the credibility of him in my personal book to accurately report things when he says Ubisoft. It's the fact that he's talking about Ubisoft. Okay, working with Ubisoft. Any credits he wants to take, I'm going to doubt. Okay, that's what I was doubting. Okay. But fair enough. Fair enough.
He's literally a game developer, and even journalists like Oli Barter still at him or quote him. And Oli Barter is the only credible journalist here left on the earth. So if Oli is quoting him, then I don't give a shit. He's correct. Go on to Oli's Twitter if you so care.
Who's Twitter? Whose Twitter am I going to? Okay.
Oli Barter.
Oli Barter. And
like in the recent conversation about like Microsoft's basically Game Pass, they even both agreed that like we've both been saying this shit is bad, and you people haven't been hearing that.
I don't know the details about Game Pass. I've saw those claims from Grum's. Okay, I'm not going to contest those claims. Maybe Game Pass was poorly implemented, and probably was. Okay.
For the developers, but not the people for us.
Okay, let's not get bogged down. It's just Grum's likes to make big claims that generally don't pan out. I'm talking about the Ubisoft worked with Ubisoft. Maybe he did it under the table. There's just no really support and evidence. It's not about the
Well,
easy
as far
money.
as
That
I,
that isn't what I was sort of pushing back on. I push it back. He worked with Ubisoft. He oversells his knowledge or his connections and his influence on the industry, I think. Okay. That's it.
Cheap money towards games. And what has been the cheapest money while interest rates were still low, a couple of years ago? It was ESG financing.
For the people who are uninitiated, ESG stands for Environmental Social Governance, which is a weird nonsense acronym that big banks use to give a sort of credit score for how in line certain companies are with the political views they want to push. One of the companies that does ESG is BlackRock, which is why I showed that clip earlier. It's clear they are trying to use ESG to financially incentivize businesses to promote a certain ideology, and they do that by throwing tons of money at them.
It's not just money, like you pointed out.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let's do a whole round. Why do they do this? Okay. What's the end game to push this political message? For control? Progressive ideas for control?
I would say if we go by statements of Larry Fink, it is to push change, basically, because he said specifically that he wants to push behaviors, because he wants to be something that way, and it's his opinion. So he, as a person who has all the bonds and all the money and basically controls all the finances of the world at this point in time, the company is big. You can't fucking point and tell me I'm a conspiracy theorist. Literally go to any company and you will see BlackRock in their investor resume. They are so big that they demand anything and they get it.
Okay. Just a power trip. Okay. How's putting black people in all the media really achieve this sort of control? Are we going to have a master race? Big black guys
again,
start whipping us? I'm just trying to figure out the end game for this.
I'm gonna just say this: it's nothing. They just feel like in the economics field, there's one thing called sustainability. Every company wants to have it, be it economical, governance, and so on and so forth, sustainabilities. It's been a long fucking game, and in the 90s, the original version of ESG, technically called corporate social responsibility, was created for mainly environmental and social or governance stuff.
Al Gore.
But then
that probably helped push the Al Gore stuff.
It basically started like that. Then people have noticed that corporate social responsibility was cringe, basically, and had a lot of problems, and greenwashing problems specifically. Got mad at it. The system slightly started to decline. Then ESG came in the 2000s by the help of UN and, again, a lot of companies. Again, corporate social responsibility was a system created by only the companies, but not the governments. But then ESG was created with the help of UN, aka the world governments and the companies. And now, after 10 years of that system not actively doing anything, the world's governments and basically uh, BlackRock, the biggest hedge fund on earth, said, "Fuck it. If nobody is going to do that, we're going to force behaviors around this stuff onto the companies, even if it is unsustainable, because we think this is sustainable." And that's that. They basically created hundreds of different ways to create sustainability, be it social governance and so on and so forth, and think that it's going to be morally and ethically good for companies as a business. Because if a company is morally and ethically good, they will get money because it's their ethics, it's their stuff. So the end game is, through their hedge fund money, force companies to conform to their fucking ethics. That's that.
Okay.
It's only that.
So whatever ethics or whatever they want to sort of wave their dick around, they just want that power trip. They just want people just we're doing environmental stuff now. We're pushing that. Okay, you want your money? Do environment. We're doing the black people. Get black people representation. Do that.
Well,
now we're going to do lesbians and trans people. Do that. Do that. Pushing the boundaries of that shit.
I wouldn't say it's that specific. It's more like we want to be environmentally good and people not accusing of us stuff. So please be more friendly to people and do it however you want. And then it goes down the fucking drain. The people at the bottom who are basically the activists, game developers, or the activist people who created companies like SBI or like various auditing groups that are like this very left leaning with their biases. Those just saw, we could use our biases and also get money, so we're going to grift for money. That's the point.
I do think it's a whole scam. I think ESG is a big scam. Okay, I think they know that this stuff that they are trying to push is going to fail. There's something called short
Yeah.
selling. I'm wondering if there's an
Yeah.
element of short selling betting against trying to encourage some of these companies to go woke and go broke in some instances, so they short sell their
I don't.
stock to make a profit. There's just so
It's not
much not
selling stocks.
unknown.
Well, as far
But
as
yeah,
I've noticed, again, this could be mainly, again, this sort of thing that I described. People at the top are the actual ideologues. Everybody else is just grifting for the money. I don't like. Here's the thing, like,
this is
let
the difference between me and you. I think the people at top at BlackRock is just using the activists to push their ideas. Okay,
I'm
they're just
saying the
little
same thing.
dancing people.
They're the people with the actual ideology, the very top, aka BlackRock, and everybody else is just a grifter from their side. Basically, be it Sweet Baby Inc. or like various subsidiaries of them, or like any other company, even Anita Sarkeesian, they're all grifting for money, and it's obvious.
Yeah.
Like again, like
Okay.
like
I mean,
like
and
you
some
look
of
at
them
their
probably believe in this shit, but someone
their
like Kim Belair
some
with
believe
that speech, Anita Sarkeesian, obviously they were pushing this shit. They were trying to,
yeah yeah. In those
they were
cases,
trying to, I
in
wouldn't
those
say
cases,
extort them, but they were definitely trying to be like, yeah,
get money.
with how progressive we're getting and society's always getting progressive. Don't you want to be seen as progressive? That's the future.
Yeah.
Okay, we got
I
to
would
get rid
say
of
that like
sexism, racism, all that crap.
I would say that again, those elements are more trying to express their internal misandry and stuff like that through activism, more or less. But yeah, it's their activism and their beliefs that are being showcased. Specifically, I would like to showcase two like data points of kind of proving that point. Live Average Gamer did a four-part series on whole Gamergate 1 and 2 debacle. You can have a look at it later, people. And the other one is a video that I recently watched by Mantis Wave, which was about this whole situations about how people accuse of other people of racism, sexism, so on and so forth. If you, like, again, take those two data points and look at it, look at how fast the game industry just immediately bended to these people, and then look at the fact that like a lot of the time these people, like for example with beauty, they say for example, oh, you have male gaze of this character, you have male gaze of this thing, male gaze of that. They always attack the male part, but when they say male gaze, they also technically attack people under the criteria of male gaze. For example, like right now with Stellar Blade, they attack the game, they say the main character is childlike, even though it's a Korean
Who the
person.
fuck says that? I have not seen that anywhere. Who's that fucking retarded?
You could literally go to Twitter and see that.
No,
they're
saying they're deflecting to other crap that is like anime wise. Okay, that is that they try to claim is childlike, and a lot of that
You can
bullshit.
go to Twitter and you find it a lot, and also articles also mention that. Like even the infamous IGN French one mentioned, oh, it's like a child oral or something like that. But the long and short of it, they do this, attack both men and technically women, because let's see at this. Why would the feminist like basically ideology and also the sexual liberation ideology and the left-leaning ideology in general be attacking like the thing that they were protecting several decades before with the first and second waves of feminism, which was about allowing women emancipation and not basically wiggling on them the finger for various things? And I'm just like, well, that doesn't make sense. They defended beautiful women and rights of any women at all, point blank. And now, currently, with, for example, the females in video games and so on and so forth that are beautiful women and are giving their body for scanning for 3D models or basically doing work for basically getting their faces, their looks into video games and so on and so forth, they go and screech and say, oh, this is a misogynistic depiction of the
Okay.
woman.
You're going on and on. Yes.
No. The long and short of it,
No. You've been talking for quite some time. They got activists. These thought processes that have been coming to the surface. They
but
come to the surface recently.
I understand
from
that,
the
but I'm
old activists. They're like, this time is now. They pick their time in like the early 2010s.
Can you let me finish my point, if possible? Like,
I
I want
try
to
to
say
sum it up, man. Okay.
Yeah, long and short of it, the strange thing is, again, they in the past supported all types of women. Now they're attacking with the male gaze thing, and also indirectly attacking beautiful women, which is logical because they are the sex liberation movement of the past. And so here's the conclusion that the Mantis Wave came with his video, and if we go through the Live Average Gamer video, that his data also confirms that the current day feminists are just basically misandrist. They use this cover of, oh, you're sexualizing women and so on and so forth, to basically fuck over men. The radical feminism of the third and maybe fourth wave are being misandrist here. And they're
Okay,
just
I have a
covering it with
completely different
with
perspective. This comes from the Marxist roots. You got out what you were saying. I believe this comes from a disruption of the capitalist system that they've demonized for the last thing. Truth doesn't matter to some of these people, and they've sort of the sort of people who put out this sort of bullshit out there, this sort of wave. We were talking about the Palestine shit earlier, how brain dead these activists are, who are literally spreading Jew hatred because of their fucking progressive roots, because just the sort of ideology that's being spread is starting to break down. It doesn't match with reality.
I would say that, but like at the same time, I think again with these cases, they're just basically projecting their actual real desires. So basically, the people who do this pro-Palestine stuff and do it actually out of hatred are doing it basically because they are actually the anti-Semitic people. Same thing here with video games characters.
Okay. I got my thought out. You got your thought out. Any thoughts, guys, before we continue on any of that sort of side progression? Tiamat, Romeo.
Hello?
They might be asleep. Okay, it's late.
I'm not asleep. Sorry.
Any thoughts?
I don't have any thoughts at this moment.
Okay, fair enough. Tiamat, you awake, man? Okay, whole side progression. Maybe he passed out. Maybe he disconnected. He's having trouble with his internet. So let's move on. If you want to keep going. I'm sure there's going to be more stuff here.
And these things come with strings attached, all right? Political strings attached. And
one
thing
you're
that
gonna love his
everyone needs to
anime
realize is that
By
it's
that,
not
I
that these
mean,
studios are funding the games out of their own pocket. That would be very expensive for them. Cash is king. They will preferably go out and get money from other sources if it's cheap enough to help spread the risk of these massive titles. And there are funding deals out there for studios, and I can't get too specific. I don't want to out my sources.
I'd love to settle marketing with the Ember. Just want to
that have certain strings attached. Like a company will suddenly sign with a developer, and now that developer needs to hire a DEI director and needs to go out and hire consultancy firms to gender balance their staff. And what does all this do? It boosts their ESG score. It allows them access to that funding.
And this is why you have narrative consulting companies like Sweet Baby Inc. and why you have all these companies who are talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI. Their whole purpose is to figure out how to insert certain political messages into their games that companies like BlackRock and Vanguard like, so they can afford to make a $300 million game.
But it's still out there, and it's still fine. This is why you look at how could a studio agree to do this? How could they do something that's actually devastating to their games? And it's because they're kind of in a situation where that's the money they can get. And so, you have this self-perpetuating machine.
Yeah, he's also not bringing up the long-term exposure to sort of develop these games. Typically, we're going to see, if this model doesn't work out, if it really hurts them, we're not going to see any changes for a few years. Okay, people are going courses. Things are going to get canceled that aren't worth pursuing. Hell, studios are going to shut down. Possibly, all this is going to affect it.
I would say that, like, partially what's happening right now is partially a blame of that, because the system has been kind of going on for quite some time already. But at the same time, it's like, he's technically correct. ESG and all this sort of cheap money is the only way a company can get huge amounts of money for basically nothing, but at the same time, it could technically harm their product.
Yeah. No, you don't use the money efficiently. When you have a lot or it's easy money, you don't use it in a very efficient manner. And when there's too many cooks with too many ideas going around, middle management becomes so saturated as it is. You add in this fucking diversity director, just adds another clog.
I understand.
It just makes it even worse.
Yeah, but like another thing that here's the thing. I had a conversation with Oli Barter on Twitter, and we were back and forthing about who are the people that are getting currently fired in the current layoffs. I said that I think most of the developers currently fired are like basically unskilled or low-level developers, while he was saying that it was like high-level developers who got actual pay and skill. I disagreed with that. Only with like recent like Microsoft deletion of several companies, I would say any last good developers or actual skilled developers got deleted. F in the chat for your Team Tango, people who created Prey and a few other great games from those studios.
Yeah, I don't want to jump on that too quickly. Okay,
Yeah, yeah, I know, but like
I want to see things.
the
They
long and
might
short of it,
rehire some people, and some of those people might want to do their own thing with the way
yeah,
go
yeah,
into
I
the
get it.
double A and indie market.
Yeah,
Go on.
yeah. The long and short of it is like I disagreed with him that even with these basically firings, there has been a lot of firings of competent people because he says he's seen a lot of competent people who had high pay and so on and so forth being fired from the companies who had all the skills and stuff. While I disagreed with that and seen those people being fired already decades ahead or years ahead before these current rounds of firings.
Okay, there's also an element of well, the market's going into decline. I think
Yeah.
also, just like with Disney buying up big names like Star Wars, Marvels, overspending, they don't have the money to put in actual areas. They're more interested in getting IPs. For Microsoft, it's more. I saw someone say something about they spent too much on acquiring all these IPs that they don't have as much money they need to actually put into supporting the companies that they sort
Yeah.
of bought out, and that makes a lot of sense. And
Yeah.
I just want to I want to see how things shake out. I'm hating everyone on Twitter jumping to conclusions because those conclusions, those unfounded conclusions, hell, they might turn out to be correct in the long run. But even if it becomes evidence comes out later, that general narrative will just keep on spinning and accelerating. The effect of jumping on something quickly, speculating and trying to pass it off as fact just becomes its own narrative that's hard to dispel even when the actual facts come out later. It just fucking annoys me how the fucking the discourse on social media and propagates fake news, but it's not really fake. It's just weird. Okay, we got that out of the way. My thoughts on that little subject matter. Not too controversial, I
don't
hope.
think, and that's why it's kind of a death spiral that I don't think you can really escape. The only way you can escape it is to make a good game. And if you're already reliant on ESG and you're already reliant on these other fundings because your games are too damn expensive to make, you're trapped.
Right.
I agree with the too expensive to make, but it's not as simple as make a good game.
Yeah,
High Five Rush got
no,
very lucky with the stealth marketing thing they did. That could have
Yeah, but like
failed.
again, it didn't fail technically because it still was a good game. A lot of times there are a lot of good games that just get money infinitely. Like here's a perpetually good two MMOs that are currently being really good and never have fucked up. Final Fantasy 14, was it? Yeah, 14.
What?
And
Final Fantasy fucked up in the very beginning, though. Okay,
no,
they did.
14. The
14,
MMO
yes.
one.
Yes, that fucked up in the beginning. They had to do
I'm
a
talking about
relaunch.
the rebuild and the current one.
Okay, I'm talking about the initial release of Final Fantasy 14 was pretty
Well,
bad,
again,
but
I'm
they did
like
the
I'm
reborn.
talking in a current situation.
Okay.
Good games, aka Final Fantasy 14, which is now improving constantly and trying to be as good as possible. And for example, another MMO, Warframe, they're basically nearly free for their base games. After that, you could do whatever you want to get the money for the basically other things, additions, upgrades, DLC, and you forever can have fun with those games. And they're being
Forever.
developed by people by.
Don't they rely on systems like servers to host them at least?
Well, I mean, currently forever. We don't know when they will close up and what will happen
Long as it
after.
has support, yeah, it'll keep on
Yeah,
going. But
and the funny thing is, with the at least Warframe one, the developers are actually left leaning, and they are from a company called CCP Games. But funny thing is, everybody still likes the developers because they don't put their ideology directly and do pandering to it, and actually, how to say, are actually trying to genuinely create a good
Hold
game
on.
first.
We're having autistic discussions, diverting us from this particular video. Yeah, the gaming market is truly fucking insane right
Yeah,
now. I don't
yeah,
know what to
it's
make of it.
I feel like
Microsoft overextended themselves, or its Game Pass was a bad move, or people wanted to get out of the fucking system because AAA is fucking burning to the ground.
I would
And
say that
like,
like
okay, we're gonna be assholes and we want to do our own things. None of that stuff. It really.
I would say that like at the very least currently from all of
There we
the
go.
types of game development, AA is going to stay intact, AAA is going to implode, and indie is just going to stay normal as it was. So the market is going to crash in the AAA department mainly, I feel like.
Yeah, just for Brother Near's sake, modern gaming.
gaming
This guy
companies and
is
Hollywood have become
completely out of his depth. He's just
addicted to these incredible.
He's just. I just have an issue. He's just regurgitating the same exact narratives without understanding. Because from what I can tell on this channel, he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Okay,
I would say
like
that he does have research. Like the problem is
he
by the end he
definitely
kind of
does good research, but he just flies off the handle at some points. Okay, just going with this. This is the guy who recently got in. This chick, what's her name? She put, yeah. He critiqued her. She learned about that and like off her platform. She's like, I didn't watch the video, but a friend told me it's bullying and harassment. So go flag him. Don't watch the video. Just go flag the bitch, okay? Because he's probably some alt-right shot, okay? So he really went with that. A lot of people covered this. Yeah,
but like that was the girl, not the guy. So
yeah, that's the girl. The guy he's just a bit boring, okay? That's my biggest critique for him, but this comes off very fucking badly because he does not talk about video games. Seems like
I would
he's
say
trying.
I would say the guy is generally just like dry research person who does whatever he wants and from just jumps from topic to topic whenever it is.
He tends to do a lot of misinformation, like fucking people talking about health issues. Brittany
I wouldn't say the health
Vinty's
issue he does
boyfriend.
were bad.
Yeah, he focuses on a lot of that shit. Okay.
Yeah, but let's go back to the original
Yeah,
video.
yeah. I'm just pointing out he's fucking out of his depth. Okay.
He could be.
Dude is talking just shit out of his ass, in my opinion.
God damn it.
Okay,
Honkai.
skip ahead. Yeah.
Would
I mean,
have
he
become
brings up some
addicted to
valid
these
points.
incredibly
The valid
expensive
points.
movies and games, so they make them woke and hire a bunch of DEI staff to afford it. How's that working out? Well, do you remember when Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny released and everyone hated it? That movie cost $295 million to make, and it made $384 million. That may sound like profit, but usually these movies will double the budget of the film to advertise, which puts the actual cost around
Why bring up a different industry altogether?
I mean, like he's doing
Sorry,
like a
oh,
parallel example, technically.
almost 250.
They do not fit. Sorry, you got to realize they're different industries. Different companies work different ways.
It's understandable, but
Okay.
like here's the thing: the ESG money is going everywhere, no matter what type of industry you are. I will literally have a paper where I basically see
Okay,
this
ESG
money
doesn't
be-
actually factor into this fucking shit here. He's just comparing how much money. If that's his comparison, how much the movies make, it's different then. Not a lot of people realize that gaming is much better than it has been, mostly depending on the studio for how much gaming can fall off. Yeah, it can fall off real quick. I'm really sus about the sort of shutting down of these. I'm hoping it turns out well. Maybe they'll restructure some of these broken down, like Arcane, get the good people from it. But we might also get a faction of some good third-party independent place to really revolution. Unfortunately, gaming takes so long, even longer than films, that we're not going to see the results for a few years, no matter what. So
let's move on.
Yeah, we're just stuck with what's in the pipeline. And yeah, there's a lot of good things working out there.
50 million. I don't know how much money they spent on advertising, but I think it's safe to assume that they made about 5 to
Logo.
10 times their total budget. The makers of the latest Indiana Jones and all these post-Avengers failed superhero movies should note that nobody cares about how expensive the visual effects you put into a film are if the film isn't entertaining. It's the same with video games. I don't care how good the graphics are. If the gameplay isn't fun, then nobody's going to buy your game.
Yeah,
10
I
years
agree.
ago, a game called Risk of Rain was
Yeah.
made by essentially 3 people and a budget of $20,000, and it made around $3 million. The game cost me $10, and over the years, I've easily played it for hundreds of hours because it's so fun that it's addictive. It's easy to see why that game made money. Risk of Rain 2 had a similarly small budget compared to its profit, and it made around $58 million. These people aren't
Nice.
struggling to produce
Keep
a
that
profit.
train up, man.
I can't tell you how many countless hours I've sunk into low-cost indie games, yet you get these massive games
Yeah.
like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that create these ridiculously unsustainable models that are incredibly financially stupid. Then they load the game with a ton of filler content and wonder why it's not selling that well. I'm surprised that no one
Can
saw
you
this
stop
coming,
for a second?
especially after.
Yeah, I was going to stop anyways. It's
I
sort
would-
of
I
hard
would
on
say
hatred for
Oliver-
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It keeps on coming
I would
up.
say this is
What did it do to him? Did it touch him? Where did it touch him? Go on.
I would say it's just general hatred of what Square Enix is doing with the Final Fantasy VII as a remake. But besides that, he does have a small point here that like some companies are bloating. And here's the thing: Oliver, the journalist, I don't remember if when he mentioned it, but like if you find it, you find it on his Twitter page. He said that like a lot of these companies, at least in the Asia, would be technically more safer because after noticing that they put too much money on a lot of big eggs, they're slowly starting to derive the money to like smaller projects and like spreading it out so the crash wouldn't happen for them and only leaving like few big ones. While the Western industry is only like accumulating all of its money around big projects. Like look at all of the big companies from the West and even Sony and Microsoft and tell me how much games have you heard that have been AA in a lot of the times and not AAA. Like you would have hard time out of like few to mention, but like when you do the same thing with, for example, Nintendo, there is a pattern that like they have in the recent years published more indie games and AA games and supported those types of games more than their mainline stuff.
Well, there's also
and,
the
and the
trying
only
to push.
outlier is Skyline the Square.
There's
who's
also
kinda in
the
the middle.
issue of trying to push the hardware at this point. I think we've come into the limit of realism in hardware. We're gonna
Yeah,
go
agree
have
with
to
that.
go get into VR before that really graphics, but that's not what a lot of gamers really get into. They're pushing the sort of technology, so they want to show it off with impressive graphics
Yeah,
and
yeah, I
that.
agree. I'm
And
just
they're
done with graphics.
completely fucking and they're also going for the wider general market,
Yeah, yeah.
trying to appeal to make more money back so they actually can make it. But there's an
Yeah,
element
yeah,
of pushing
yeah.
the hardware and pushing games to sort of do that
Yeah,
and
agree
forgetting
with
the
that.
fucking core game loops that definitely the indie scene fucking remembers. They have to
And
work on the
AA.
core game loop. Yeah, AA can do some impressive things. That's a little bit
Anyway,
more
I might just
riskier.
go.
There's
Have a
a
nice
high
day.
risk versus reward, so I don't understand why they take such fucking risk. I mean, with
Yeah.
something like Spider-Man 2 and Miles Morales, I think they can get away with it, and I think they did. That game was from what I hear, that game was a buggy miss, but because it was a Spider-Man game, there were so many
Yeah.
stands for that fucking shit,
Well,
despite
here's the
all
thing:
the
we
fucking
don't
flaws.
know.
The
We
most
don't
famous
know.
one is Angry
Again, I
Joe
don't know if
complaining about it, then still giving it an 8 out of 10. Go on.
Here's the thing: we don't know if the game actually earned back yet. There have been a leak that like it didn't earn back. But
Yeah.
anyway, I need to go. Have a nice day. I'm coughing the
Yeah.
hell out. Hope you do a great job, and please criticize for his bullshit anime takes near the end.
Oh, trust me, these anime takes
Goddamn.
are just so out of
Yeah,
pocket. I mean,
yeah, yeah.
there's some
Anyway,
semblance to it, but yeah, take care.
Yeah,
Peace out.
sorry, I need to go.
Yeah,
Have a nice day.
take care of
The
yourself.
day
Stop
just
the
started.
cough. Stop the
Yeah,
cough.
sorry. Yeah, it's time to cough away.
Yeah. Okay, later, man. Anyone else got something to add to any of that fun ass shit or this nice little appearance by Camille? Camille, I think. Always like, how do I say his name? Camille or Camille? Always feel awkward about that.
Is he in the Thinkers?
No, he's not. He's someone from the Adam and Stitch community. Quite an interesting guy overall. Okay, but I like all sorts. I like all sorts of perspectives. No, not a thinker. Someone I know from Adam and Stitch. He has some really strong anime takes. Okay, trust me on that. I think I saw him go off on Chainsaw Man. The anime, okay. He was very critical of that anime. I haven't actually watched it because I didn't really care for the manga. It looks okay. I'll probably get into it at some point. Timon, asleep at the wheel or new? Okay, test, go on. So,
The horrendous job they did with part 1, which probably owed a lot of its sales to COVID.
Final Fantasy VII Remake is actually the first 5 hours of Final Fantasy VII, except 30 hours. What we have here is a Hobbit scenario where
again, I swear the sources he's using is insane. Video game donkey. Fucking, is this guy? The supporting evidence. Fucking, this is the guy who fucking memed fucking Last of Us Part 2 saying you're all just haters, okay? His opinions are not valid, okay? I mean, I respect Yahtzee because he's very honest about his bias and he knows he goes in with comedy in mind, okay? And he still, as why it might not come off as fair to some people, still, even with his comedic sort of routine within his little zero punctuation bits, he still is 10 times more informative. Oh, okay, maybe 3 times. I had a debate with a friend, a video game donkey versus Yahtzee Pro Show. I swear. Video game donkey is more entertainment than factual shit. And Yahtzee is slightly more critical, but still heavily focused towards entertainment.
you take an established story and stretch it way out because of money. Look at this robot hand. In the PS1 version, I walked over the robot hand in 1 second. In the PS4 version, you have to take control of the robot hand, take your partner, put her up on the cliff, go, switch to the other robot hand, pick up the box, you put the box in the wrong spot, switch back, do it.
Oh God, mini games. Oh fucking hell. I swear, it's such a pathetic ass point to go off of. Okay. I thought this was interesting. You can spend a little bit more time to uncover secrets and Matrix, okay, or you can get through it quicker, okay. Criticizing the fact that it added a extra dimension with the better hardware, and yeah, it stretches it out, okay. Don't we want more bang for our buck? Okay. I mean, if the cost really is that high, maybe there's a problem, but it's not establishing. He's just taking it as an assumption that this little mini game is it's draining up more money or something. I don't even fucking know. I just know fucking citing video game donkey for any legitimate reason is just fucking retarded. Hands down, all around. Not in my pants, though. No gooning allowed here. At least don't tell me if you're doing it.
Loop, pick her up, put her down, wrong spot, switch characters, switch robots, insert disc 2. The great moments of this game are buried in a sea of filler hallways and elevators and levers and computers and platforming.
What's the fuck? Sorry, brain died.
About part 1, except twice as long. Why am I playing a ripoff of Fall Guys for an hour when in the original game, I would have been rewarded with this item in a treasure chest by exploring, which is something that's actually fun? Did we really need...
Actually fun. Well, some people like... Okay, this probably is bad. I really wish I could have played this on multiple different levels for this video. Okay, did he even play it though? Or he's just saying this and like, oh, look, they're doing these mini games and they suck because they're copies. Can't really figure out his logic. Sort of out of my depth with this particular section. Any help, guys? Any help at all? Just leave me drowning. I see how it is. You. Why do I even let you on?
Need a knockoff Rocket League in this game? If I wanted to play Rocket League, then I would just play Rocket League, not a less good version of it. Speaking of Donkey, apparently...
I just hope they fucking fix the fucking Chocobo race for that Matrix. And maybe the... Oh, God. Sorry. I really hated some of the mini games for some of the GP and the Golden Saucer. I hope the fuck they made those a lot more tolerable, like the Chocobo racing or... I guess I can understand the arena works a little bit, okay. But the Chocobo racing, I hope they fucking fix that. Because that was a fucking headache to go through. frustrated the hell out of me.
This is a reoccurring problem that modern day Square Enix has.
Kingdom Hearts 3 is one of the biggest glumberfucks I have ever witnessed. Never have I seen so much hard work wasted on a product so astonishingly bad. Gameplay-wise, there is an ambitious variety of playstyles with platforming sections, then it's a beat 'em up, then it's a shooter, then you're collecting 300 crabs, then it's a rhythm game, then you drive a pirate ship, then it's a Star Fox, then you play Puzzle Bobble with Winnie the Pooh. It doesn't do anything particularly well, but it does a lot of things.
This is terrible game design. So outside of Kingdom Hearts,
Terrible game design. I don't know. I gave up after 2. Sorry, not that dedicated to fucking Kingdom Hearts. The first one was nice, neat. After that, I'm just like the second game. I'm like, okay, losing its sort of charm here. Okay. Well, I'm surprised though, Romeo. You both must be tired. I figure you would both be big Kingdom Hearts stands. Disappointed.
I guess I've only played one game, but I do like the singer, like Hikari, whatever, Utada. I can't even pronounce her name.
Okay, yeah, you're not a stan. Okay. Sorry, I put that labeled on you. I stereotyped you. Does that make me racist? I went with a stereotype and automatically just threw it on you and be like, damn. Need to find a Kingdom Hearts person to hang out with. Of course, they would fucking annoy the hell out of me because Kingdom Hearts annoys me a bit.
why am I being forced to do this boring crap? And
Did I get
I
something?
heard that the story's confusing.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Some people like sloppy messes. It's a lot of fan service. Okay. How well implemented? Yeah. Even the first game had its issues with the story, and I hear it just gets worse from there. Second one, I try to forget. I don't even think I finished it. I'm a bad gamer. I really am. Sorry. Couldn't finish Kingdom Hearts. Too sloppy, too fan servicey, too messy of a story.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, instead of being pushed towards the battle system, which is actually fun, or being pushed towards exploring a world.
Oh, that also reminds me, the original Final Fantasy VII had the
Then it's a rhythm game,
RTS.
then you drive a pirate ship, then it's a Star Fox, then you play Puzzle.
It's like he's forgetting all the fucking mini games from the original game. Okay, it's just really.
So outside of Kingdom Hearts, why am I being forced to do this boring crap in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth instead of being pushed towards the battle system, which is actually fun?
Because the original game fucking did it. They modeled it after popular games to maybe help do a little change. Again, haven't played it because fuck it until it's on PC. But the original game had a fucking little games that I could definitely see annoy people, like the Chocobo racing. That's the one that pissed me off the most. The RTS one, not too bad, but some of the other mini games were annoying.
Or being pushed towards exploring a world map where I'm not told exactly where everything is and literally guided to the exact spot if I'm somehow too stupid to read a world map with a waypoint on it. This one was just ridiculous. Not only do you have a mini map on the top right in case you didn't know where to go, but you also have yellow paint, an action arrow, and a drawn sign on the wall saying, go here. I mean, at this point, I'm surprised that Square Enix didn't also add flashing lights and an auditory cue to let you know that you are most certainly in the right place. How stupid do you think your players are? Is being told exactly how to play the game supposed to be fun? What was the point in spending all that money coding this beautiful open world if you're just going to kill all of the mystery with waypoints that are basically on the map by default, and by making it so you can fast travel to every point, which results in players wanting to spend as little time as...
Oh, they made it normie friendly. Can you not turn this shit off? Well, of course, it's on PlayStation 5. You can't fucking mod it. Another reason to fucking not get it on the PlayStation 5. Okay. I just really hate the fact that, like, they take all the challenge out of this. This is the fucking H-Bomber guy argument. These fucking critics are fucking influenced by fucking bread tubers. Okay. Well, I swear, H-Bomber guy has just created so much poison in the discourse on the internet. At least I want to blame him because it's funner to do that. He is H-Bomb. Nukes everything he does.
Possible, engaging with the expensive thing that you created. The world map in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is effectively designed as an inconvenience instead of it being a main draw for player engagement like it is in a Zelda game. The game would have been much better if the designers didn't hold the player's hand the entire time and just stuck to a few original minigames.
Yeah, if I could believe you. This sounds like fucking... I've heard this from millions of people before. Okay, fucking hell. You sound like a fucking tourist who's just copying someone else's note. Maybe he is a diehard gamer. I can't imagine this particular person who focuses on health and fitness really advocating for this. This definitely seems like he's trying to, probably with his recent drama thing, he's trying to jump into a different market and see how it goes. Okay. Fucking get out, Taurus. Okay. I'm gatekeeping this from this. He brings up some relevant points, but probably his relevant points are pulled from people who actually know it a little bit better. Who the fuck knows? Video game donkey just makes me press X to doubt.
Like Queen's Blood or Fort Condor, instead of like 10 nonsense ripoff minigames per
Okay. He at least fucking acknowledges Fort Condor. Okay. I thought he wasn't going to bring up the minigame. Fucking Chocobo Racing.
area that you aren't going to care about 2 minutes after you play them. I mean, they spread themselves so thin by making an excessive amount of minigames that they couldn't even keep the Chocobo Racing game original without majorly ripping off Mario Kart.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Any improvement to that Chocobo Racing thing was frustrating as hell if they gave you control. Fucking, you had no control of that. Yeah. Fucking complain about them changing it just because it's similar to Mario Kart. Fuck off.
Well, at least they did such a crap job playtesting that game that they didn't remove your ability to basically cheat on every map that has a jump, which is like half the races, including some of the most difficult ones.
Booyah. Okay. That's dividing it with a cheat. Thinking like a real gamer, man. Speed running.
The point being is that I think this kind of creatively lazy bloating and sidetracking that you can do when you have a massive budget, instead of focusing on a few very well-refined ideas, is hurting some of these more established companies.
You think? Again, I need to gatekeep bitches like this. Don't come in here, fucking Taurus, with your fucking thing, try to virtue signal by pulling all the fucking talking points. Am I being unfair, guys? Are you guys awake?
I don't think you're being unfair.
Okay, I'm being a little bit of an asshole towards them for excessive appeal, but generally, I'm fine with gatekeeping. Okay, this guy reeks of fucking Taurus coming in and thinking maybe he played a few games. He's probably definitely a Final Fantasy 7 fan with how this is coming across, his butthurt attitude towards this change. Okay, but outside of that, I can't see him as a real gamer. Okay. Okay.
And making games less fun. Good content requires that you cut out all the boring stuff. But because they are too irresponsible to cut down on the scope of the game to make it something they can actually afford to create, they have to talk to ESG companies like BlackRock or Vanguard to bankroll their project, who will...
And just making so many fucking wild assumptions based on what other people are saying and your own fucking opinion on game design. What the fuck should I care about your opinion on game design? Fucking hell.
Then say, yes, but we need you to hire these consulting firms who are going to make players hate your game. I mean, this get woke, go broke stuff is so prominent now that eventually people are going to start saying, wait, BlackRock is taking my retirement money and putting it into woke projects that they know are going to fail? Maybe I should invest it elsewhere. And you should. Why would you trust your investments with a business that is using your money to spread an ideology that everyone hates and is resulting in failure after failure? And really, all these ESG companies are doing is taking people who are way more racist than the average person and having them lecture you about why...
He's hitting on all the points, wasting money, go woke, go broke, fucking racism. All these have legitimate seeds within them. Okay. Let's not really fucking even get into the real core of this shit. See, the fucking tourists like this coming in, it seems like they're fucking talking about video games just for their own political goals. Okay. I'm not going to call him a grifter, okay? I mean, I understand he wanted to do this, show some sort of thing, some solidarity with his gamer bros. I wouldn't call this a freaking grifter content, but definitely someone vastly uninformed trying to use bits and pieces to cobble together some sort of thing.
Racism is bad. Take former sex worker and senior editor at Kotaku, Alyssa Mercante, for example.
Sex worker.
She wrote this tweet here saying that you can't be racist against white people.
Dumb.
And then immediately got ratioed and community.
Yeah. I don't know if she was memeing there or if she's legitimately buys into that fucking retarded, you can't be racist against white people. I hope she was memeing for her own fucking sanity, but fuck.
Be noted into oblivion.
Good.
You also have this tweet from some girl who's creating a game that nobody cares about, saying that none of the starting characters in their alpha build are white males, which technically isn't super racist if you add the nuance that you can still create white characters in the game. But also, anyone who's not a racist would not have bragged on Twitter that none of the starting characters are white.
Okay, I almost want to do a check on how many times he says racist. Because remember, these woke people are racist.
Right. That thought wouldn't occur to a normal person. Imagine bragging that there were no black or Hispanic people in your starting lineup. Then there's this person, a former employee of Sweet Baby Inc. named Donnie Lalanders, who now works for Electronic Arts and openly bragged about violating civil rights law.
I have a team of 21 right now for Validate. It's a pretty big team. It's a crazy big team for indie games. But who is your team? Validate has a team of mostly all people of color. We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment. And I know the best way for an environment to be safe is to be around people who are just like you.
I'm such a racist. I played a horrible game where the only freaking white guy is dirty and smelly, and probably no one will pick him. He's just there for there, and I hate because microaggressions. Okay, microaggressions keep them, healthy environment. Blah blah blah. Sorry, I couldn't listen to that for like the 20 millionth time.
Of course, have started with AI depictions of how Sweet Baby Inc. would design Mario, or how IGN would create the Stellar Blade protagonist, and even the Daily Wire took a break from setting itself on fire to join Gamergate.
The video game industry without a lot of fanfare.
Okay, at least I can support this. Everyone should shit on Matt Walsh for this. Everyone should shit on Matt Walsh generally, except for the "What is a woman?" Okay, even though politically motivated, he really made it skyrocket, and that's a great meme and relevant thing in political discourse. Probably the fact he made the documentary actually hurt the credibility. So that's sort of fucked up. It's still legitimate. Okay.
Has transformed into a tool of both propaganda and surveillance. It's an effective way to indoctrinate children precisely because it hasn't received much attention, and also because children spend, many of them, hundreds of hours a year, and that might be an undercount, a severe undercount, with this kind of content. So it should get a lot of our attention.
I'm kicking him.
And now finally that attention is here.
Just to see if he wakes up,
these games
come
as
back
far
in.
away from your children as possible.
Okay.
And if you do that, games journalists, literally the lowest form of journalists on the planet,
that was the first time I
accuse you of
someone.
harassment. And that's exactly how you'll know that you're doing the right thing.
Nice try, Matt. No one believes that you care about video games after years of you saying stuff like video games and anime are
Romeo, I'm on a power trip. The Matt Walsh, unmute your mic. Start talking. Just anything. Ha ha ha! You're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
I was gonna say, isn't Matt Walsh the one that was?
No, sorry. I couldn't help it. Please, I've gone mad with power. Go on, Matt Walsh.
The one that's exposed about his wife and everything. Isn't that the one?
No, that's Steven Crowder. Okay.
Oh.
You're thinking the wrong political pundit.
They kind of look alike.
Not really, but they both have I can understand they both have the sort of facial expression like someone stuck a stick up their butt. So I understand the understanding.
That's true.
Matt Walsh is also just a fierce hell, as fucked up as Steven Crowder is politically, rhetorically, emotionally. Matt Walsh is just pretty much a theologue. If he would probably overthrow the state and put some priest or some sort of religious system in place if he could. Okay. That's the impression I get. I don't think he would even fucking deny it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just, I can't get behind it. Okay. It's just so much bad. And I'm muting you again. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. I've gone mad with power. Third time's the charm, though. Okay. I can even edit your name, but I wouldn't do that.
Which is fine. You can say those things, but don't go trying to grift off the audience who cares about that stuff, because then people are just going to make fun of you for that. But Gamergate 2 is on. Every YouTuber is capitalizing on the drama, and every air quote gaming journalist who can't figure out where to go without you say those things. But don't go trying to grift off the audience who cares about that stuff, because then people are just going to make fun of you for that. But Gamergate 2 is on. Every YouTuber is capitalizing on the drama, and every air quote gaming journalist who can't figure out where to go.
Exactly. Okay. This seems like you're trying to grip off of it. Okay. Did he legitimately say that? Yeah, Matt Walsh came in like a fucking wrecking ball. And yeah, I have to admit, face value, not horrible. It's just very redundant. All the same fucking things I've heard a million times before. But maybe he's exposing these ideas to his particular audience. I don't know why the fuck they would care if they follow
Every
him,
YouTuber
though.
is capitalizing on the drama, and
Okay,
every air quote
not
gaming
Griffin.
journalist who can't figure out where to go without yellow.
So he's capitalizing off this. Don't hate the player, hate the game. It's good for a one-off, but if he keeps on, I think he should get out
paint and a
now.
guide arrow is trying to use this situation to enhance their Twitter following so they can work at the publication that they actually want to work for instead of Kotaku.
I want to be totally straightforward with you. You will never, in a million years, get a job at a publication as prestigious as the New York Times.
Is this Sam Hyde? Am I just mistaken?
Yeah, that's
Hyde or
Sam
not? Okay, he looks almost respectable in this. I usually see him like as a madman. I'm like, is this Sam Hyde?
He usually looks like a hobo.
Yeah, he almost looks respectable. He's still got the beanie and the beard, but the glasses. I think it's the glasses that makes the look. I gotta give him credit for that. He cleans up better than most leftists, at least.
That little pipe dream is never going to happen. You will be blogging and tweeting until you are dead, and nobody will care. Because you're a blockhead, Joe. You don't pay attention in school, Joe.
Okay. Yeah.
It's life when you work at BuzzFeed.
Ironically, Joe the BuzzFeed journalist did get a position at the New York Times. However, when it comes to gaming journalists, I really think these companies are just going to collapse and they'll be out of a job because they aren't creating products that people want. And when they do try to create stuff that gamers want, like guides on how to play certain games better, the staff complains about having to do actual work. Have fun getting laid off because you'll never.
So he's definitely misrepresented. Aside from Bellamy Gaming going, even fucking what's his name? Upper Echelon. He dropped the gaming from his name. Upper Echelon pointed out this particular things. But he did virtue signal about Sweet Baby Inc. and how bad, so no one came after him. Okay, I swear the push towards you have to do this. You have to virtue signal about the Sweet Baby Inc. if you're talking about Kotaku because they defended him. Such bullshit. I mean, I think of freedom, okay, and people just sort of forcing like fucking heels versus babyface. A lot of people gave Ackman. Like, you didn't need to bring that up, okay? You get into it. I'm sure the Hackman felt he had to respond to Az trying to own him when he tried to look into Sweet Baby. That was such a fucking fail. You could have had that. You could have had the Ackman on your fucking side going against Sweet Baby Inc. and all this. But you fucking had to get the own. You didn't want the Ackman's knowledge. You didn't want to have to educate him, okay? Just because he made some fucking off-colored jokes. You got so butthurt, you didn't take advantage of making a good network choice, okay? And I can't even say for sure with the Ackman. The Ackman's all over the place, unpredictable. But he seemed rather chilled on Tommy C afterwards talking about it. He just doesn't take it as seriously as these people. You were going to say?
Not really. I might actually leave. Like I think I'll leave
Fair
right
enough.
now because I have to work.
Yeah, get off, man. Shit, what are you doing in this dump? Fucking hell, go, man. Okay, I'll do fine on my own. Tiamon passed out or something. Whatever. Okay.
It was
I
fun.
appreciate people popping up to give me shit and give me something to work off of, but I'll go much quicker now that I'm alone.
Okay.
I'm a
But yeah, I
lone
had
wolf.
fun.
Okay.
And I'll talk to you maybe this week. I don't know. Whenever you're streaming again. But
Yeah, I have something planned for this weekend. Don't know the time. I was keeping it open, possibly to see if people would pop in, like Giga Bear. I'm gonna go over his PDF. He's a lolcow. I went over the PDF, did a recording, so that should be interesting. Maybe he'll show up anyways. Probably not. But you know, lolcows. I might try to bait him some, but shh, don't tell anyone. Okay. Have a good night, man. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Peace out.
Succeed in media if you don't
let's
create products that people
expedite
want.
this.
Speaking of the last Gamergate, how's that going? Well, one of the most prominent figures in that movement and founder of the now dead company Feminist Frequency, Anita Sarkeesian, voluntarily posted what quite possibly is the most embarrassing photo that I've ever seen on her Instagram.
Yes, this is cringe. Why? Why? What's the relevance of this? This seems like a long form shit post just to shit on all these people. Why? I am perfectly fine with shitting on Anita.
To bully people into compliance.
I sort of joke about how it was the most
Fighting for what I believe was her 40th
you
birthday.
oh,
Now, normally I would say
sorry.
this is kind of sad and it's important.
Sorry, it's a shit sandwich. You make fun of her. You give the sort of a narrative about her. Okay, it's pretty spot on with her. Okay, this is the archetype for this bitch ass female that Alyssa has inherited. Okay, so she has a lot of baggage, and she's inherited the title from Anita because Anita bowed out, so she inherited all that. She's not the same as Anita. She could be worse. She could be better. Who the fuck knows? Keep on prodding her and see how it goes.
Poor taste to dunk on a political opponent when their life isn't going well. But Anita Sarkeesian has done some pretty evil things, such as misappropriating a bunch of Kickstarter money, lying about a number of video games such as Hitman to make them seem worse than they were, and used Twitter to bully people into compliance.
I sort of joke about how
I don't even know if she was technically lying about that. I've actually watched people break it down. It's a little bit more nuanced. It was definitely framing it in a very biased way that definitely made it seem with a quick caveat, like you don't need to do it, but people will go with this. I think that's actually technically misinfo, but that keeps getting spread. But I don't actually care for her, so fuck it. It's true. The Hitman thing, totally true. Who cares about the truth? Okay, let's go with what's funny. Make fun of Anita again.
it was the most
Think
liberating
before you
thing
sleep.
that ever happened to me, and also the most frustrating for everyone around me. Because like when you start learning about systems, everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out to everyone.
I swear, this logic needs to fucking burn. Okay, this is one of my main fucking problems with fucking Grums and his little fucking posse. They're turning this shit and finding all these fucking racist people. It doesn't matter how old it is. Context doesn't matter to them. Okay, at least they don't go with the sexist. They have other buzzword. They use racist, but it's anti-gamer and DEI supporter, which they're fucking. It's just another set of fucking ways to cancel fucking people. And I don't even know what's worse. Maybe if I would have been in Twitter or would have been in the shit in the heyday, I would be along with these guys, bitter and sweet, but I can fucking disconnect. I can fucking not fucking have such passion towards them fucking my video games, mainly because most of my video games have fucking stayed safe because I don't like fucking a lot of this shit. I didn't think The Last of Us. Sorry. I didn't think, Last of Us, the original one, was that great. Great story, standard bullshit third person mechanics, which is solid enough. Few good mini games here and there, environmental storytelling, a little bit here and there. It's something to respect, but I don't put it on the pedestal like some people. Okay, so I don't care about part 2. I can just say fuck it and move on. Okay, they did Joel dirty, probably. They could have done it better. They shouldn't have had the self-insert of fucking Neil Druckmann, rumored, pretty much a buffed up Abby. But shit, who the fuck cares about that?
One all the time. So there's a good year of my life.
Oh, fuck off.
There's a good year of my life where it was just I was the most obnoxious person to be around.
Yeah, you are annoying for.
Oh, you forget. I also have the opinion that fucking facts matter, and someone's got to fucking watch the Watchmen. Make sure this shit. Okay. Also, I'd like to bully people, apparently. Quotation marks around bully.
Quite a bit longer than a year on
Have
that
my
one.
fun,
But I'm not
okay.
going to rehash all the crimes of Anita Sarkeesian here, whose ideology essentially helped ruin video games, because I already went into detail on that at the end of this video here, and there are plenty of videos that exist on the internet going over who she is as a person. Basically, she's kind of evil, which makes her failed dating life funny. And I will point out something.
Yeah. Shit sandwich. I'll bring up the sort of sad wedding crap and bring this up.
That a lot of
and
people
making
have
fun
missed
of
about
it.
this whole
Gotta
wedding
respect
post.
that group.
Thanks to It's a Gundam, I've been notified of this photo here displaying that she probably was already in a relationship with a guy when she did this fake wedding. Now, you might say that this picture was just a part of the bit, but they...
Okay. It's actually nice to take a break from this. Okay, Ascension. Well, Ascension. Interesting idea. I played it back like a year. Maybe I should try to get back into it. This particular video, yeah, I'm waiting for the anime take. Okay. I mean, everything from this I've heard a million times before. Same old song and dance. Fucking uses some weird ass fucking sources like Game Grumps and fucking Video Game Donkey. It's like he doesn't know about the fucking atmosphere, ecosystem of the fucking gaming culture on YouTube. He definitely seems like a fucking tourist. Okay. Definitely, I can feel his passion for Final Fantasy VII, which might have prompted this a little bit, along with his hatred of leftists. I can get behind that. I just like to listen to something new hatred about leftists, new problems with leftists. It's just the same old garbage that I've heard. Oh,
People who aren't in a
and
relationship.
all around.
And
Blame
here's
BMO
another
for me
photo of them
watching
together.
this. He
Honestly,
recommended
if
it.
these two are together, then I can't think of anything more passive aggressive and pathetic than throwing a fake wedding in place of a real one. Also, apparently this occurred in a different country from the one she lives in and included a bachelor party,
Yeah.
rehearsal dinner, and reception.
He fucking just broad scales. You're all just porn addicted. Okay. I think his Stellar Blade take might also have gotten him some dislikes also.
This had to have been
Yep.
expensive to pull off just for a birthday party, which really shows that she made a lot of money off that feminist frequency grift.
The fact that challenging the status quo results in threats of violence and acts of violence is unbelievable. Right?
It probably was ever thus, though, wasn't it? I mean, that's what political.
Oh God, the irony of seeing this. Fucking hell.
The fact that challenging the status quo results in threats of violence and acts of violence is unbelievable. Right?
It probably was ever thus, though, wasn't it? I mean, that's what.
I need to clip this particular section. Oh, thank you. Think before you sleep. Fucking, this is the same thing fucking Grums is pulling off. He's challenging the status quo. Okay? He's trying to get all those darn wokest. And as much as I don't like the wokest people, why the fucking CMs? Why go for the little pity ass people? Is there no real leftist voices really pushing anything? You got to go for the little guys. And in some cases, almost seem like you're turning people to be more woke than they really are. A very isolated cases. Okay. Video tomorrow about
what
that.
political activists throughout history
Absolutely.
have confronted. So it's not, in a way, it's not
new,
surprising.
but that's also horrifying, right? Like that's still the response to saying something like,
But
"Hey, maybe you should
see
tone
the
down the
Stellar
boobs in your
Blade
game."
take. Okay.
Like, right? Like that should not be.
It goes into his very Britty Vitty sort of probably got Britty Vidney, his girlfriend. Probably helped him with that little bit, okay? He just seems like a fucking normie, okay? Stellar Blade? Yeah,
a statement
gonna
that
find
is
out. I
leads
had a
me
whole
to
bunch
3
of guys
years
here
of
earlier
death threats and
bogging me
bomb
down.
threats and all kinds of things.
Quit with the gaslighting. That's not why people don't like you. Now, the issue here is that a lot of these people come up with reasonable concerns, but then they move towards the craziest narrative to respond to a problem. For example, I remember going to LA Comic-Con maybe 10 plus years ago, and they had a cosplay is not consent panel, a panel that talked about how it's not okay for men to grope or creep on women just because they're dressed like their favorite.
I think he's going to reiterate this, but no shit, Sherlock, okay? What sort of losers need to be told this? Don't grope people. Fucking hell. This is just retarded levels of bullshit, okay?
Comic book character, which should be something that every normal person agrees with. The issue with this panel is that they then proceeded to go on some insane rant about how women have unrealistic body standards to live up to,
Yeah,
simply because the characters are thin, while completely ignoring how many shirtless alpha male characters there are in media with a body type that
Okay.
literally cannot be achieved without steroids. But even with stupid one-sided points like that, that's not to say that the unrealistic standards for women argument came from nowhere, because that was something that they used to be correct about. Moments like this next one from America's Top Model, which aired.
Yeah, this also. But I actually do like his argument for this. It's complete dog shit garbage in theory, but he makes a legitimate take. This is like the first thing that not just regurgitated, heard it a million times before.
2000s created the necessity for body positivity.
Hi, Anna. Hello. How do you feel about being the only plus size model here? I'm sure of myself, and that's who I am, so that's fine.
Yeah, sure. Video games, especially action video games, predominantly a male market. Yeah, you're trying to attract the women for a larger audience. That's where we need to be concerned about the body positivity, not all this bullshit. And fucking, much as I think RuPaul comes off as a cool person, that drag race shit, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just saying he might give some people more ideas than the cloud cross-dressing scene. Okay,
It wasn't
saying
just
that.
Tyra Banks being ridiculous in the 2000s. People called Britney Spears fat for being 5 pounds
Yeah.
heavier than anorexic. And a major plot point of The Devil Wears Prada was calling Anne Hathaway fat when she's obviously not. However, the narrative gets crazy in the modern day when fat acceptance advocates are saying that.
Yeah, and he also hits up I'm pretty sure the commentary, the T community going after the super skinny chick. What's the fuck?
A woman being under
Regina
180
Cooney?
pounds in a
Oh,
video
God.
game is an
She's gonna be a
unrealistic
freak.
standard.
Sorry,
So this is not to
this
say
is
that some of the
unhealthy.
arguments that Anita Sarkeesian
Bullshit.
made weren't reasonable.
Yeah.
Some of them were, which is why
Fucking
they
hell.
caught people's attention. I've already stated in a different video that over-sexualization in media is a problem. Considering all the porn addiction going around, I don't think video games should be loaded with softcore content as a way of baiting people into buying the game. Over-sexualization is so prominent everywhere that it's genuinely hard to avoid. Just trying to watch a popular superhero show with anime Superman, don't forget that annoying rapey character who uses sexual assault as a form of comic relief, or the beach episode that sexualizes high schoolers. Now, that's not to say that these characters should be
Sexualizes high schoolers. Go to the fucking beach, okay? It's all about dictate, okay? It's a trope, and sometimes it's done poorly, sometimes it's done not. This is fucking. I can see what he's saying, the over sexualization. I've just become immune to it. I think we just need to fucking disassociate nudity in these minds, just oversaturate them to where their brain just doesn't. You need hardcore sex stuff before you can really get your grind on. Okay, throwing that out there. Probably a little bit bad, and I wouldn't want to make it, but it's just a theory. Just a theory.
made ugly like they're doing in Western video games. Oddly, people have pointed out that they aren't making the men ugly, but maybe, just maybe, the sexualized content should be toned down a bit in mainstream shows. I think that this stuff should be kept separate from pornography. You don't need to constantly throw people into the Twitch to
Yep.
OnlyFans pipeline just to appeal to coomers who can't leave Pornhub for more than 5 minutes. Maybe just make a good game. Maybe just learn how to write female characters who aren't lame. Anita Sarkeesian.
Fucking sex sells, okay. Market employ. I don't really think having sexy characters is too highly correlated, but I think fandoms are actually worse. I think it's really the fandoms that actually really ramp this shit up. Fucking ship and anti-shipping culture. You got the fucking weird ass shippers competing with the rainbow flag mafia, as some people would say, competing with the more straight mafia and fighting over internet, over these relationships. I think that's actually more damaging than the actual properties itself. Stop blaming the fucking media, okay, for the fucking degeneracy of the people. It's a fucking culture, okay? And yeah, there are some things that probably bait that shit a little bit.
And is also correct about blank slate female characters who are just sex objects for the male protagonists. For example, here's a post I saw on Twitter of Anita retweeting and talking about the best pairings in media, which oddly includes this picture of Batman and Catwoman. Wait, didn't you make a whole series saying stuff like this is a problem? Specifically these two characters? But the
hypocrisy.
The original post contains Outlaw Star on the bottom right, which I think is a good show, but as an adult, the pairing between Jean and Melfina makes absolutely no sense. Jean tries to date basically every other female in the show while treating Melfina like crap. Their relationship is kind of just slapped together at the end with
You should say beta. Sorry, I had to do the beta. Okay. He's not going the Andrew Tate red pill route, at least. Okay. But
no prior romance. And Melfina's entire personality is that she has no personality.
Who am I and why am I
no,
here?
I haven't.
I have no idea. Watching this as an adult, you are literally the least interesting character on the show. It seems like Melfina's only purpose on Outlaw Star is to do chores and be the naked girl on the ship.
I've never seen a ship like this before. It's way behind any Katal ship. It won't move unless you're naked. Oh, that's very kinky, wouldn't you say?
How dare you talk about the galaxy's fastest, most advanced ship like that?
People.
Okay. Yeah, they turned the nudity into a joke. Fucking hell. How's that sexual nature? People need to fucking get sex off their brain, okay? I don't think it's a problem with the media. I think it's a problem with the culture. Fucking hell. Keep blaming the media for the culture. How much do you fucking think the media shapes the culture? Or how much the culture shapes the media? I just hate this fucking slippery slope. Oh, it's sexualizing. What do you consider sexualizing? Any bit of skin. Move to the Middle East, motherfucker. Okay. Those are the purity standards you want to fucking do. Those people. And I don't want to be Islamophobic, but maybe this is why when Muslim men come over, in Western worlds, they sort of lose their shit. Okay, sort of would be the argument I would be for just normalizing this shit, not assuming it's fucking to get a man. And yeah, sometimes it is for a man. Okay, but Jordan Peterson was, at least before he went a little bit off the rails, and been keeping up with him. But he brought up a very valid point about women like wearing makeup, being like they're doing that to be attractive because it makes them feel good. It's not necessarily to attract the guy. Dressing up, a lot of women just, it boosts their confidence when they feel pretty themselves. It's not about sex. It's a very complex matter. Maybe. Cultural shock. Yeah. It's probably more nuanced than that. Okay. I just want to be a little bit of an asshole. Bring up the Muslim
People draw a
issue.
cultural narrative from the stories they watch and
Calls
listen
me
to, which is why
Islamophobic.
woke people
Okay,
are
there's this
hijacking classic movies and remaking them to be garbage instead of making their own original stories. The purpose of all this is to change the cultural narrative. You can cope all you want, but the media that you consume does affect your psychology. It's specifically designed to do that, and people who make
Okay, let's listen to that again because that sounds so profoundly stupid to me. Okay.
instead of making their own original stories. The purpose of all this is to change the cultural narrative. You can cope all you want, but the media that you consume does affect your psychology. It's specifically designed to do that, and people who make art do so to influence you through emotional means.
Okay. Proof. Anything to back it up. Yeah, there's going to be artwork that will try to attempt to subvert things through social means. Look at The Last Jedi. So subversive. What the fuck is that trying to tell me? Okay. Trying to tell me fucking Ryan Johnson is a fucking edge lord who doesn't fucking consider anyone else's. I'm so great. I can defy the lore. Just say fuck you fans, do one draft and then just end it. So whoever's doing the next movie is gonna be fucked. Fucking selfish, entitled artist. I think he's giving fucking artists too much fucking credit here. Okay. Why not? Maybe he would complain about social media. That's literally designed. There's documentaries about Facebook, the like. That's designed to fucking have a psychological effect. Sorry, big claims need big fucking facts to back it up. Him just saying that, pulling that out of his pocket, it's complete bullshit. Give me an example of any of those sort of medium forms who really put that thought in changing culture. I fucking hell. There's some woke games that I think do make the attempt, like Last of Us Part 2. Okay. I don't see how that fucking changes any of the culture. Is it gonna make women actually fucking try to become jacked ass fucking steroid users in that, or the non-binary lame person, get them pregnant, kill dogs, fucking become communists? I just don't see it. Big claims need okay. Influence. Yeah, fair enough. He's just playing it up as such a big factor. I do agree. It's one of these little stepping stones that I think ESG sort of the woke agenda, as ominous as people use it. Sorry. What's going on my little rant? Okay.
Purpose of all this is to change the cultural narrative. You can cope all you want, but the media that you consume does affect your psychology. It's specifically
designed
to do that, and people who make art
see that it's more that influenced, specifically designed. Give me some examples of that, and I just can't think of any examples. I even have to stretch for something like Last of Us Part 2. There's definitely symbology that virtue signals, like, oh, a strong, powerful woman in the post-apocalypse. Awesome. Get rid of the male. You can definitely get a reading of that, but fucking hell.
do so to influence you through emotional means. It's not always nefarious, though. It's mostly because you won't find the art interesting if it doesn't do that.
No, I just think they're trying to be edgy. Okay, they're just trying to do something different. Everything's been done before. They just want to be different. They want to be accepted by the in group. They're just such. Oh, maybe Sweet Baby Inc. should have actually marketed to actually leftists, okay? They should have actually been right-wing grifters, okay? Would have been much more effective to subvert. Sweet Baby Inc. totally should have made a deal with one of these right-wing influencers. Okay, that would have been a brilliant market strategy for them, okay? Yeah, we're making things progressive. Oh, why is this? Why are we getting traditional male values? Why are you inserting this? Oh, trust me. Latino families, they just buy this shit up. Okay. Then we'll do the gender slip later. We'll do the gender slip later. Slip. Okay. I'm just pulling shit
With
out of
that
my ass.
said, when you have a media
Fuck.
culture like anime or video games that constantly portrays women chasing men,
Constantly?
despite the fact that women rarely chase men in real life, or you have a bunch of shows where the
Yeah, it's a fantasy. Whole bunch of neats and losers. And that's not everything. Okay. What the fuck? What anime are you talking about? Okay. And I know a friend who's did a video called The Lies of Isekai, and he would just freak out about this. Well, fuck. I always suck with gender. Transgender? Maybe she? Okay. Sorry about the pronoun there.
main female love
Okay,
interest
if you
has
watch
a
this,
personality
let me know.
centered entirely around liking the male protagonist, such as Hinata, Ochako, or Mikasa, then you might have a strong contributor
Okay, let's go through that again.
chase men in real life, or you have a bunch of shows where the main female love interest has a personality centered entirely around liking the male protagonist, such as Hinata, Ochako, or Mikasa.
I don't even know if this is true. It seems like such a fucking normie take, and especially for an adolescent woman. A lot of their world is going to be revolved around who they love. Okay, Nada, you might have a sort of point. There's just so many characters. It's really hard to fill out that. The other two, I'm not a big hero.
Has a personality centered entirely around liking the male protagonist, such as Hinata, Ochako, or Mikasa.
Okay, the last two, definitely for Mika-san. Okay, it's definitely a core part of it, and it definitely influences her actions, but that does not determine her entirely. It's definitely a pull there. Oh, what do you think, Dave? Putting gay characters in all the Disney films or taking away some of the edge that's not acceptable. Fuck Disney. Okay. I don't know. They need something to keep people. They have no original ideas. They have to create outrage. I don't fucking know about Disney. We're not talking about Disney here. We're talking about his horrible takes on anime. Okay. Maybe Disney does some shit like that. I don't know. People used to think they inserted a penis for some propaganda back in the 90s. I remember a protest. Who the fuck knows? Disney, and maybe they brought Walt back and turned him trans, and that's why we're getting the movement. Maybe actually they brought Walt back, gave him a trans operation, and he now is known as Kathleen Kennedy. Plot twist.
Then you might have a strong contributor to a whole group of people called incels who have very unrealistic ideas of how women actually act. But don't take my word for it. Research how Japanese society is.
Yeah. Art. Okay. I would like some examples to back up his claim. Okay. Very vague statements made matter of fact. Just annoy me. Okay. He's generally so good at providing evidence, and he's just pulling all this shit matter of fact. Okay. He seems to be building on the fucking narrative. Okay. I was with him for a bit. I could understand him in some aspects. Then he's just pulling all this shit out as a matter of fact. Okay. I'm just being an asshole.
It's going. And I'm not kidding with how
4
common of a trope
hours.
this is in Japanese media. There's a whole genre where loads of women chase
I
male
blame
characters who
female
outwardly have to mention that they're a virgin, called isekai, and people are so lonely that every...
Does he? Oh, fucking hell. Isekai. What the fuck? Just
season, they make like 20 of these transported to another world power fantasy harem shows. Speaking of fun,
yeah, because they're fucking easy. Okay, they're fucking easy. Coomer, lonely ass motherfuckers. Okay, I'll give you that. But there are some good isekais out there. You just tends to be generalized, and he's coming back to his fucking Final Fantasy love, I guess. He just brushes through this as part of this.
that every season they make like 20 of these transported to another world power fantasy harem shows.
They
Speaking
are
of Final Fantasy, the remix
mostly.
staff decided that two...
As I said, there's actually some good things to come out of isekais. There's just so much garbage out there. It sort of drowns out some of the better ones. And well, you'll consider better will probably vary depending on your personality type. Like fucking Andrew Clark loves fucking, what is it called? Ascendance of a Bookworm. I agree conceptually. Great idea. Great anime. It's just not for me. Okay. Not girly enough. But, there's a couple of things. I like some of the out there stuff.
Women and a 16-year-old chasing Cloud wasn't enough. So they took a character who dies in the first 10 minutes of the original game and gave her a whole side plot based on her chasing the main character.
Finally
and
won
doing
you
stuff
over.
that no real woman would actually do.
Oh. And this fucking point pisses me off. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Jesse definitely show a little bit of interest in Cloud in the original? Okay. Am I wrong? Am I just hallucinating? Am I not remembering the original? I mean, she was barely in the original. This is one thing that I fucking vehemently disagree with. Okay.
Cloud wasn't enough. So
okay, let me get back to the beginning. Of course, trigger people with the.
Speaking of Final Fantasy, the remake staff decided that 2 women and a 16-year-old chasing Cloud wasn't enough. So they took a character.
You fucking have to bring up the 16-year-old with that? Why the fuck? I know what he's fucking trying to do with this bullshit, okay? Yeah, waifus, okay. Anyone who picks Yuffie is weird, okay? Not just because she's 16-year-old, just because of her personality, okay? I don't think... Well, Tifa definitely is a little Coomer bait, but shit. As I said, that's more about the fandom. And, you have the trad wife for that. Yuffie's just for... I don't know... Fucking hell.
Final Fantasy, the remake staff decided that 2 women and a 16-year-old chasing Cloud wasn't enough. So they took a character who dies in the first 10 minutes of the original game.
Like his
and
idea
gave her
about
a whole
this.
side plot based on her chasing the main character and doing stuff that no real woman would actually do.
And now for the cherry on top.
Okay, I get it. By letting me breathe.
What the fuck? No woman would do that. Maybe no woman you would fucking do. Yeah, she's in the honey. She's trying to get a man. I'm sure if they got together and lived, let's say a fanfic where everything turned out okay, I'm pretty sure she would have turned out a little bit more of a bitch. But she's making herself attractive, okay? There's definitely context in the game. And they flesh out her story. They give her a character. Is this dude really legitimately have an issue that they give this girl character? No, it's just them trying to give another waifu for people to fucking flap over. This fucking... I mean, yeah, there's some legitimacy to the fucking Coomer flap culture out there, but he's just overplaying his fucking hand.
Depends.
Okay, I get it. By letting me breathe.
Wow, you're giving it the
Mind
malicious
coming over
take
tomorrow
here.
night? My roommate said I'll be out for a while.
Are you seriously that desperate?
I don't think it's malicious. I just think he has this fucking completely wrong idea, but maybe it is malicious. Just seems completely antithetical. You flesh out a character who doesn't get much screen time. You even get Biggs and Wedge get a little bit more. I forget, one of them gets a little bit more shafted than the other, but I think they do a lot with this. It's just purist always saying, "Oh, don't touch my original thing." Why even remake it if you're going to make the same exact shit? Updated graphics.
Just let go already.
Only if you promise to come back tomorrow night. Deal?
Gross. Then they end her character arc with
Oh,
this scene
sorry.
here.
I am a retard. I misread that. He seems to attribute it to malicious intent. I thought you were saying he was being malicious about it. Oh, it's getting late. Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, either way, I disagree. I don't think it's for malicious intent. I like this. Porn camera angle for Coomers. What the fuck are we seeing here? Could have you picked a better shot where we could have gotten more normal way to console a dying friend?
Can we not see how this shot might take away from the drama of a character death?
No, I don't.
Actually, to Outlaw Star's credit, even though Jean and Melfina's relationship makes no sense, at least Jean actually acts like a man in that show, instead of an emotionless autistic incel who gets chased around by every female in the game.
Fucking hell. Context, people. Cloud is an emotional fucking stunted motherfucker. He had his brain wiped in this. And he acted the same in the original one, if not worse. I don't know. It's hard to say if he acted more cringe in the original or the new one. It it's really just too close to tell. I don't know. Oh, it's just promoting incel culture. Of course, I didn't consider that possibility. I don't think incel culture needs any contribution. Okay, I don't think anyone wanted to produce incels. They're just a byproduct of a fucked up society not making sense. Okay. Okay. That comes from other fucking things. Okay.
Acts like a man in that show instead of an emotionless autistic incel who gets chased around by every female in the game.
You said men today want to get chased. Okay, call the police.
Yeah, incel. That means you hate women, okay, for malicious purposes. He's a soldier. They're a distraction to him. And you see little hints here and there with the sort of baiting. Definitely, as much as people want to have problems, they flesh out the characters more. How they flesh them out, up to subject to change.
Stick incel who gets chased around by every female in the game.
You said men today want to get chased.
Oh.
Okay, call the police.
So I don't think that men growing up with one-dimensional female characters who don't
Love
act
it.
like real women is good for their mental health, just like I don't think feminist Mary Sue characters are good for women either. Characters need to have depth and aspirations and flaws, and different sides of their personality need to be shown during the plot, particularly the ones that you're trying to pair up in the story. The ironic thing is that if you actually did the difficult thing and did a good job writing these female characters, then you get beloved titles like Princess Mononoke or Nausicaa or...
Again, he just makes a statement of fact. All about this writing goes to older property, okay.
a good
Not
job writing these
everything
female
older is
characters,
good.
then you get
I don't
beloved
even-
titles like Princess Mononoke or not.
And you fucking get Studio Ghibli, someone who really disrespected the form of other animators. Okay, anime was a mistake. Famous quote. Miyazaki. Okay, fucking hell. This sources fucking just make him look like such a fucking tourist in both anime and video game. He sounds so informed. Just he's like, oh, I can insert a few of my ideas. That's just how it's coming across. Maybe I'm being unfair, but sometimes it's fun to fucking
Nausicaa or
find
Avatar: The
someone who generally does a very solid job on his videos, if not a little bit fucking way too dull. But going in, I was completely out of his depth.
Last
It's just
Airbender.
fucking
And
hell.
damn it, that show had a beach episode. But at least it was a good episode that added personality and depth to the Fire Nation characters that made you sympathize with the villains instead of just being an abject fan service filler episode. But feminism, to some extent, is correct about a lot of male writers making women blank slate sex objects because they don't know how to write female characters. And if that's the case,
Yeah, I'll agree. It's really hard for male writers to write good characters. And yeah, they'll default to a sexual character for that sort of sex appeal or coomerish thing. Are you gonna fucking? What about women writers? Hell, Blaine's something corner, escape corner. Sorry, Blaine, I forgot your name. Not that you ever watch my fucking streams, but yeah, he fucking is always going off on Lum. There was even a tweet earlier where he was like, "They're trying to cover her up." I'm like, I want to agree with you in principle, but she can be rather cute when she gets all dressed up. Okay, there's a certain appeal, and of course, there's another person who made a very valid point with just Lum in her school uniform, just taking off her school top and having her iconic stripe. I think that was the best argument out of it, even though it wasn't with any words.
then we would actually have a use for a consulting company like Sweet Baby Inc. that would benefit society. Is that how it's playing out in reality? Well, no, it's all just a grift. But I think if you don't try to steel man these
Yeah,
people's
I'll
arguments,
definitely
then you'll
just
fail
play
to
this for a
understand why
while.
so many people get attached to crazy and stupid ideas. It's really difficult to
Yeah.
start something
Maybe
like
I
that
should
off
get
without
this.
bringing up some sort of
Maybe
real
I need
problem.
to get a screenshot of this. I don't know. I actually agree with your dumbass for once. It feels like when people say from their massive Batman fans that one of the top 3 most popular Batman comics and act like a pro. Yeah, I'm leaving that up for a bit.
Problem that at least
Probably
some
won't
people
make it
can
my
connect to.
banner, but
And it's not like there isn't
don't
a
be
place for
surprised if I
sexuality
do.
in media, but I think constant porn brain
is a
fan
joke.
service in the place of good storytelling and good character development is bad for people and media in general. Leave that stuff for adult websites. That being said, how do we keep ESG funding out of games? Well,
oh, the sudden shift. Like, okay, I might be losing people with this. Let's get battle on ESG. Everyone can get behind that. I disagree with the details. I do agree it's a sidious, or it's a sidious device by freaking fucking some wannabe super villains who want to take control of the world and pair up with Tencent to maybe create a rocket ship to the moon or Mars or some other solar system. I don't know. They probably read too much Ready Player One and want to pull off that fucking Gary Stu bullshit.
Like everything else in media, you need to have people who understand base principles in psychology so they know what people are actually attracted to. And what that fundamentally means is that many game companies are spending massive amounts of money on stuff that people don't care about that much, such as hyper-realistic graphics in every game, instead of focusing on what actually matters, which is the gameplay. It's kind of the same.
No, we were talking about this earlier. Fundamentally flawed. Okay, they want to push the tech. They want to push the technology, but they're fucking up against the wall right now. Okay, they want to justify pushing the tech because the new tech is what sells. You want to have the hardest, fastest, most central computer that all the PC master racers are gonna want to coom to. Okay, cyber fetishes exist. So does keyboard enthusiast. Reference to something that I'm not going to mention here, but yes, they want to justify the tech with the fucking graphics, pushing the graphics, but we're hitting a wall. It's a stupid challenge. We need to go back. Personally, I think we should go back to the bases. Definitely, although I don't go as hard on cinematics and crap like that, we do need to get back to the basis in video games. And hell, AA seems to be doing rather well. We've had some impressive hits. Okay, we're learning these most graphically Fidel just doesn't hit. They take too much, too hard, too complex, and yeah, to create this sort of a ecosystem, we just need to calm down on the fucking hardware. Yeah, everyone wants the biggest, better thing. Look at Nintendo; they didn't focus on fucking hardware upgrades. They got a pretty good market, okay, for what they got. But yeah,
issue that I see on YouTube where other creators will be bothered
yeah.
that I can lazily throw up a bunch of stock images on
Loaded
screen
enough.
and still hit hundreds of thousands to millions of views per video. It's because the fancy edits don't matter. The writing is what people actually care about. Now, fancy editing and hyper-realistic graphics do help, but not at the sacrifice of gameplay, good writing, and adherence to base principles and psychology. Graphics can be used to enhance the gaming experience, but they should never be the main course. Which brings us to this interesting video that I saw from Moon Channel called "Why Doesn't the Industry Make Good Girls Games?" These days, everyone and their grandmother in the gaming industry is talking about how we need to get more girls playing Call of Duty and Fortnite, to which I honestly think is just lazy rebranding because the games are too expensive to not include women as prospective buyers, and the gaming industry does not actually know how to market to women. But I think Moon Channel's video on this is a good chance to point out basic psychological principles that people are attracted to through his
damn. Leaning on someone else again. He's really out of his depth here. I swear. This comes off so uninformed. Okay. Keep wanting to rely on everyone else. I mean, for someone like someone starting out, someone small, backing up on this, you're not confident in your own arguments. You need to fucking go off, or you have a feeling, a gut feeling, and you can't justify it. So you have to go to someone who you thought did have it, or maybe there were some videos that inspired him to do this. Like, there's some really good ideas here. Let me work with them.
comments on
Let's
girl
see what I
games.
think.
For example, this commentary on horse games.
But why then does the industry largely treat girls' games like shovelware? Where are all the quality games for girls, and of the ones that exist, why are small, usually indie developers the ones making the most quality girls' games? Sometimes the best way to make a great game for girls is just to make a realistic, high-quality game about girly subjects without making the presentation overly gendered. Sometimes that really is just what girls want. And that's why the best horse game is arguably Red Dead Redemption 2. And I happen to know that there are many horse girl gamers who play Red Dead Redemption 2 or Red Dead.
If this whole video is just a shit post, like, I'm just fucking with you guys, okay? I don't seriously mean anything. I'm gonna have red on my face, okay?
Online because there are so many different breeds of horses you can befriend, and they act relatively realistically. I mean, the heads could use a little work and the gaits are a little rigid in the joints, but don't worry about that. In Red Dead Redemption 2 and Red Dead Online, your horse has a personality. You can ride it past scenic vistas and take beautiful screenshots of you and your
Serious
companion.
argument
You
or
can be
not?
friends with your horse
I
in a
can't
meaningful way.
tell.
And one of the
Fucking
most
blur the
important
fucking
fundamental
lines.
joys of equestrianism, of horses, is the open plain and the wind in your horse's mane. And that
Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up later. Not gonna. I wonder how many girls really like Red Dead Redemption. This is probably just complete bullshit.
does not require and is not bettered by a gendered portrayal.
I think a part of pointing out that Red Dead Redemption is one of the best horse simulators, despite obviously being a game for males, is that there's a sort of compromise that games can make in basic psychology to attract new players to a game who wouldn't have originally played it, as well as finding a middle ground that will cause both men and
Okay, I think I essentially agree with this. Okay, it's not explicitly; it's just might be a particular hook. But this also can go bad, like crafting mechanics. Yeah, it'll get some people crafting mechanics in Fallout 4. Okay, a lot of people just say it's distracting. Okay, but a lot of people have done cool things with the sort of crafting mechanics. But a lot of people have issues. Hell, fucking the charisma tree had a whole thing dedicated just to doing that. It seems like a waste. Should have been. Yeah, it's very. I still can't tell if that was totally serious. I think it was a halfway serious, halfway not. Okay, Red Dead Redemption. Fair enough. Fair enough. It seems like a weird sort of takeaway. I'd have to process that.
women to like an intellectual property, which will boost sales. A show that did that well was Inuyasha, which was a fighting anime with power-ups and rivalries for the guys, but on the girls' end, it's a romance story with an ultra-powerful guy who's like part werewolf and stays young forever. For women, it basically hits a lot of the same tropes that Twilight does, so there's a reason why that show was popular. So what you do then is take all the things that boys like and take all the things that girls like.
Yeah, a woman wrote that. A woman also wrote a very hypersexual woman, Lum. Okay.
And try to create games around those base psychological wants. If you have spent any time in sales or marketing, then you should know that this stuff is already well established and not a mystery. When it comes to video games, women like raising animals, playing dress up, romance or matchmaking, puzzles, horror, point and click adventures, and farming. You can make games that specialize in each of these categories, like Nintendogs, which was one of the best selling games on Nintendo DS, or you can take a game that combines these genres to make something more creative. So if you want a game where you can play with animals, solve puzzles, and choose different outfits, then you can play Zelda Breath of the Wild. There's a reason why so many women like Zelda games. If you want to play Matchmaker and farm, you have Stardew Valley. And if you want to raise animals, change outfits, enter beauty pageants, and decorate your room, then you can play Pokemon. One of the benefits of taking time to market games that are actually made for women is instead of saying that girls need to play games like Rainbow Six Siege, which is in one of the categories that is the least interesting to women, is that games like Pokemon, Zelda, and Stardew Valley all have cartoonish designs that are much cheaper to make than the newest top-of-the-line AAA game. Women in general don't need super high-performance games and don't care about things like how many frames per second a game runs in. On that note, I thought that this point here from Moon Channel was very interesting.
In 1996, Mattel released one of the magnum opuses of girls' games, Barbie Fashion Designer, on the PC. Barbie Fashion Designer took the market by storm and in many ways was the vanguard of the girls' games movement that would follow. The game looks primitive by...
Sorry, all the girly stuff put me in a daze. Also the hour. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, I must have missed some of that. Okay, I'm overhyping that.
Why so many women like Zelda games. If you want to play Matchmaker and farm, you have Stardew Valley. And if you want to raise animals, change outfits, enter beauty pageants, and decorate your room, then you can play Pokemon. One of the benefits of taking time to market games that are actually made for women is instead of saying that girls need to play games like Rainbow Six Siege, which is in one of the categories that is the least interesting.
Does anyone even make that? Oh, God. Okay, he's make a few valid points here and there, but yeah. Is anyone making that? Fucking hell. Okay, yeah, fucking, I wouldn't want to market women.
Is that games like Pokemon, Zelda, and Stardew Valley
I don't even know how you
cartoonish designs
fucking
that are
market to the much worse demographic to market to. Fucking the gender confused people, non-binary. How do you even fucking market to a group that can't make up their mind what fucking sex they are? Okay, that's even worse. Do we do this? I don't fucking know. That's even more confusing than marketing to women.
It's cheaper to make than the newest top-of-the-line AAA game. Women in general don't need
Yeah, it
super
seems
high-performance
about-
games and don't care about things like how many frames per second
Yeah.
a game runs in. On that note, I thought that this point here from Moon Channel was very interesting.
In 1996, Mattel released one of the magnum opuses of girls' games, Barbie Fashion Designer, on the PC. Barbie Fashion Designer took the market by storm and in many ways was the vanguard of the girls' games movement that would follow. The game looks primitive by modern standards, but it was arguably the first thoughtfully developed dress-up game, and it obliterated the idea that there was no market for girls' games. Barbie Fashion Designer was the 9th best-selling PC game of 1996, a year which featured competition like Quake 1, Civilization 2, Command & Conquer Red Alert, Diablo, and Duke Nukem 3D. Barbie Fashion Designer sold more than 500,000 copies in its first 2 months, outselling Quake and even Doom.
The great thing is that I imagine that this Barbie game cost almost nothing to produce in comparison to the games that it outperformed.
I was just about to say, fucking hell. How do we do that now? Okay. Hook up a fucking 3D printer to a fucking Xbox or something. Making fucking. I don't know where the market's going to go. Hardware is pushing the limit, as I'm saying. Anyone's concerned about this is a gimmick tech. Gimmick tech can fucking blow up in your face. Look at all the fucking trouble you had with PC. That thing, yeah, it was accessory for a doll. Can you even call that a fucking video game in that case? Again, another reason why I think he's a tourist. Okay. He's looking at it from a sort of marketing angle. I get what point he's trying to make, but calling the fashion designer game video game, very fucking weak. Okay. You're making a market appeal. It appeals to women. Yeah. But are they getting it for the design aspect? I guess it goes to some of his previous points. I know women in RPGs, like, I sometimes like to get a look, but I know plenty of women who play a lot of RPGs where they focus a lot on getting the right look. They get a new piece of gear, they have to transmog their whole fucking gear, and they'll spend hours on getting their look, even change the hair to sort of match it up. That's not all women, but I never fucking do that shit. Sometimes I get something, a piece of loot, and I want to get a cool look for myself. Sometimes I'll spend some time on it. Sometimes I'll even spend extra time on it. But it's generally just in-game sort of that's in-game sort of content. Some women I know will very focus in the very beginning. Like, I'm sure. Oof, I didn't really like the game. Black Desert Online, with its features for how customizable it was, how much you could change that shit. I'm sure that got a lot of women. Well, I think games like that are about even split. Probably a little bit more male, though.
So generally, women don't care about all the high-end graphics. They care about stuff like the Pokemon games getting their color theory right, and that the starter Pokemon are cute and made of round shapes. This is a largely untapped market that big companies outside of Nintendo don't really seem to be investing in. The most you'll get is like a character customizer in mainstream games, or like a costume designer in games like Tekken 8, which is a nice way to get female players interested, but competitive fighting games don't fully cater to the interests of women. This is important to note because what very well could save us from the need for stuff like ESG funding is mainstream companies getting good at producing good, low-cost girl games that sell well enough to fund the more expensive games that got...
There, we got it. Good, low-cost games. Okay. We could put down the ESG. You know, ESG is fucking falling apart, crumbling. I have my own theories on it. ESG can't be a scam anymore. There's laws being put in motion as of beginning this year that requires transparency. And I think now that the transparency is being required, they can't just decide on a whim what will raise or lower your ESG score like they did with Elon Musk. They're going to move on to other sort of different diversified programs like Bridge. Fucking hell. I need to look into that at some point, but I'm already doing so much fucking other shit. Okay. Almost
guys want to play.
Almost over.
Now, you would also have to not stupidly dump all that extra revenue onto your CEO and instead reinvest it into the company, but I digress. Game companies should stop trying to make every game a graphical masterpiece at the expense of making a game that's actually fun to play.
Yeah, that's the beginning of the last.
Wasn't a big fan of the Ackman. Yeah. Yep. Hell. Might even come back under a couple little programs to sort of obfuscate that come together as like a Voltron of ESG. Combined together, we create the same exact mechanism, maybe even a worse mechanism than ESG was meant to implement. It's a theory. It would actually be a smart thing to do.
Of us.
That was just the beginning?
That's the thing. It sets a story. You're so impatient with stuff.
You don't need that. Just start some stuff up and let me press a button and do things. I'm telling you, they need to hire me.
I mean, surely
nobody wants to watch this setup crap. Do they?
Yes, I think that is a brilliant opening to the
If I want to watch a movie, I'd watch a movie.
I have no idea where this clip came from, but this dad is my spirit animal. I cannot stand it when modern games open up with like 45-minute cutscenes or send you down a very linear path at the start and try to pretend it's gameplay.
We play old games because new games fucking suck, man.
They do.
It's
They're
just
like
so
poorly
bad.
optimized. The character designs are terrible. They're like interactive movies now for the most part.
I hate cutscenes so much, man. And what I hate as well is quick time events and stuff like that, where it's like press a certain button at a certain time. It's like that's just not how I want a game to be.
It's
I swear, I'm getting brain cancer for the support here. I don't want to support cutscenes. I don't want to. Queue time is cancer, okay, but there is a place for it. There is a place. It can be implemented well, and it can be it's generally implemented very badly, okay. And there's definitely fucking partially defending fucking walking simulators, something I really dislike. But there's a lot of narrative thing. You completely dismiss a narrative, emotional involvement. Okay, maybe I'm just a sissy man. I can appreciate a story that get me in. Things that serve a certain purpose, like how everyone was shitting on the beginning of Fallout 3 for that. But that was the Vault experience, growing up in the Vault. Very novel concept, okay. Of course, fucking H-Bomber guy and a lot of people shit on it. Conceptually, I think it's good. On replays, I usually skip it unless I haven't played it in a long time. Sort of setup is important. And there's different ways to do it. The Sky setup for Skyrim, I wish I could skip that. I think that was badly designed, okay. Because to create a new character, you have about 5 minutes. Then you, while you're waiting for to be killed, then you create your character. See, Fallout 3, even let me say Fallout 4, I guess, also does it. You give a little save point right before you leave the vault. I like that. Skyrim, fuck that. Okay. I'll still put that for a new character. But it's only a problem if you're creating a new character. Huh? I'm not Rags. Oh. Hi, Rags. Fucking hell. Hackman's video was mainly about games becoming large for no reason. Okay. Seems fair enough. Might have watched it. I like. No, let me not say that right now. Ragnarok, haven't played it. Don't want to waste my time. Okay. I'm still struggling through the first one. I just don't care for it. It's not bad. It's just not particularly a game for me. Okay. It seems good enough, functional enough. I just get bored real easily. Okay. It's not enough of a challenge. The first game seems to come together competently enough. I don't want to put my thoughts out there.
It's like some way to con you into believing it's gameplay, really.
Yeah.
Exactly. This makes new video games a pain in the ass to get into. The cutscenes are probably expensive to produce, and I think long opening cutscenes actually turn a big portion of the audience off without attracting an adequate amount of people who are into that stuff to replace them. Gaming companies need to spend more time getting the psychology correct. They should learn what things men like, learn what things women like, and design games that are fun to play around those psychological wants. Anyway, thanks for watching.
Let me rehash this just real quick to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Diablo and Duke Nukem 3D. Barbie fashion designers sold more than 500,000.
Too far.
But this dad is my spirit animal. I cannot stand it when modern games open up with like 45-minute cutscenes or send you down a very linear path at the start and try to pretend it's gameplay.
We play old games because new games fucking suck, man.
They do.
It's
They're
just
like
so
poorly optimized. The character designs are terrible. They're like interactive movies now for the most part.
Yeah, I'm
I
spacing
hate-
out.
I hate
Fucking
cutscenes
hell. I'm
so
trying
much,
to figure out.
And what I hate as well
There's
is
something
quick time
wrong with
events
this.
and stuff like that.
I know there's something
where it's
wrong.
like
but
press
my
a certain
brain's at
button
its
at a certain
edge.
time.
Okay.
It's like, that's
It's
just not how I want a game to
way
be.
too far
It's like
down,
some way
okay.
to con you into believing
Almost
it's gameplay,
5 hours
really.
in. I need to
Yeah.
increase my endurance.
Exactly. This makes new
I
video
need to
games a
get
pain in
good
the ass
for
to get
streaming,
into.
okay.
The cutscenes are probably expensive to produce, and I think long opening cutscenes actually turn a big portion of the audience off without attracting an adequate amount of people who are into that stuff to replace them. Gaming companies need to spend more time getting the psychology correct. They should learn what things men like, learn what things women like, and design games that are fun to play around those psychological wants. Anyway, thanks for.
Okay, I feel this is off, but my brain is just sort of yeah. You have a couple of boomers talking about this shit. Sargon, I think, is the spirit animal for fucking hell, lacking my fucking brain power. Think before you sleep. Okay. Okay, could be worse. Okay. I didn't like it. I felt like he's a fucking tourist trying to come in, I wouldn't say grift, but definitely trying to expand his territory, test his waters, but not a lot of original thoughts, getting a lot of shit. Not really a lot of solid research behind this. Okay. But, it's got some points that I want to say is better than it is. Maybe I'm just being too mean. let's see how it is, because yeah, but that might not be accurate. Okay, I'll let him be. Okay, let's see what the focus is. See, modern games suck. Okay, that's AAA, and there is a few good ones. Like I sort of want to fucking play Alan Wake 2, but that's probably just the nostalgia. Okay, and I want to see how the fucking cringe. I see it's different to actually play a game than just watch the very ending, and that ending definitely seems cringe. But I went over that in a different stream, and sheesh. See, I do want to agree. There is a good argument for it, but it seems so simple-minded. Comparing something back from the day, it's the horse thing. It almost seemed like a joke argument, but I could take that fucking either way. You might have a legitimate point. How maybe something natural, like the realism of the horse, how it poops, all the work done in that would have attracted some females into it. Okay. Still comes off as a tourist, just trying to use a current hot topic to push out his ideas. There's definitely some merit in it. I think it's over the fucking top and really out there. The psychology of games. Fucking hell. I fucking hate when people talk about psychology on the internet. But then maybe that's just a pet peeve. Yeah, there's certain terms. Some things are going to appeal to men more than women, and women more than men. Now that we're mixing the two, I don't even fucking know how we're gonna fucking put in that sort of input. AI is gonna do the marketing. Okay, we're gonna have to come up with a Skynet of AI. That's what the government. That's what these companies should do. Create the perfect. Actually, hell, I do want a real AI. I want a real RPG with a realistically designed DM that will play both in live action and have choice, be able to respond to your choices exactly. That's why I want AI. Maybe I'm greedy, and in my desire for AI for the ultimate RPG is going to doom the world. But hell, at least I'll get the. If it gets me the perfect fucking video game RPG, maybe it'll be worth it in the end. Yeah, yeah, I agreed with that. But ironically enough, if you look at it like he's sort of doing the same thing here, but not quite as bad. There's some relevance to it. But yeah, I always approve of shitting on Matt Walsh. Unless you're for that. Oh, I can't. I can't approve of anyone who really stands Matt Walsh. I mean, even Matt Walsh has some legitimate things. I gave him props for What Is a Woman, just because he agrees with science when it suits his narrative and just disregards it when it doesn't. Don't really like that particular thing, but I'm just probably gonna ramble if I don't get off. So peace out long enough. Have a good morning, night, or whatever the fuck else. I'm out. Bye.